He understood that risking his own life was extremely stupid, be it sports, entertainment, or gambling. But in Japan in 2034, to leave everything for the sake of dreams is a real challenge, because it is not easy to give up a habitual life for the sake of achieving a goal. He did not go to school, but did not make much effort in adulthood. For his purpose, he gave up everything, leaving himself only food, sleep, and the most necessary. And when he finally conquered the top, he was just stunned. He was the most powerful ruler for all times. He was undeniably recognized as player number 1 in the world rating. In the world of full immersion of VR MMORPG Mobius Online, all his achievements, all the experience gained, and wealth has now remained only memories that have gone down history. One day of his main character, the 7th in the score, they broke and completely erased from the game. Not only his data, but also all backups and supporting information disappeared. However, this misery not only met him, in total, 3,000 players were injured. The criminal was a player with the highest rating. The media reported that this absurd act was pushed to the success of more titled rivals. Such an absurd accusation, as if he could break the data of 3,000 players on his own. Not even common sense. All this happened only because of his indifference to new achievements. The young man squeezed his VR sheet firmly in his hands. The game administration stated that it was not able to restore any of the lost characters. As compensation, they can only offer accelerated pumping for newly created heroes and support in court cases. The hero with despair threw his helmet down and exploded. No matter how many people have addressed whether they have a search in their office, the answer remained unchanged every time. The young man was getting worse than everything happened. After all, he could not stand. He rushed to the bathroom and drove everything in the stomach. He lay on the bed in the room, exhausted and devastated. No desire came in his thoughts, even the slightest hope of making something left. Now he only had to breathe. He was aware that the former title of championship remained in the past. He tapped in the ceiling. He later got up and realized that he could no longer last. In his eyes, determination broke out, and it was at this moment that he made the final decision, which became a fatal node on the thread of his life. In the heart of the city stands a young man. It is confused. He cannot understand what is happening around. Many passers-by are in a hurry in their business without paying any attention to it. The hero learned about the kingdom of Castal, his capital, and the main street of Vincent. Well known to the game Mobius Online. Near the shop called Icicle stands a young guy immersed in the memories of the moment he managed to get to the game. Suddenly a girl comes out of the store. She cast a short look and negligently, as if, by the way, he ordered him to leave, because he stood just before the entrance, blocking her way. It was an Ice-chana last with a poster with stalactites. He was no longer surprised to hear her voice, but he has never heard such words. Maybe it was absent, something has changed, or a new update has emerged. Finally, the girl realized it. She assumed that he had come to buy something at her shop. She invited her for her sharpness. The hero suddenly noticed how her voice became soft and his cheeks were slightly bad. Calling a girl cute aloud, he thought he decided that it was a true heavenly blessing. Ice was discontinuing, blushing and hurrying to hide in the store, asking what he meant. The guy was delighted with how the girl behaved, almost perfect, as if she had followed some established rules. Probably, before its appearance, a certain system of unwritten arrangements was formed between them. Suddenly, walking past the store, the young man noticed in the showcase. It was his second character. He created it in parallel with the main, 7th hero. However, it has not yet begun to develop it. The character remained with a 0 supply of health, quite untreated. The young man sighed heavily, depressed. Everything was in vain. The strength and desire to increase the level again he left no longer. He decided to finally leave the game. However, as he did not try, it was not possible. The settings menu did not open stubbornly. Maybe it's some kind of mistake to get out of the game? The hero unsuccessfully tries to press the emergency exit button. His head moves in confusion from side to side. Suddenly, there is an insight. A smile appears on his face. Now he finally understands. The real world no longer exists. How could he forget about it? He committed suicide, but still cannot find the answer to the question. Why was he destined to be in the Mobion world? He died in his universe and revived in this game. He was convinced that he sought it. If he could, he would be born right in the game. But even such a confession sounded as a pity last confession. The hero cannot believe what is happening before his eyes. It's just impossible. To make sure, he pinches himself for the cheek, and acute pain confirms the reality of the situation. In his reflections, he tries to analyze what he saw. Are there some strange lines of Aishan and his complete inability to get out of the game? The guy is confused. Thoughts are confused in his head. He kneeled and screamed loudly without holding back emotions. The realization that he was born again in the world of the game, he flickled with his head. The tears of joy flowed on the cheeks, and in her heart she was gratitude for such a gift of fate. For almost an hour he danced crazy, making weird sounds. He was overwhelmed by incredible joy. The nearby looked at him with surprise. Suddenly, a man approached him and announced his arrest. The security guard returns to the Aika-chan and asks if it is really the same guy. She confidently claims that yes. The girl adds that this hero is raising a noise near the store and asks to take it from there as soon as possible. The hero is stunned by such a turn of events. It is finally taken to the police, according to the third night order of the Kingdom Castle. The girl in the night form firmly grabbed the boy by the collar and demanded why he was behaving. On this he only made a miserable that he was just a little excited. Those who allegedly conduct him interrogation on behalf of the police are in fact representatives of the third order of the Kingdom Castle. The girl who appeared at night suggested that the guy belonged to the nobility, and immediately covered with his questions. Why he himself, and where he went to his companion. The hero rejected the guess of noble origin and looked closely at the girl. In his opinion, she was not equal. He has never met such a charming, non-game heroine. The girl felt his gaze and asked with interest why he was looking so carefully at her. She struck her hand on the table, from which the hero shuddered. She began to explain to him that his noble privileges would weigh nothing for the knight. Whoever it is, the law is one for all, and its violation is considered a crime. They are designed to protect decent people. She insists that he is a nobleman and requires confession. The young man categorically denies everything. The knight understands that there will be no peaceful solution, and the hero does not leave her alternative. She reached for the sword that hung on her side. It was a great scare of the guy. He hurried to persuade her only to talk. First, the girl wondered his name. The young man replied that his name is Second, and he was an adventure seeker. However, she was in disputous information. Meanwhile, the guy is lost in guessing how to act. His outfit was so impeccably sewn that it was impressed. It is definitely not a traveler's clothes. It looks like a real luxury. The young man realized that the culprit of all misunderstandings, his equipment. It turned out to be so rare and valuable in appearance that struck others. This is what made people consider it a nobleman. The situation was becoming more serious. The confrontation between the knights and the nobility has become a legendary story. The girl, however, gathered an image. She was a real guardian order, filled with an unwavering sense of justice. Judging by her appearance, this feeling was exceeded even what is inherent in ordinary people. This is bad, because he does not have any document confirming his identity. Suddenly, a man in the knight armor appears in the door. He struck Sylvia on his head, and then turned to the main character, saying that the girl behaved boldly. From now on, he will lead the interrogation himself. He apologized again. However, they had a suspicion that he deliberately interferes with work. So they decided to ask him first about his origin and goals. The hero introduced name, second, age, 17 years. According to legend, he is a traveler. In fact, his real name is Sato Shichiro. He is 28. He is unmarried and out of work. Once, at 17, he invented this character, and now he voiced the age, not his true age. Then the knight wondered why he was so strangely behaved near the grocery store. In response, he discouraged that he had involuntarily admired and apologized. However, the man insisted on finding out the true cause of his act. Sato replied that he did not seek to create trouble for the store. Now he also had no bad intentions. In this place, the hero finally felt that he was among his own. The knight testified his innocence in all sorts of business. The guy did not intend to interfere with someone else's business. Subsequently, he sincerely apologized to the owner of the lollipop store, after which he received freedom. One way or another, he will have to pay with the society and reimburse the store a considerable amount of 150,000 Sri Lankan rupees. For this price, The game would barely be able to buy the simplest armor. And now his account is flaming a small amount. Only 2 billion SL. The site immediately dressed, making sure that his outfit does not attract superfluous attention. He also already has the appropriate full armor he had previously acquired. It has a budget of 2,300,000, and it is still not sure whether it is a large amount or not at all. It seems to him that prices for things here are not the same as in Amobion. He definitely needs to know how much local currency is worth. However, his stomach has his own intentions. He treacherously, reminding himself of himself. Sato decided to take a break for lunch. It will be not difficult to find out the cost of food or overnight. He approached the building, noting that the establishment looks cozy. The girl on the rack was welcome to him. He said coldly and wondered how much it costs for one day. The girl cannot understand what the guy says. Her minor thought. The reception worker behaves somehow suspiciously. The girl reported that the night with breakfast and dinner will cost 7,000 Sri Lankan rupees, and without food, only 4,000. This price was embarrassed by the hero, so he decided to stay here for 5 days, choosing a stay without food. The worker stretched the keys, and at the same moment their fingers touched each other slightly. The girl was getting rid of. Her cheeks were scattered, and she hurried to look. The guy caught in himself a new, unfamiliar feeling, without realizing what was happening. The hero sits at a table in the bar. The crowd rushes around him. The girls throw interested looks at him, making a noticeably falling out of his appearance. Seitate felt that it was different among others, especially in the eyes of girls with their bizarre views. It's all about his avatar. The author acquired an exclusive limited edition, and the result exceeded all expectations. The image came out surprisingly beautiful. If in the online game even the most beautiful characters rarely noticed someone, then in the real world, everything changes. Here the appearance draws much more attention. In this body, he finally and completely realizes that this place is no longer part of the online game. A smile appears on the face of the boy's face. His efforts will not disappear here in vain. In this elevated world, where he is convinced that there is a void outside, even the smallest step is important. A world in which logical arguments have not stopped pursuing it. But now the dissatisfaction that was glowing in the depths of his soul, as if disappeared without a trace. The young man covered his eyes with his palm, and then laughed at the whole voice. He barely smiled noticeably, filled with determination once again to conquer this world and become his undisputed number one. Waking up, the young man grabbed his head. Everything was buzzing inside and hurt. Yesterday he obviously took the booze. And now he realized with surprise that he was suffering from a strong hangover. He fell out of bed and opened the window. From now on, this place has ceased to be a game. It has become a real life for him. He sat on the edge of the bed, thoughtfully soaring the following steps. First of all, to master the necessary skills. In this world, play without them to survive, and he had no right to neglect their importance. In the world, Mobion acquire new skills, and development of characteristics is based on the system of experience. To master skills or increase your parameters, you need to accumulate experience. This is a key element of your growth. Experience is gained when winning monsters or performing various tasks. Each skill has its own system of ranks. First progress is from the 16th to the 1st grade, and then the rise from 1st to 9th stage. The special title awaits the owner of the broken skill. To raise the level of any skill, you need to accumulate experience. In addition, the method of increasing characteristics changes depending on which type of development was chosen when creating a character. He went down to the bar and ordered the brown with rice. Sitting at the table, he plunged into memories, because the atmosphere around suggested familiar feelings of the past. The waitress smiled warmly to him. Just like 7, the type of second-sided accumulation is marked. Its character has many shades and depths. In this type, the characteristics grow evenly, without any deviations. Meanwhile, the girl brought his order to the boy and sincerely apologized for the delay. Thanks to this type of character, you can harmoniously develop all characteristics at the same time. However, the first stages of development will be more complex and will require more effort than when choosing other types. If so, he has nothing left to use all his power. The hero goes to the store that is famous for her potions for every taste. Yes, everything that was available. Bottles of healing elite potions for detoxification, version ++. Sellers only surprised the guy. The man warned the other that the purchase will cost him an unprecedented amount. In response, he wondered how many pores were left in the warehouse. To which I received the answer. We currently have about 630 pieces. The hero stated that he was buying all their goods, which was a lot of stunning workers. The cost of one bottle of this healing tincture was 120,000 SL. In total, the young man deducted 75,600,000 SL for 630 bottles. He paid cash for all elixirs, immediately moving them to his inventory. Before leaving, the man reported that he planned to order 9,000 of the same pores and asked to prepare this party for him in advance. Using these potions, he designed to implement tactics called decline strategy. This is a rather intricate way to gain the first experience. This is taken from the old game Dinosaur Quest. To get the advantage, it is necessary to damage enemies, skillfully evading, and finally win them. With this technique, you can gain a lot of experience at the beginning of the game. These elixirs not only neutralize the poison and heal wounds, but also harm the undead. Every bottle he buys is able to do 1,200 real harm to creatures among the dead. This harm is sufficient to destroy the health of a middle-class monster called Zombie Kuja creature, that is even famous for the dead among the dead. In other words, it is only necessary to throw it in a zombie gajuk, and everyone will be able to destroy it in this way. Previously, both minor characters and experienced players of the highest level were used by this technique. The worst thing in this situation is that all this is just a crazy money. To get the necessary experience, you should use as much as 10,000 bottles of potions. The estimated amount of such costs is about 1.2 billion Sri Lankan rupees. Only those who kept the main character next to themselves managed to make such money. Thus, it is DK tactics that seems the best way to gain experience. This rule only applies at the beginning. As soon as the hero acquires experience, he will not help him anymore. He purchased a horse, and solemnly called him the 7th Emperor. He had no idea that on the 3rd day he would have to take such a step. The young man moved on the road. It is separated from the royal capital for almost 2 hours of the equestrian path. He is convinced that these places are a real paradise for hunters. Next to the large cave is a mine, but around no living soul. Perhaps this world has already known the tricks of DC. The protagonist begins to build his own guesses about this situation. For him it is still a real mystery. Around any soul, he remained alone. There are no restrictions here, he is able to hunt anyone. And the desire to do it only grows. In the distance, he finally noticed a snake. He was so active. The appearance of this monster caused the boy's anxiety. In life, it seemed much more tender than he imagined. When a terrible creature slowly crawled closer, the guy involuntarily hesitated himself. It is necessary to end and go back as soon as possible. He removes the potion and threw it into the snake. Creating receives 1,200 damage. The young man noted that it was fun. Just after coping with one plot, he moved on to the next, and so without end. Once after, without stopping for a moment, the hero constantly threw the bottle after the bottle to the enemies until he used all 630 elixirs. Satisfied with the experience gained, he felt that almost all the necessary skills were acquired soon. He goes to the capital, but realizes that he will not have time to return to the sunset. Finally, he reached the royal capital. He just was going to take a step inside, and suddenly someone stopped him. It was the same night when Sylvia, which last time interrogated with special fierceness, appeared before him. He immediately recognized her. The girl was alertly wondered that he had forgotten here at such a late time. In her gaze, distrust was read. It seems that the interrogation is just beginning. Second replied that he crawled a little in the mine. When asked the knight about the cause of such behavior, he explained, he gained experience by calling creatures in the caves of the dungeon. The girl did not believe the boy. It seemed incredible that he went to such a dangerous place and defeated all the monsters. And the hero, in turn, could not understand what she means. The young man confesses that he could not think, as if zombie guests could be delicious. Sylvia in response points out that he has no sense, apparently at all. Otherwise he would not even think of it, or maybe he lacks several gyruses in his head. The hero was frankly annoyed through this girl. The young man had long wore a question in his heart that he sought to voice the girl. He wondered if someone heard about the 21st dungeon. They are only 21 in the game, and all the players tried to win at least some victory. They combined information, discussing strategies, and looking for the easiest ways to pass these mysterious heavenly dungeons. Sylvia replied that there are only 19 dungeons. This was confirmed by Seconda's guess. He specified how many of them were already explored. The girl replied that 13. The young man thanked her, asking if he could go. Sylvia nodded back. The young man understood almost everything. In this world, death was waiting for anyone who lost their lives. However, he had already owned all the necessary knowledge, and now did not take the risk of himself again and again, thousands, and even tens of thousands of times to get them. He can gain the title of the first in the world faster than he imagined himself. If the player has gained enough experience, this place will be the next destination. The young man entered the building. I was a great royal library. There are 2 ways to gain skills in the mob. The first is through reading special books. There are many such books in this library. When my Bruggerian asked the guy whether he was looking for something, he calmly replied that he had no specific purpose. To fulfill this condition, it is not necessary to read. Just roll the pages. Therefore, he is going to quickly run along these shelves, only flipping through books. This time, he is about to master 2 basic skills, fencing and archery, as well as study 4 elements by a special proposal called the One Way. There are many different types of skills here, and every fox area has its unique skills. This time, he decided to focus on such skills as staffing, spear art, sword possession, and archery. Skipping the book, he finally managed to get rid of all his troubles. Now the turn of witchcraft has come. 4 elements are fire, water, air, and earth, and there are 5 branches of magic: Ichi-no-kata, Ni-no-kata, San-kata, Shi-no-kate, and Gan-kata. Only 4 types of fire are stored in this library. He suggests that other gumwaris can be found either between bookshelves here, or to get accomplishing complex tasks. Subsequently, the hero read all the books with the basic skills he sought to master. Going to the exit, he realized how much valuable knowledge this library has opened for him. Then he decided to study in detail all the knowledge gained in the following sequence: first onions, then the sword, then magic, and after it, witchcraft. At first he is gaining experience, skillfully using arrows with fiery elements that harm the square, and subsequently hone his skills through the art of owning a sword. And yet, pre-prepared goats for battle with particularly dangerous opponents. A powerful magical attack. Well, the 4th level is real witchcraft. This is where the premium ticket of the spirit, as well as the unique avatar, which he purchased at the beginning. Actually, they will be useful now as ever. When used, the likelihood of causing a rare spirit increases, so it is really worth improving witchcraft. Witches are a purely auxiliary skill, so it is optimal to turn to its development after you have mastered the archery, the art of sword or magic at a decent level. He instantly made a plan of action. The hero decides to use his experiences to increase the rank of recently learned skills. It is not necessary to score many points for archery. It allows you to effectively fight even with minimal investment. If you raise magic to the 5th grade, the speech time will be significantly reduced, and the skill of owning a sword should be developed first and foremost for your own safety. All the scored scores have already been distributed. Next, Sato should master the base of archery. A good blow to the dark, a powerful striking splash from a silver general, a sweeping and devastating firing from a golden general, a rapid through, cutting space, and an incredibly strong aiming strike of the tours. These skills are different from the basic skills of pawns and speakers, but their mastery greatly expands the arsenal of available tactics, allowing them to act much more varied than just within a few standard approaches. And the second prerequisite for the acquisition of skills is to carry out crossings. It is not necessary to take the task. It is enough to complete at least one of these conditions. By impressing the monster who tried to escape, you get the skill of shooting from a horse. Win the 20 monsters in a row. You will get the ability to shoot as a silver general. And if from a 3-meter distance you destroy 10 monsters in a row, you master the skill of shooting a golden general. If you are able to overcome 5 monsters at once, and 2 more overcome from a distance of 25 meters, using the skills of the speaker and rider at the same time, you will open the way to the level of firing from the bow to the elephant. The most wicked but extremely powerful technique is a stroke with increased. In the 16th grade, each individual blow causes 250% of pure lesions, and when you reach 9th grade, this figure increases up to 600%. The hero is aware of how greatly depletes the fulfillment of all these requirements. Most conditions will be fulfilled in the process, so they can be particularly ignored. The last requirement is the real obstacle. The condition is, overcome 3 monsters in a row who attacked and absorbed at least 50% of the health of other players. It is the awareness of this case that depletes him to the edge. And now, after failure, it must start over. The real hell. The game can still be turned, but there is a reality. When the health is lowered to half, it is a serious threat to life, and no plea will help. However, he is okay to do everything to master this skill. After all, for bow shooting is just an indispensable skill. The young man decided to suppress his wishes and just wait quietly for a chance that could appear quite unexpectedly. It has passed for a whole week since it has reincarnated in this world. He successfully took advantage of the DC strategies and still significantly raised the level of his skills. And it pleases him. The hero, rushing on horseback, thought that it is a long time to refresh his fencing skills. Suddenly, the silence broke someone's shrill cry. The knight exclaimed to his brothers, "Get back! I will lay your way!" Sato, hiding in dense bushes, noticed that this night their opponents became bright red mantis. People, monster, panic and screams. He did not see such a picture even in the game. 5 in the battlefield has already fallen, and 5 more stand with a weapon in their hands. If everything goes so, they are threatened with torment and inevitable death. He could have mastered the shooting in this way. He should wait until these 5 are completely exhausted. The young man did not attract this thought. He felt that something was wrong here. People die. They are not players, but real living persons. These people have already lost what they risked their lives, not even achieving the desired. And now they are threatened to lose everything again. The young man cannot allow it to happen. He gets the bow and shakes his bowstring. Considering such desperation was unbearable. The hero called for the warriors to fall to the ground. One of the knights threw the command. Everyone to lie down immediately. The young man skillfully applied the 5th level. The monster was overcome. Several knights were able to survive in this battle. The knight girl watched the protagonist who courageously fulfilled his duties, despite all the difficulties. Her fearless posture reminds her of who was the first in the world. The first impression of him was just horrible. He seemed to her a corrupted young aristocrat, far from common sense. But how did everything turn? Only in 20 seconds he destroyed 6 red mantis. All of this with a common long bow and thanks to the incredible skill of the shooter. What about her? From her childhood she moved persistently by the warrior, overcoming all the difficulties with the sword in her hand. In her family, she was the object of ridicule due to the lack of a sword. Among the Third Knight Order, such as it was considered the lowest, more than a surprisingly weak character. No one guessed what force it really owned. Now she looks at the pathetic dogs in power. Even now, when her comrades have fallen, these smart creams are shamelessly trying to involve her savior, Second Dawn, to the ranks of their knight organization. This is how the Knight Order looks like? Is that exactly the knight she dreamed of and so hard to see? The protagonist was offered to join the Guild of Adventures. He was convinced that he was simply thanked for his help in the battle, but instead, the guy immediately said these words. The man acknowledged that he was in a hurry. He heard that the hero, despite his appearance of an experienced traveler, did not really belong to any guild. He does not have any connections with them, but there is no reason to do. The Adventure Guild is a royal organization that brings together agencies that perform different tasks, such as the destruction of monsters. In fact, this organization is by no means a purity of intentions. All their insidious acts are described in detail in the stories about the Mobion. Sato thanked her husband but politely refused his offer. She was not too interested in money, and she did not want to deal with outsiders. The man sighed heavily and rubbed the nape of the head. The young man wondered what had happened. But in response he heard a short one. Nothing. And then he noted that the Knight Order would not want to lose the opportunity to get such a prominent mercenary as he. And immediately, all the influential persons began to compete persistently for his commitment, trying to lure him to his side. The young man hoped that the Adventurers Guild would be a reliable protection for him. However, the man noted that this is possible only if he joins their ranks. Sato was immediately suspected. After all, everyone claimed that his true power was not different, but the only ones who saw everything with his own eyes were guys from the Third Knight Detachment. The second still stated that he would not join them. The knight immediately guessed what he was in mind. He also added that he would be instructed to accompany him Sylvia. In this way, they will be able to see him a little. The hero is clearly not pleasing. Even in the royal capital, Sylvia is spoken of as a knight, which does not tolerate lightness among the aristocrats. She knows well that this guy should be watching. Meanwhile, the young man delves into his own reflections, trying to understand what is happening around. However, he still does not solve the true intentions of these people. Sylvia is known for his harshness and extraordinary abilities, so the highest ranks of the Knight Order undoubtedly obey her will. This is a unique opportunity to get a seductive woman and allies for free. The hero wondered how long Sylvia plans to stay with him. The knight advised him to ask the girl personally and immediately called her to talk. She crossed the threshold of the room, and her husband immediately reported. From now on, she was instructed to accompany the second. Regarding the terms, the knight order promised to take into account their wishes when making a decision. The girl was surprised, though it was not possible to wonder. There was a real decrease at stake. In fact, the man made it clear that the decisive word is behind him. It is enough for him to say. The order really perceived it in the best light. The girl nodded quietly to consent and markedly miss. The man turned his gaze on the guy, cleared his throat, and solemnly began to announce the next one. He voiced the term, 2 years. During this time it will have more than enough opportunities to conquer the world top. The man replied that he understood everything. This is how the valiant knight of Sylvia became his personal guard. This is a decrease. The knight order gets rid of the ballast. She is the second daughter of Virginia, the families of glorious knights. For anyone who is born in this dynasty, honor and glory on the battlefield is not just a calling, but a holy duty. But for her, this burden seems unbearable. From the beginning, it lacked a sword. Even when, having made incredible efforts, she finally gained the title of a knight, her path remained full of disappointment. Sato suggested the girl an agreement. He believes that he ordered her to seduce him, so that he would agree to join the knight order or something like that. Sylvia was amazed at the herd. She was very stunned by these words. She couldn't understand it. Suddenly, something like this, probably, impressed by many unexpected events that took place one by one. The girl agreed to listen to the guy. She could not even imagine that this agreement would turn her life forever. Sato is convinced that Sylvia dreams of serving a proud knight, so he decides to support her in this desire. The girl noted that she had not yet had the opportunity to truly immerse himself in any of them. The meeting reveals all the feelings, allowing them to come to life. Saj advised her that if she was tired of everything that was going on, then it was time to say goodbye to the Third Order. In addition, he invited her on a date. The girl was in surprise, not hiding her confusion. The hero quietly reassured her, explaining that he concluded an agreement. Sylvia took a deep breath, gathered with thoughts, and drained the glass with one sip. He is convinced that she simply has no right to obey these dark forces. In such a situation, she needs to get enough influence, and he is able to help her bring it to life. From the age of 4 to 13, she tirelessly honed the skill of possession of the sword. But during this time she did not carry out any heroic act. The young man scratched the back of his back and advised her to pay attention to the spear or bow, because they say she does not have a soul at all. Sylvia became angry, grabbed the guy by the collar and, without holding back emotions, shook him. Releasing him, she acknowledged that he was right. The stubbornness has been laid in it since childhood. Despite the constant comments about the absence of talent, she does not insist the workout with his sword. Knights are fearless fighters for justice. In shining armor, with swords alert, they saddle horses and desperately rush into a whirlwind. She dreamed of becoming such a knight, a famous defender of good, who would never obey evil. Tears shouted in the eyes of the girl. The young man advised her not to chase after the unattainable idealization of the knight. After all, even the most amazing things can become weapons. The main thing is not to retreat, but to fight for justice. The girl thought about his words. She realized that there was right. There is no point in being overwhelmed by her appearance. At the moment he pulled them out of trouble, his face suddenly broke out in her memory, and the next moment the girl strongly stated that she wanted to be near him. The guy just smiled warmly. The knight was raging from her words. Sato began to share her dreams with her. His plan was quite fuzzy, at the same time unexpected and funny, which added a conversation with a special charm. In this case, she wants to help him as he can. Fascinating events are aware of. For the first time in life, she feels such a refreshing night. Her future seems to be a new light. Everything has become clearer. The hero returned to his room, sank to the edge of the bed, and laughed out loud without holding back joy. He had no idea that everything would happen exactly as he conceived. To drink a girl who suffers from a broken heart, and then to win her sympathy is a true art of seduction. He was convinced that it would only benefit her. Sylvia probably had a crash of archery or witchcraft. In any case, finding a partner is extremely important. Due to this, its safety is increasing, and the chances of victory in battle are significantly increasing. Given its current level, the defeat would be a wonder. If so, then he had a great opportunity. Moreover, it means that he has mastered the technique of the shot of the tour, which he so eagerly sought to absorb. Tomorrow's will start fascinating days. First of all, Sylvia has to master the foundations of fencing for further training. In addition, he seeks to go to the dungeon to gain valuable experience. The girl is again interested in the boy about magical shooting. The hero thinks that she should focus on this discipline, because witchcraft and magic are extremely suitable for her. She has 121 units of agility and 103 intelligence, the rest of the characteristics, only 2 digit. Although it belongs to the type of smart, its level of intelligence is impressive. So she has all the prerequisites to become a magical archer. However, the girl did not even imagine what magical shooting from the bow was. It was one of the most popular classes in Mobi-U, and the fact that few people know about him really. However, this class exists, so focus on learning it perfectly. The girl nodded as a sign of consent. First, the girl decides to visit the library, and only then they will go to the forest, where she plans to show her several techniques of possession of the sword. Sylvia does not hide his astonishment. For some reason, all this was reminiscent of learning the newcomers to the Azam Mobion. He assured that it was part of their plan, and the girl should only follow him. She shone, full of perseverance. Vinci was scratched, lowered his gaze, and silently agreed. The next moment, the girl wondered where she was known this knowledge. After all, techniques such as white and tours are secrets that aristocrats carefully protected and passed only in their families for generations. Now the hero realized why the equal ones in this world are so low. After all, aristocrats seek to possess that it is unattainable for the common people. The girl warned, if it becomes known, the guilty will be executed. So the young man advised her to keep everything secret. As soon as she applies such sophisticated shooting technique, her secret will immediately reveal. That is why the hero warned, do not demonstrate these skills in front of outsiders. She understands it and copes. Sato lifted her to the level of figures of knight, silver and gold generals, as well as an elephant. Like him, the girl mastered them without much effort. Sylvia noted that today it is enough, but the guy said with a smile, real surprises are yet to come. He gave the girl 999 super powerful escapes, and then asked how her guests planned to raise their skills. However, the girl's first answer was false. They involve them to carry out different tactics, DC, but the most vocal is always, wow. Sato wondered if Sylvia seeking to master the skill of hands. But in response she said that if she had such an opportunity, she would have done it. Today the hero decided to move to the dungeon. This time, its goal was a second-ranked dungeon named Royce. Why Royce, and why the second rank? The main reason is the attractive reward, which is promised for the successful passing of this test. The owner of this dungeon is a burning wolf, which after victory over it leaves a unique weapon, a burning fiery bow. It is a real masterpiece among the bows, because it hides the power of fire. He dreams of getting this rare find at any cost. Then they will move on to the next goal, that Sylvia will master the skill of the duchess. This task can be considered the most important of all. To put it simply, their main intention is now to get a rare weapon. They walk the dark corridors of the dungeons. The girl keeps the onions, watching every movement around. The hero inspects the space and reports that they finally got the right place. They were looking for these monsters, so the girl should collect all her courage and apply everything he taught it to overcome them. The knight had a bow of a bow. She aimed and released the arrow in the monster. The projectile hit the target and a monster with a deaf moan fell inanimate. The girl was stunned. She did not expect such an end. She turned to the boy and asked if he could become incredibly strong. Thanks to the Daikava's tactics, the characteristics of Sylvia flew to heaven. The hero only reminded her that after all, he promised her. Sylvia smiled and thanked the boy. He could not tear from her a passionate gaze, impressed with her beauty. And despite the excitement, Sylvia herself gathered with the spirit, perfectly coped with her role of quiet support, remaining an invisible but indispensable support. Now she is literally burning with the desire to fight. Suddenly the guy stopped sharply. It has been about 6 hours since they stepped on the dungeon, and now the crucial moment has come. The last condition remains to gain the skill of hands. And the reason for their stop was that they finally revealed their goal. Blaze Troll is a giant monster that impresses with incredible attack. His shiny, smooth cranial bone immediately falls into the eye as a weak place. It is enough to hit him directly into his head using the Silver General skill to deal with this beast once and for all. Sylvia told the entire plan in detail and ordered the fire to be opened as soon as it gets a conditional signal. The young man went into battle, understanding well. His actions are only imminent. Before the battle, he asked the girl to keep calm in all circumstances. He does not threaten him with health, but fear does not retreat. However, he understands that this step is necessary to support Sylvia. He overcomes his fear. The monster raised his hand, getting ready to strike. He struck, and the enemy flew a lot of distance. The girl froze with surprise. The guy just lifted his eyebrows in surprise. Something was wrong here. The monster deprived him of a quarter of life with one blow. But will it stand another such attack? He gets up and announces that it is not time now. Sylvia closely monitors him, waiting for his sign. The monster is slowly approaching the guy. The brave is pale, and the horror has frozen on the face. He squeezes his lips firmly, trying to master emotions. He is the first. The primacy for him is above all. He will never allow himself to lose his face. This is all its essence. This is the meaning of his being. And he will not give anyone his place. This guy tirelessly states that he is the best in the world. The monster again strikes him, and he flies straight into the wall. His health level has eventually reached the required mark. He gave a sign of Sylvia, and she instantly sighted the sight and shot. The arrow stuck just in the head of the monster. It fell down. The hero pulled out of the potion bag to restore strength. Another boss was already ahead of them. Sylvia, without holding back emotions, exclaimed that the guy was completely without sense. When Sylvia finished her angry tirade, she could not stand, and wept. The young man just smiled back. Leaving the dungeon, they were surprised to learn that the girl had a new skill. Ladia. The young man engulfed an incredible feeling of satisfaction. It was the pleasure of a person who passed all the trials and withstood everything to the end. Her other life, in this parallel world, has acquired new colors with the advent of Sylvia, a new partner. Recovering after the experience, they gathered with their forces and went to the dungeon of Roy's. There, they were already waiting for the flag of the Burning Wolf, an extremely powerful monster, which faces opponents in the likeness of a huge wolf, wrapped in fiery tongues. Due to its fiery armor, it is almost invulnerable to damage. The hero decided to keep him in a constant state of stun, not allowing him to recover. The girl was interested in the question. What is Stanlock? Sato began to teach his plan. At first, he intended to attack the enemy's elephant skill. The angry fiery wolf will rush to him, and at this point, Sato will involve the course of the Golden General. First, she will strike with Bishop, and then, using a Golden General, will push the Burning Wolf back. It was an ideal strategy for its destruction. Its name is a large gold camp of bishops. It is a widely known and effective maintenance technique that can be used jointly by 2 or more participants. This is how the Flame Wolf was overcome. Within 3 weeks, they went to the Royce dungeon daily, overcoming hundreds of fire predators. Finally, after persistent battles, the long-awaited bow of a flame wolf fell like a trophy. The girl cast her gaze on the bow and noted that with such weapons the hero would become even more powerful. But he just smiled, and replied that this bow was intended for her. It will become an archer that has magic. So it is not surprising that she is trusted by this bow. In addition, he mentioned that he plans to study the magical arts, so there is no need for such weapons. The girl thanked him, and then she wondered what he meant. She heard for the first time that the guy was going to study magic. Sylvia looked at him with distrust. She realized that to gain the championship in the world is no longer children's fun. The hero still has to go a considerable way, and whatever it is, he must share with her his intentions. The girl wondered if she had any connection with the Royal Academy of Magic. The young man, in turn, clarified whether he connects something with this institution. To master magical skills, it is necessary to study GRMUMARs. The Royal Academy of Magic has set strict restrictions for anyone who is neither her teacher nor a student. He has no idea how much time he will have to wait for the opportunity to become part of this institution. That is why he wants to find dating to get permission to visit the academy. Sylvia also assured that this is impossible. My father left her because she had no sword. She couldn't even imagine that he would help such a worthless daughter. The hero advised the girl to open his best features to his father. But even if she tries, he will remain relentlessly harsh. Her father is a prominent warrior who trusts only the sword in the battle, and that is what the title of knight deserved. Most likely, he will say that she neglected the sword and fled to the bow. The guy matured a brilliant plan, but Sylvia immediately embraced an alarming anticipation. He calls this strategy a distracting maneuver. Tomorrow, they will begin the embodiment of their plan. Grandpa bowed his head and greeted the boy. Sato could not comprehend how everything went so far. Recently, he dreamed of dressing in good, expensive outfits and receiving a letter from Sylvia's father to the magical academy. It seemed that he really was able to circle around the finger of Sylvia's father, Nuar. Son, his patience broke. The young man ordered the man to raise his head. It is no longer possible to go back. Now he had only to play the role of a noble man. Sato will not be asked to disclose what he is here. The hero did not believe in the success of the delay, but it seems that things are going exactly as he thought. He voiced 2 conditions. At first, the young man asked to help him to contact the Manzik Academy. The man in response suggested writing a letter of recommendation for him. The guy preferred something more short-term. Noor-san advised him to go on exchange. The idea was wonderful. Of course, he would like to last as little as possible. But if he awakens there for 2 or 3 days and does not come across any grimoire, it will be trouble. Sato asked to write a letter of recommendation for him with a full list of the necessary details. 2 weeks were allocated for this task. Now it's time to go to the second request. The young man appealed to the Lord to allow Sylvia to go with him, because she had a great shame for magical shooting. The man replied that she is a rebellious daughter, but if the hero decides not to pay attention to it, he can dispose of her at his own discretion. But is the hero confident in Sylvia? She does not have a sword possession. But thanks to its incredible ability to shoot and magical abilities, it will soon become known throughout the world. To be near him, Sylvia is forced to leave the Order of Chivalric. The young man explained that he had invited her to join and sign a contract for 2 years. In response, the man said that he wanted only one thing, that Sylvia would expect a bright future. Even staying here on the island, he is ready to wait for their return, no matter how long it takes. The girl was ashamed, and the hero, though not quite aware that he had just said, decided that her answer was most likely affirmative. Sato noted that his endurance was really striking. His Majesty will never forget Virginia's family. The girl stepped forward, indignantly throwing harsh words from the boy. She was struck by his behavior. The hero engulfed alarming anticipation. Even a slight fear appeared in the soul. No one has the right to deceive others. Since then, Sylvia sold the skins of fiery wolves, accumulated experience, and plunged into the world of magic. They went hunting for slims, gaining valuable experience. One day, they were even lucky to get a rare weapon, a magical rod of recovery. This artifact was extremely useful. After all, it is necessary to use the medicine as the effect doubles. Throughout this strengthening of the rod is 2.5 times more powerful than usual. The heroes have now come to a meeting at the Magical Academy. Although Sylvia and he have not yet reached enough level to engage in healing, their ability to recover will be extremely useful for the team. Having received all the necessary equipment and proper experience, he, together with Sylvia, waited a little and later got, finally, the Royal Academy. They were met by 2 professors. Young people sincerely thanked the fact that they agreed to change their plans and find time for them. After that, the young man introduced himself and explained that for the next 2 weeks they were counting on their help. The woman turned out to be a director, Paula Memento, and the man is the class teacher of the first class A, Kevin. The hero wondered if Sylvia studied with him in one class. The director confirmed it and said that during the exchange they would not live in a hostel, but in a common house. Therefore, their rooms will not be distributed separately. In addition, they have already prepared a school uniform. They walk the corridor, and the man explains that in the morning, he will conduct classes, and after them, a tour of school awaits them. Sato is interested. Who will make this excursion? It will definitely be someone from Class A. The decision has already been made. In the evenings, everyone should be self-education, but the most successful students usually find a lot of free time. The young man replied that he was grateful for this occasion. They reached the Class A. The students' views were immediately focused on him. Kevin told the students that 2 students would join them for 2 weeks. After that, he invited them to go to class. Hardly, Sylvia stepped to the class, followed by a guy. Introducing himself as Sinan from the island state of Zapanga, he explained that he had come to look around. The young ladies could not take their eyes off his impressive kind and enthusiastically whispered. Finally, the turn of Sylvia. She was confidently introduced. The teacher invited everyone to take up space. The boys also paid attention to a new girl. Since today is an exceptional day, they will once again mention the basics. Sato is a lot of nervous. As soon as the lesson is over, he will not ask them to ask him a tour. The young man will ask the teacher to introduce him to someone who will hold an evening excursion. The man cast his gaze towards Maine-kun, who slowly headed to the professor. Kevin asked him to take a tour to the dining room. The young man was happy to agree. Sago wondered if he could ask him some questions about magic. First, the hero decides to consult a Maine-kun before rushing into her own search, so he will be able to overcome the extra danger. The professor only reassured, for a first-year student, it is quite natural. Uzo expressed his hope that they would be able to understand during the excursion. Minkon smiled in response to the boy, and agreed. The second moment, Seconda realized he is not afraid of him at all, so he will decide to find out about everything, even about harsh war. The guy exclaimed to Sylvia that they were heading to the dining room. Surrounded by a crowd of peers, she tried to break through their crowd. Suddenly, she saw Maine-kun and solemnly addressed him, "Your Majesty." It was a lot of surprise to the protagonist. Maine-kun told the girl that at this school, he had no importance at this school, and suggested communicating with him on an equal footing. The girl apologized for her behavior. Sato added that Maine was the first representative of the royal family, whom he had to meet. The young man grabbed the main character by his hands and resolutely reported that they were heading to the dining room. The young man was embarrassed by the fact that the main curator behaves removed with a beautiful girl, instead of such as he is surprisingly politely treated. He had a feeling that he was drawn into some incomprehensible game. This is a lot of tensions. He is forced to respond to the same restrained mind. The hero is not able to repel a prince who chose his attention. He is convinced that now it is the only opportunity to ask a question, otherwise there will be no other chance. Sato wondered if Maine-kun did not get lost. He looked at the guy confusedly, the cheeks flashed red. He strongly denied the suspicion and asked why such a question arose. From this conversation, even Sylvia was bad. The second began to explain that unlike Sylvia, he behaved a little differently with the hero. The main intrigue was that the hero was misunderstood. In fact, he was a congenital talent, and suddenly, at that moment, someone suddenly crashed into the hero. He looked around, but did not notice anyone. Meanwhile, a cat was passing by, who carried a bunch of books in the arms. Seeing the boy, she immediately noted for herself what he was attractive. Maine-kun noted that the second sauna had attracted his attention. Sato wondered that it was for disrespect. He talked to the best plant specialist in the world. Sylvia was stunned by the act of her friend. Maine-kun said in response that everything was, he first had the opportunity to communicate with such a candid person. He was overwhelmed by the admiration from the news. In the Royal Magic Academy, any social statuses lost its meaning. However, after all, he remained only the second prince for all. In fact, only Mother is able to see its true essence. Sato noted that this situation happens quite often. Sylvia struck the boy, indignantly threw it was inappropriate. The main coupon confirmed. Sato was right. She had a conversation with her husband, who, as soon as she learned of her prince origin, asked his direction without any fluctuations, or he was going right. No courtesy or convention had any importance. Sato wondered whether the Monin, where Grimari knew. He can find the form of opal and rapitor in the library. The coral shape is also stored there, but it can only be obtained with the permission of the main librarian. He was already going to talk about the fourth form, as suddenly the hero interrupted him, asking the details. He denies, but expresses the confidence that that document is stored in the royal palace. He only saw him once in his life. It's time to go on. They are satisfied with a tour, but when they finally get libraries, the sun is already falling for the horizon. Maine-kun led them to the library, which was already closed at that time. However, any of the students of the Royal Academy of Magic has access to it, so tomorrow they will be able to visit here at a convenient time. After that, the prince said goodbye and left. Our heroes felt incredible fatigue. Sato informed Sylvia that they would start tomorrow and she should be tied to the library all day. She was waiting for the magic of fire. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by an unexpected noise. Two students were overtaken by words about two foreign students, Sato and Sylvia. One of them said that he saw them communicating with his luminosity Maine. There seems to be some intrigue between them. The arrogant look of the Minsk Kuna annoyed it. Every time he speaks of his position, bitter sarcasm is inevitably heard in his voice. Perhaps that is why he always remains alone. Sato realized that these rumors had flew in an unfavorable light. Did the main really feel so lonely? It turns out that he was really harassed, though not straight. The hero believes that he has nothing left but to get involved with him. This may even open the way to getting acquainted with the royal family of Castle. And there is the opportunity to look at the fourth form grimoire. The boys are still in a lively discussion. In humans, he gives himself a model, honest student, and easily finds common ground with these new ones. If they manage to join the company, they will become the same failure as it. Their cheerful course was accompanied by laughter, and suddenly Sylvia appeared in front of them. The hero was impressed with the surprise that his companion arranged. Sylvia wondered in men who replied Prince Main convincingly, "What is the disgusting bias and who they are talking about?" They immediately began to justify themselves. They say it was only about the girl from Class F. Like, she was simply incapable, moreover, a feast. But they have no bias. If it were true, then why did the whole village ever consider it and the second day to be the villains? The girl was already boiling with indignation. In her eyes anger was burning. And the boys were begging to give them the opportunity to explain everything. Sylvia stated that she was already too late, and hit her husband sharply. They rushed to the head, pressing their arms to the head. The girl smiled happy, feeling the real pleasure that justice finally won. The hero looked at the girl silently, plunging into his own thoughts. His mind was busy with memories of the beast girl. He realized that he did not dare to forget her. The next day, after lunch, the guy again visited the library and asked him to read a gloomy volume from a series about the raptorm form. All Elements, author of CRI. The librarian agreed, and politely asked to wait a little. Walking through the pages of the book, the young man had a thoroughly mastered fiery form of a predator. He handed over the book to the girl and took up the next volume. She watched in surprise at what ease and speed the guy absorbs new knowledge. Sylvia glanced at him in surprise, and he jumped without hesitation through the rest of the 3 gloomy wires and quickly slipped them to her. Now everything was prepared. The girl is surprised that she will be amazed if she manages to master all this in just 2 weeks. After that, the guy is interested in whether he knows any secret methods or useful tips that could tell her. The tricks, mysteries, the important nuances, all this is disgusting from the young man. In his past life, beginners constantly got him meaningless questions about the game, which was frankly upset. He remembers the unpleasant experience well when managing his own selfish desires. However, when this word takes off from the mouth of Sylvia, it does not seem like something offensive. Sylvia does not want to burden the boy, which is why she decides to turn to him. She suppresses her own pride and asks him for help. This is not at all like the typical internet atmosphere. Everything looks much more confusing and ambiguous here. This world is strikingly different from the one to which it is used to. Now he really wants Sylvia to trust him and rely on him. The young man came closer to the girl and admitted that he was about to study separately. But the circumstances have changed. Now he is ready to help her. Sylvia was discontinuing and blushing. For the first time in his life, he felt truly wise and began to instruct it. The girl was slightly bored, but in her eyes still glowed sincerity and joy. Turning into training for a while, the young man finally closed the book and said that they are stopping today. Unfortunately, he spoke of the importance of grimoires with an extremely serious look. These books were so confusing and difficult for perception that it was better to master their secrets in practice than to waste time in dull reading. He told Sylvia in detail everything he could. If she could only know as much useful information as possible. In the middle of Sylvia's story, she wondered if she really needed to remember it. The young man only nodded seriously, confirming that it was necessary. Only this knowledge has fallen into fate in his lifetime. However, in all Moby's AB, he was not equal. No one could face his knowledge. The knowledge that is unlikely to be needed in everyday life suddenly became his most powerful weapons. It pleases him. They continued to stay in the library without rushing. Going down the corridor, the boy came to the boy and unexpectedly noted what he was attractive. The hero asked if she really said it. She nodded in response. The girl was called Eco-Elevator. At first sight, the young man realized that it was just about her guise. The hero called the second, and Eco repeated his name aloud. After that, she looked at his back. She turned to the girl and wondered how her name was. Sylvia welcomed her name. Ego reached out at once, shook her firmly, and gladly stated that she was happy to get acquainted with her. Sato wondered if she had any difficulty. She looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was leading. The guy was confused, but immediately added that if something happens to the girl, Let him tell him. He will certainly help. He thanked the guy. The young man wondered why she carried so many books with him. The girl in response explained that everyone was constantly asking her to help and bring these books. The hero concluded that she was here just on the run. Sato wondered if she really carries it all. She emphasized proudly, which is because she is incredibly strong. However, if something happens, it is better for her to turn to the second. He will not leave her alone with the problem. He will certainly support her personally. So the girl thought, preparing for any surprises. However, she then thanked the boy politely and assured that she would handle herself. She is sure that the more help others, the better they will treat her. These words stunned the young man. He involuntarily clenched his fist, mentally pleading to stop it. Meanwhile, the man Confrontation said goodbye to the heroes. She stubbornly pushed a bulky cart with books, in her gaze reading sincerity and despair. These are the same futile efforts that go in a circle without bringing the result, no matter how hard you try. Sato knows how it is to be tight like shackles of pain. It doesn't make any sense. Even if he gets involved in online games, nothing will change. Spending life on such things is a waste of time. He is stunned by the awareness of the futility and dishonor of his own efforts. This thought barely flashed in his head. He died in shame. And then he opened his eyes and found himself in another world. Fate smiled mysteriously with this doomed boy, giving him an unexpected chance of salvation. But can such a miracle happen to Iko? Unfortunately, he knows well what she really is. That is why he is not able to just stand apart. With all his heart, he wants to tear the girl from the captivity of despair. Sylvia returned to the boy. They remained in a deaf, deserted corridor. As it is possible, it is a fool. How did she manage to enter the famous Royal Academy of Magic? It is completely confused and cannot grasp it. This is an academy for the elected. When someone gets here, the success in the study of magic is almost guaranteed. They easily master the basic magic. So what step should I take now? After a long thought that night, he reached only one conclusion. He shared with Sylvia. They should attract Echo Element in their business. The girl with sarcasm joked about chivalry. The hero stopped her, asking not to continue. He was still not sure if Ika would agree. If she refuses, he will demonstrate her own strength and then advise her how to improve her abilities. Suddenly, Sylvia noticed something. Iko sat straight on the ground in the very mud. The boys froze with horror. The girl rushed to the woman's woman and asked what happened. The heroine was engulfed by anxious anticipation, as if there was something irrevocably breaking inside her. None of the students who passed by did not even think of Iko. Everyone went on, without paying the least attention, as if nothing had happened. For him, it remains a complete mystery. The young man reached out to make sure that everything was fine with the girl. Suddenly, she pushed him sharply, thundered not to worry. Everything is fine with her, and she didn't need to talk to her. The young man understood everything. Here it is true evil, the worst of all. This is what he felt before, hopeless. Ego jumped sharply, shouted desperately so that no one was approaching, and with all his strength rushed. Second and Sylvia were instantly rushed. Hair and no idea what happened to her, but he already realized. IVF also realized this truth. All her efforts are in vain. The little girlie pulled heavy bags and carefully put them near the boys. They were laughing at laughing, mocking her own desires to bring them some dirty little things, which will still find herself on her. Suddenly, a girl with dirt falls into the girl, and the boys around the mocking laughter. She was ruthlessly forced to open her eyes to the truth, from which she hid for so long, leaving not even the sparks of hope. Next, she is simply not able to go. It is painful to watch. After all, everyone deserves to have their own dream. Sato is determined to save the girl. They rush rapidly for the IVF, but it cleverly slips, not giving them a chance to get to themselves, and tirelessly repels anyone who is approaching. Suddenly, she found herself in a hopeless corner and looked around, shouting to the heroes so that they would not fit closer. It's been about an hour. Sylvia was finally tired, while Iko still remained enough energy. The opportunity to change the situation still existed. He began to tell the girl that their intentions were peaceful. They only wanted to talk. However, she replied coldly to leave her alone. Aiko cannot restrain her tears. Her eyes are full of tears again. If you leave it right now, the situation will be completely hopeless. She was in a disadvantage. Although hardened and strong, he moved slowly, and seems not marked by powerful magical attacks. This is a really dangerous business, very dangerous, but it is worth it. The hero grabbed his sword and, looking at Sylvia, strictly warned her, "Do not interfere." Echo begs him not to approach. The young man raises the sword. Girls cannot understand what he thought, and in a moment the hero cuts his hand. Girls fade away from shock, and the young man covers unbearable pain. Sylvia rushed to him, but he raised his hand, stopped it by a passing, and ordered to stay in place. Meanwhile, from his back, he grabbed his charming staff. If he manages to bow to her side now, he is sure that he will be one step closer to world leadership. He turns to EHO, explaining that she should use renewable magic. She should use the staff and heal his hand. She is probably paladin. The feast only sadly shakes his head and quietly replies that he cannot do it. It is a healing rod, an extremely rare artifact, dropped from sacred mucus, which gives the ability to create magic of recovery even to those who do not possess it. If the type of eco sap is paladin, then the ++ bonus is triggered, which the healers are restricted. The guy complains of an unbearable pain and a hot girl heal his hand. She is briskly looking for an excuse to refuse him, trying to avoid treatment. The young man insists that the girl confirms her hand and assures that he will perform it as soon as possible. Eco nodded and firmly grabbed the staff. The young man mentally sent her support, filling her heart with faith in her own strength. The rod in the hands of the girl was suddenly lit, and her palms shone with him. She seems to have felt for the first time. This is her true vocation. Surprised by her own feelings, the girl strongly directed the rod towards the boy, starting treatment. The boy's hand was intact again. Everything seemed to be back. However, suddenly he dropped to the ground and, losing his balance, fell again. He has no strength to get up. In this world, even if the recovery has already come, the body does not instantly return to the usual form. When he pursued Echo, he almost immediately guessed her class. She is slow, extremely durable and strong, and also studies at the Magical Academy. Attack by magic is not completely, so it is simply impossible to imagine her witch. All these features fit perfectly into a typical paladin. Her magical attack is weak, witchcraft is clearly not liked. Catching is also lacking, so shooting from the bow is not its element. Its strength is stable, but maneuverability leaves much to be desired. Although the attack is not powerful, the magic energy supply is simply impressive. However, some of the experienced players consciously choose this type. That is why, when the team is glory, at least one pale appears among them. Paladins direct their significant amounts of HP, SP, and Vite, creating a shield and turning into a real wall for brothers. They skillfully take the monsters with one hand, and as soon as wounds appear on their body, instantly treated with their own magic healing. In other words, they are able to hold the wall until they exhaust all their manu. If they turned a paladin into a character like an Echo, they would have a universal fighter. Echo Paladin becomes a master in all hands, and Sylvia became a magical archer. With this selection, he would collect a balanced team. A powerful player in the avant-garde, a middle-level player, and a reliable defender in the rear. He was on the verge of becoming the best in the world, and a real opportunity to reach even higher peaks was opened. His thirst for victory was so strong that he was okay to go to everything to reach his. These are the thoughts that they have filled his mind. He did Tate like Sylvia. He used a void in her soul and cunningly managed to convince her. He tried to attract her attention and became so fond of her not only to attract her to his side, but also to persuade to join their company. But he is not enough. He wants her to follow them. So he asks her to keep up and stay with everyone. The hero opens his eyes. It lies on the bed of the medical center. Sylvia noticed that he had come down. The girl asks him to protect himself and not to be tired. If he lost his hand, he would not be able to become the best in the world. The young man only nodded as a sign of consent. It was difficult for him to confess to her in truth, and it was all about his left hand, and the girl gently held him for his right. Sylvia released his hand and noted that this nightmare had launched him well. Putting his hands under his head, the young man carelessly assured her so that he would not worry about him. Sylvia noted that these words should belong to her. It was he who rescued both her and Eco. No one else came to their rescue. Only he. She was the embodiment of despair, but her friend effortlessly pulled her out of captivity of dark thoughts. Now he has nothing to worry about, because there will always be his faithful defender. And I will follow them to the edge of the world. After saying these words, the girl left the room. The young man got up from the place. The hero suspects that Sylvia unraveled him at first sight. No tricks or attempts to take advantage of it or get beneficial to her. Even those moments when he was mastered by an incomprehensible feeling of anxiety, it all seems to have felt immediately. When she decided to declare that he would follow him, he praised her. Mola China. At this point, the room breaks into the room. Her eyes are full of tears. She rushes to him in arms, hotly asking for forgiveness. The garden gently stroked her on her head, noting that healing magic suits her perfectly. He suggested that she leave and join him. He noticed a wonderful opportunity. It's time to ask her for his own benefit. He was convinced that it would become a real salvation for her. When Iko asked if he was able to help him, he confirmed with confidence and suggested that he go on the road together. The girl swore and thoughtfully plunged into her thoughts. The young man immediately realized that something was restraining her, and not just leaving school. The girl was amazed at where he learned about it. In response, the guy with a smile said he was the first in the world, and advised her to start everything with a blank sheet. Nico was born in the remote village of the animals, far from the capital's lands. She was distinguished from her baby by an incredibly large number of mana than her father was proud of. Her extraordinary power has become a source of new hope for all villagers. The time passed, and in the end, all the villagers gathered as much gold as possible so that the girl could join the prestigious Royal Academy of Magic. They mistakenly thought that becoming an outstanding witch, IVF, would help to flourish their village. The girl mastered the shape of a predator for the elements of wind and earth. But because of the too weak magical attack, its capabilities did not compare with the skills of classmates. It did not reach half of their strength. That is why she was considered a failure. That is why it cannot seem. It has no moral right to bring the villagers. The expectations of the inhabitants lay on the shoulders of a single girl with a heavy, unbearable burden. This pressing is constantly depressing her heart, invisibly destroying the soul from the inside, and still, the hero assures the girl who has already thought for her the way to salvation. A new chance to break free of happiness awaits her. Now everything is different, not as it was with her. Echo explained what he meant under a wonderful opportunity, and asked her not to take what he said too close to the heart. The hero stated that he was going to become the first in the world. It surprised the Echo. It did not fully realize what it was in mind. He explains that it means to be the strongest in the world. There is no one who would surpass him. It will now become one of his associates. The Royal Academy of Magic, as he ironically points out, is not worth the little finger, but the title of court magic is a solid banality. He is convinced that the peasants will also be delighted. Moreover, they will celebrate this event as a real miracle. In the heart of the village, a huge bronze statue will grow in its honor, and the legends that will live in the memory of descendants for centuries will be weaved around her name. The girl laughed at the herd. The guy stated that Iko would soon return to the famous, and then the father will ask her to take an autograph in Second Sons. The girl laughed sincerely and loudly. Both had a fun time, laughing. IVF confidently and without a shadow of doubt stated that it would certainly go with it. It so happened that Iko Elevator, Paladin Bestia, suddenly turned into his faithful ally. Sato reports Ikkyo that she is being recalled today and asks to get permission to join Class A as his guard. In the office of the director, along with ECO, there are Sylvia and Second. The woman rubbed the temple slightly, asking the boys to give her a few minutes. The young man agreed and clarified how long they would have to wait. She replied that an urgent meeting of staff was planned for lunch, after which the decisions would be made on them. The hero came to the door and, before going out, said that in this case they would wait for pleasant news. Sylvia wondered in surprise why he was asking for it. The hero noted that all this sounds somewhat incredible. However, he firmly believes his request will certainly be fulfilled. The girl does not understand where he has such confidence. Sato explains that they are here under the student exchange program. In addition, he is a revered foreigner who witnessed the persecution. It is especially difficult now for the beasts. And now Sylvia understands, because with Pan is a country that is favorably attributed to such as they are. They will perceive it as a problem. Even if it is not true, it will still look as uncomfortable and repulsive as possible. In addition, the staff of the establishment was trapped. Even when someone accuses them of concealing the truth, they can do nothing. They do not seek new complications. They will want to resolve everything with minimal losses, so they will probably meet him and agree to his conditions. Echo Creme has proven its ingenuity for the second time. He stated that this is because it is the best in the world. The heroes went to the dining room, And there was the main one. The prince immediately asked the hero whether he was really going to take Sing in a companion. Sato replied that this girl had an extraordinary talent for healing. The fact that others did not notice this Dara eloquently testifies to the true essence of this school. Main laughed and noted that he was genuinely admired by his straightforwardness. From these words, the hero was noticeably embarrassed. He was already going to ask the prince's preferences, as Sylvia stopped him strongly. She exclaimed his name. IVF did not realize what was happening. Suddenly, a voice came to the side. Saito instantly turned to the sound. It was Kevin. The young man did not have time to say how he immediately asked the result of consideration. The professor assured that the decision was made without any comments. From today, Iko-san will accompany him in class, and as a personal guard. The hero smiled when he heard this news, and noted that I was glad to change. After that, Kevin said goodbye and went out. Sato rejoices that the professor was quite careful, and did not ask anything. If he spoke, the hero would not resist and fall asleep with a caustic sarcasm about mockery of a woman announcement. Sylvia explained why the hero sent to Iko to Class A. The hero recalled that he had not had a very smart satellite of the night. It would be much easier to answer that now they will no longer be fun, but in fact the reason is quite different. For a moment, he had the idea of revenge on those who poisoned the Echo. The same Echo did not want such retribution. She only confesses that she wants to be near him. That's all. The girls look at the guy, hoping to hear his answer. He replies that the reason is simple. She is his companion. Meanwhile, they are in the library. Because it is only exchange students, they should appreciate every moment of stay here. Sylvia should master magic as soon as possible. A week has passed since, and his lessons have already been fruitful. In just 3 days, Sylvia has mastered the predatory form of fire from witchcraft. Moreover, Sylvia has mastered some trick. After all, they borrowed books in the library dedicated to all 4 components of the choral form. It was a great opportunity to study them yourself. It seemed to him that he had coped with this science perfectly. Sylvia also taught the full. For hours, with her head plunged into books, tirelessly studied in the library. She has already mastered everything necessary through his training. So for a while they had real silence and peace. The heroes carelessly lie on the grass. They talked, overtook the ball, had fun. This is how they enjoyed the last cozy days. At first glance, it might seem that he was just playing, but in fact it was hiding a clear goal. It looks as if he had already gained Main's trust, but his thoughts are busy that he still remains unfinished. He does this to see the 4th form of groomeries, because they are stored in the walls of the royal palace. The first rank engine that will have to face is Algin. Among the head dungeons, it is considered the easiest, but yet, for him and his team, this can now be a good obstacle. That is why he tries to shorten the distance between each other and the main. The guy looks at Iko, which holds a piece of paper. Only now does he realize that Iko is not reading well. It turns out that it is difficult for her to deal with the generally accepted Japanese language of this world. In the game, the families spoke in their native language, which means that Iko specifically mastered Japanese to be able to join school. Whatever it is, although at first glance it does not seem very intelligent, perhaps in fact her intelligence is striking. Or maybe it's just a game of his imagination. He took an Iko shepherd on which there was an inscription on the Convention of Witchcraft. This event seems to be held every year. In addition, the winner is waiting for a special reward. He decided to find out what award the winner would receive, and the reward will be the pursuit ring. The young man trembled, and Iko looked at him in surprise. Then he, a little discorded, explained to her that they were going to the Magical Congress. The persecution ring is a truly extremely powerful artifact. Its unique property gives 10% probability to strike an additional impact after use. Everyone considered this effect extremely cool. However, Sato understands that people completely perceive its meaning. In fact, this item is subject to 3 improvements. If the player is friends with a high-level master who is able to improve the equipment, the persecution ring will change, giving the owner supernatural abilities. The price of this artifact is 1.5 billion claw. At least it costs so much in Mobi. Sato was ready to buy a thing at any cost. It was absolutely necessary. They were lucky. The Congress of Sorcerers was to begin on the last day of the student program. For a stranger, like him, for whom Grimoire is rather a long-time admiration, meeting with suspicions was quite likely. But if they move immediately, they will be able to avoid any trouble. On the eve of the gathering, The White's witch is interested in Maine whether he intends to attend the event. He explains that, as the second prince, is obliged to participate in this. Then he is interested in the second, whether he also intends to join. He confirms his participation. Sylvia is amazed. She asks why she didn't know anything about it. Sato explains that he simply did not tell. The prince turns away with sadness. The hero noticed this and wondered why he did not seek to join the gathering of sorcerers. In response, he said quietly that his older brother should come here tomorrow. He does not find a common language with his brother at all. The senior has a great talent and always treats others. Although he himself, a gifted magician, his brother, who became famous for his skill in his own sword, constantly humiliates and offends him, considering it weak. His brother is convinced that the struggle for the throne is going on, so he perceives him as a threat. And the young man himself is convinced that the true purpose of the brother is to humiliate him in front of everyone. Therefore, the first prince is headed by the First Knight Order. Looks a rather decent person. Sato looked toward Sylvia. The girl's face darkened with grief. The young man finally realized. The first prince is not just a high-ranking member of the Knight Order, which was presented by Sylvia. He is the main one among those who pursue it. Under no circumstances the second prince cannot miss this congress, otherwise the brother will immediately put a coward brand. Sylvia changes the topic smoothly, looks at the second, and shares the news. This morning she managed to master the movement with twisting. The guy, surprised, asks why he has not heard about it. The girl denied that she did not say that. The young man immediately realized that she answered him with the same coin. Day of Congress of Witchcraft. The auditorium is raging from people. Students live lively that this time the participants are much less, and because of the new rules, everything is not the same. The level of competitions is rapidly falling. The hero is genuinely surprised. Do these future magicians and no idea how valuable this pursuit ring is? One of the boys has heard that this year His Majesty would appear among the audience. Hearing this, the boys talked vividly about the relationship between the first and second prince. But wherever you look at the academy, they only talk about confrontation between the first and second prince. The site does not consider that Maine himself is the cause of all this noise. It is likely that the first prince consciously spoils them. Is his hatred of the Maine so deep? It is at this point that the second prince appears, and the guys who have just discussed it are silent in the moment. Sato wondered whether the prince was ahead by selling. He immediately replied that he had already gone to the semi-finals. The second expressed the hope that their paths would not intersect before the final meeting. The main joke suggested meeting in the finale. The hero addressed Maine with a question of how to do with a sorcerer. He heard the stunned all those present. They did not expect such a question. The prince said in surprise that he enrolled without even imagining what he got involved. Sato was convinced that participants would certainly begin to destroy each other with magic. However, the prince strongly denied this opinion. Then the matter is that they only destroy each other. The prince asked where to use the magic and, thinking, grabbed his head. The Congress of Witches is convened by a crown of rivalry, so there is no need to destroy something. This item guarantees that Congress will be without a single threat to life. All events within the competition organized by the crown exist only in the world of imagination. If it is a competition, even when its level of lives falls to 0, everything will just end. And no matter how circumstances, everything will return to its place. Its strokes should only be magical. This is the only condition this time. Listening to the main thing, the hero completely believes in it. What a terrible this game. The third duel, beginners. The second participant in Class A resists Dana from Class F. Iko is truly fascinated by the sky. A circle with a radius of 50 meters outlines the boundaries of the arena. He crossed this border, so he was defeated. The judge gave the boys a sign to prepare and start. The battle broke out. Judging by the color and patterns of this magic, it is easy to recognize. He chose the shape of a wind hunter. If you will be harmful during the spell, it will be interrupted instantly. Therefore, magic with prolonged preparation, starting from the level of predator and above, become quite useless during the competition. Dan Kun really tried to put him so? Apparently he learned somewhere that the second could not fully use magic. To make fun of the strongest in the world, this does not happen without consequences. The hero became angry, and without holding back indignation, threw the opponent. Get ready! He reached forward, calling on the power of OPA, giving birth to a windy shape. Immediately answered the blow of Windy Predator. Both forces came together in a crazy duel. There is one interesting feature in the collision of magical forces. It is a protective tactic that allows you to completely neutralize the opponent's attack. It can be mastered quickly enough, however, when compared with the form of Opal. After using the predatory form, the recovery period is twice longer. Dan is stunned by what is happening. Stoto gives him the choice, to endure cruel torment or perish, leaving the eternal shame. Then the main character uses the technique of Fiery Swing, a form of the 5th level, which reduces the time of preparation of spell into 2 stages. The attack power is 3 times higher than the intelligence rate. Dan realizes that he is end. Secondly, I instantly released a fiery ball into the enemy. She caught up with him, and suddenly everything exploded. Dan Leon comes to mind, and Cito realizes that he clearly overdone. The judge announces, the second rival won. As soon as the battle ends, the arena becomes calm again, as if nothing extraordinary happened on it. The hero approached Sylvia and Iko, announcing the joyful news of his victory. The woman desperately exclaims that this guy is incredibly strong. The knight jokingly points out that he clearly overdone. After all, he was destined to become the first in the world. In addition, they are waiting for goodbye today. All you have to do is get the trophy, and they will instantly escape. But the girl warns him, do not admire too much. Do not overdo it. Instead, Iko calls for the guy not to give up and put on the full. Semifinals, the second match. The first-year student of Class A competes against the participant of the 4th year of the same class, Kate. The winner gets a chance to meet Maine in the finale. The guy was ordered to prepare, and as soon as the fight began, the cat rushed without delay. In a magic competition among ordinary students, the result often determines who will strike. If this is the essence, then the basis of the duel in the form of Oppo, which allows to instantly invent a cunning move. Both opponents skillfully possess the element of the wind. The hero is aware that everything is inevitably approaching the dead end. Then both will start spelling at the same time. Their spells will collide in the air, neutralizing each other and pouring everything to the beginning. It is here that the main drawback of this competition is one of the reasons why this game is so unsuccessful. Of course, since they were all newcomers, the common language was quickly found, so things stopped at the dead point. Katya addresses the guy with the suggestion, if he retreats, he will receive a decent reward. Sato wondered the reason. In response, he explained that he could not allow him to fight with His Majesty. At first, he will allow him to win His Majesty, and then will arrange a friendly competition with his glowing Klaus. The hero asks why he is told. In response, he hears that he does not deserve it, everything he is required to lose. Is the reason that he can defeat the first Prince Maine? Kate categorically denies everything. All this makes sense only because true confrontation is possible only between the main power of His Majesty and Klaus. So, in other words, they try to use this competition for political purposes. Kate replies that in such circumstances they are unlikely to be agreed. It seems to be specifically hired to ensure that Maine's victory. Probably, this is another servant of Claus. If the tournament has only a form of friendly rivalry, then this type is simply going to defeat the Maine directly in the eyes of everyone. It turns out that the rumors that spread in the waiting room were not exaggerated. The hero feels deep disappointment, desperate negotiations, attempts to make him give in for a common good. This causes him special dissatisfaction. The hero with sarcasm asks Kita whether he really believed that everything would do without problems. It is not necessary to dream, they immediately grabbed in a fight. In the next moment, both used a powerful firefly, Oppo. He is confident in his abilities and is fully ready to meet him face to face. But, of course, everything will go far from plan. The hero will become the one who shows everyone that they are waiting for a real, fierce battle. Kate immediately guessed what everything goes to. The second had already got the bow from. How did he succeed in the tournament, where only magic is allowed? However, there is no time for reflection. He ordered Sylvia to watch carefully and prepare to release a magic arrow. Magic shooting is one of the wonderful combat techniques based on witchcraft. And this is the second reason why games are disappointed. The cat is gaining height. At this point, it is affected by a magical arrow. He got up holding the side. Tell me to find out what the true purpose of the first prince is. Competitions in which only magicians and tax issues play a major role. That is why a dead end can easily occur. In addition, Prince Klaus, without a doubt, has some tricky strategy that allows him to bypass the established rules. It is likely that he has a magical fencing skill. Having such a secret advantage, Prince Claus cannot lose Mane in what circumstances? Sato noted that it was a hand. He had to understand best of all how meaningless this act was. The cat leveled the sight in the night silence, adding power to the reception of Silver General and increasing the pulse of the Earth spiral by the technique. It was an alliance of 3 skills. The cat rushed forward. The hero only called that all these efforts were in vain. The guy struck a real avalanche of stones, and he fell down. The judge declared the winner of the second participant. People explode in joy. Someone apologizes to the first prince, but he just smiles and assures that there is no reason to worry. Now, he will have to review his plans. It seems that if he still takes this guy to the team, he will get a real treasure. And secondly, his meaningless younger brother will remain nothing understanding. Kate notes that this guy is among the truly strong opponents. The first prince is genuinely surprised that he was able to find a person capable of combining magic while studying at the academy. His decision to visit here was quite justified. Sago will become a wonderful figure on the chessboard intrigue. Now is the time of the finale. Mane notes that he feels the great power of the hero. Sato apologizes that he hid it. The prince does not think to be offended. On the contrary, the guy becomes even more cute. The hero asks him to be held to the royal palace next time to familiarize himself with the 4th form. The prince is embarrassed, being in an uncomfortable position. The judge urges everyone to prepare, and the next moment he announced the beginning of the duel. The prince, along with Sato, chose the wind Oppo Oppo. However, this time none of them began to use magical shooting, because it would ruin all curiosity. The young man suspects that the prince will try again to destroy their attack, turning everyone at the beginning. Obviously, the hopes did not come true as quickly as they would like. However, the Mane is already preparing to use the cancellation. The young man strongly intervened and shifted the time of the spell. If the swallowing is attacking it, the process of fascination will break. At the same time, if he starts a spell in the midst of the attack, everything will stop. Mane began to derive the formula Windlick, and the hero was only annoyed with his tongue. He noticed the prince's watchful look. Such in PvP is not allowed under any circumstances. He called his main chip a real trump card. However, Sato underestimated the main rival. Although he taught others not to despise the rivals, he eventually made the same mistake. The young man is going to apply the most powerful spell, demonstrating the dignity of a person who has already defended the title of a wise general 22 times in a row. Sato turned to the prince, ordered to watch carefully. It goes into a fiery rack, and the prince corresponds to the sophisticated movement of the wind. The hero rushes to the attack, but at this distance it is just a futile attempt, too far to get the opponent. Many years of experience does not fail. He feels the border instinctively without even looking at the measurements. The magic of the hero absorbed the magic of the second prince. He is stunned, unable to believe. Mane noticed how the hero moved to the next purpose. His behavior caused her surprise. He does not notice the mysterious outlines of magic. Wags do not always serve for the attack. Sometimes they are perfect to hide your next move. And this technique will later turn into a form of land predator. As soon as the spell was completed, something mysterious began to emerge from the ground. Sathos causes a wall that limits enemy freedom. In addition, it is also a powerful magical attack, which is appreciated by even experienced fighters. Time to complete the duel. The guy uses water curl technique. The blow reached the goal. The prince was on the ground. Sato watched him carefully, without drawing his eyes. Ming smiled and admitted his defeat. The crowd gladly exploded. The hero asked the prince with dissatisfaction what it caused him to laugh. His indignation was felt in every word, while the prince only looked at him in confusion, not understanding the causes of anger. The guy sighs, standing in front of a man, and confesses the second that he is really strong. Second, in response, if the form of his corals was at least the 5th grade, he would not have been avoided. In fact, he was everything on the hair from failure. Unconsciously, he could disgrace himself, because there was no force that can be relied on. He looks at the second and asks if he really is so strong. Second carefully catches his gaze. But no. Isn't it annoying when you lose to the one who despised you? But he just shrugged. They say not very angry. Then she asks him not to deceive himself. If now he does not give his anger, so everything will remain for life. After these words, they both silence. The older brother of the blonde, approaching and applauding, notes that the boy has a wonderful insight. He adds, "As the second said, your brother is not determined, and repeats this thought again and again. He finally realized what this guy was capable of. Here is a real talent. Stunned, he allows him to join and take over the experience of leadership with him. Their conversation is carefully listened to by others without taking their eyes off this scene. Being under the personal supervision of Klaus, the first prince, he has every chance to take a key position in the elite of the First Knight Order. In addition, when Klaus goes down to the throne, his status will be raised even higher, which is an extraordinary event, and he understands it perfectly. However, if he refuses, it will actually mean that he openly recognizes Klaus, the first prince, his enemy. It is simply impossible to give up this. This is how everyone who has common sense thinks. Suddenly, the next moment, Denise refuses the guy's offer. Everyone around the event's struck by such a turn, and the guy himself she asks her to repeat the said. Second smiles and refuses without any hesitation. The guy, restraining anger, looks at him silently. But the main character is not in a wonder. He predicted such a reaction. In the end, Klaus could not finally eradicate all evil from Maine, so he decided to appear on his own and try to attract him to his side. It is he who heads this mysterious knight organization. He irritates if he really wants it. The Sekad explains. Before the start of the duel, he promised Maine, which after all he would certainly go with him to the royal palace. The true meaning of these words is hidden between the lines. They hint that he has already plotted the second prince. Just a few minutes ago, he concluded an agreement with him. He asks to send him to the royal palace, and he immediately agrees. This can even be confirmed by the judge standing nearby. The guy still boils from anger and turns to dark-haired. Is this true? He just nods, confirming his words. He fiercely clapped his teeth, barely holding back anger. The agreement between him and the second prince has already been concluded. Barrageously intervening and trying to recruit someone in the eyes of everyone, he actually publicly recruits. Even if it is the first prince, this behavior is a frank violation of etiquette. He understands how sad it is, but at the same time, it is great. From now on, it begins to demand evidence of dedication. The guys turn his views on him. Blondin returns to the second guy, and he suddenly realizes the guy forgot a lesson that he recently tried to convey. Now it's time to go back to the lesson. Seknot asks if he can continue the competition until he loses control. However, he adds that he is more condescending, because he cannot defeat such an enemy. The second notes that this feature needs to be changed, so he calls him a weak and stupid brother, emphasizing that he is extremely harsh, almost like a true older brother. The hero asks him not to equate them to each other, jokingly clicks on the forehead and confesses that it is a friendship between them. At first, the guy looks at a friend with regret, and then smiles and stifles him. An angry man is stepping up the corridors of the building, throwing the abusive words after Maine. Finally, he goes to the director's office and asks whether the floor left a mention of himself. The girl in the glasses tries to reassure him, but he annoyedly interrupts, demanding that she fell silent and immediately provides all information about this scoundrel. Then she opens the drawer and gets a few papers. Suddenly, he sharply disrupts her documents, reads them, and notices something important. He asks whether is it just described here? What did he do in the academy? The girl notes that he is shrouded in even more secrets, and his homeland, the island state Zipan, still remains a complete mystery to all. The guy is irritatedly throwing the papers on the floor and in silence leaves the room. The girl is upset. She knew about his hot luck, but did not expect such a burning reaction. She returns to the second and notes that the one should be monitored more closely. Having received the reward of Ganeshi Ring for their victory, they manage to escape and leave behind the Royal Academy of Magic. Somehow the miracle of his idea of obtaining magic came out perfect. Now it is only necessary to master the fourth and fifth form. And so, when everything is ready, he stands in front of the estate, ready for the next step. The protagonist lifts his finger up, attracting the attention of girls, and begins to explain to them our next purpose. In any case, they decided to focus on gaining experience in dungeons. They will be studied until the IVF reaches the average level. The guy sits on the bed, and the girl listens carefully to him, standing opposite. He realized that it is important for their team to increase the overall level of skill. From now on, and in the near future, they will focus all the forces in the study of the dungeon. The girl is wondering if they go to the Dungeon of Roys again, and the other, with playful ears, happily waves her hands and shines with grip. The main character reassures the first girl, asking her not to worry. After all, they will go to the second-level dungeon to explore the mysterious place of Limp and Fafa. Both girls gladly agree to his proposal, quickly ran through the dungeons. There are few monsters here, but each of them has a great protection, although it causes weak blows. A pretty good test to train the coordination of the team. In addition, with the boss, a stone turtle, there is a shell of stone shell. Ideal economical artifact. The girl wondered again about the protection for IVF. Since the main task of Eco is to reflect the attacks of monsters on the front line, is it not necessary now to train her skills of owning a shield right now? Now she realized it. However, even the strongest protection does not guarantee full safety. Sometimes injuries are inevitable. Therefore, to be prepared for such situations, it is necessary to master the art of medical magic. The girl is wondering if they really intend to send such a clean and innocent girl to the front. The hero assures that everything is fine. She will quickly become indomitable. But this is not what she meant. The company visited the armor shop. They purchased a huge shield, the size of an IVF itself. There was no armor that would come to its fragile figure in the bench, so you choose an expensive fine river for Eco, the highest quality things. Subsequently, they visited the Greater Royal Library, a grand structure, the construction of which costs 4 million, which far exceeded the cost of the armor of their satellite. It was here that Eco has mastered the art of the shield and mastered the techniques of possession of the list. The protagonist reports that he is going to get acquainted with the Gumuar healing in the local church. He approaches and politely asks him to give him the simplest book in medical magic. The girl brings him the appropriate volume. The girl with her ears plunged into reading the book, and in a moment she mastered the basic magic of healing. Running on a horse for 4 hours from the royal capital, and then for half an hour traveling with rural off-road, the traveler eventually gets to the agrarian town of Pio. It is here, on the outskirts, and is a lip-to-fat dungeon. That's where they arrived in Pio. Shortly after arriving, in their spare time during the first 2 to 3 weeks, they undertook to explore this dungeon. The main purpose for them was to acquire the art of Ikosa panel skill. IVF effortlessly mastered the basics of numbers, which he really had to master, with the exception of the 5th technique, the art of defense of the bishop. Each has its own special properties. Pishok's defense is a standard defense. The art of the speaker's shield can reflect attacks, even a reservation. The art of Defender Kari allows and restrain the enemy, and reject him. And the art of the Golden General creates a protective field around him, and at the same time, rejects opponents. A few days passed, and during our 10th visit, Eco confidently called himself a paladin, vividly depicting his new image. Creating, like a dinosaur, is rapidly rushing to the girl, but she skillfully stops his pressure on her shield. The second girl, worriedly exclaiming, asks for Eco, or everything is fine with her. The main character notes that due to her skills, her health and protection indicators have increased significantly. It gradually turns into a real tank with great potential. The protagonist decides that the right moment has come to use the art of the bishop's shield. I am convinced that it is now the most successful time. He goes forward, where the boss is already waiting in the depth of the dungeon. The owner of this dungeon is a lip-to-fat, a giant monster named a stone turtle. It is famous for the incredible power of the shell, but does not differ in great force. He turns to Eco, asking if she is clear to her. She is allowed to use his team's ability to protect them, even if they make mistakes. It will take 15 minutes to win, but in case of mistakes, they will have to start from the beginning. Will she be able to cope with this task? The girl is worried that she can handle, and then uncertainly takes a few steps forward. The main character proposes to start. She stops in front of the monster, resolutely holding a shield in front of her. The protagonist manages to repel the attack. In order to obtain a bishop's concept, he must use this skill to defend the perfect protection from 100 blows from a row from the boss, which exceeds his force. The main feature is absolute protection. In other words, it cannot get even the slightest harm. That is why it will not have many ways to defend themselves. The main character again reflects the strokes, preparing with the help of a powerful spear pavement technique to reflect the attacks from afar. She is skillfully parked by the incident to contradict the art of knightly accounting, or to expand the offensive with the force of a golden general. Parification is a special technique that is activated when you coincide with the attack of the enemy and put the block in time. In this way, you completely avoid harm, as well as causing easy repulsion to the enemy. In the end, everything comes down to the fact that a music game is in front of us. To master it is a real challenge. However, as the player feels the rhythm and captures the moment to blow, he will be able to skillfully reflect the attacks with steam and gain an incredibly powerful advantage in battle. The protagonist appeals to the ego team, challenging them, and stands up, reflecting strokes. However, at first, he is not easy to guess the right moment for a successful paradise. The attack of a stone turtle looks quite simple and even primitive. However, it is not easy to catch the right moment for the counterattack. An unexpected girl throws away a sharp blow. Her partners look at her in surprise, and the main character reports that Anatoly has slowed down. Will she be able to move on? The girl confidently replies and uses easy treatment. The monster again rushes to a girl with a wild scream. She is instantly hiding behind the shield. From this moment, their battle with a stone turtle lasts almost 2 hours. Finally, on the verge of exhaustion, Ikkyo comprehends the art of calculating the bishop's moves. The protagonist, leaning his hand against the wall, turns to Sylvia and reports that it is time to master the art of magical shooting. The girl looks at him without hiding her astonishment. The girl agrees, and adds that in love will help if she can. The protagonist assures that she is quite ready, and it is from this moment that they will begin to study magical shooting. The girl was jumping by surprise. She was not ready for that. The girl with her ears shone with joy and was curious about what she would be like. The protagonist thought, and came to the conclusion that this is a really right question. The guy reports that today he goes to the dungeon to test the art of the shield at the bishop in Eco. It will compete with a stone turtle. You need to get a shell shield. The girl suddenly rejoices in this news. Recently, Eco is constantly radiating joy. This girl is reminiscent of a cat, but she is a real dog in her soul. The protagonist offers not to waste and move on, so they plunge into the thickets of the forest. The Trinity steps the forest path. The protagonist proposes to first try to combine shooting and magic, to which the blonde girl with a smile sticks and strongly pulls the bowstrings of the bow. To get the ability to combine with magic, it needs to destroy 1,000 monsters with magic, and each of them lose 25% of health with a shooting blow. It is not difficult for her. With such skill, she will cope with this task in just a week. The protagonist appeals to Eco with a proposal to try himself in art. Given that beaded work will allow her to impress others, the girl willingly agrees. The girl stands in front of the monster, holding the shield in front of her. Ominous creatures are preparing to attack, but it instantly activates the art of the bishop's shield, and the surface of the shield flashes bright light. Both girls are surprised to see how Echo was able to overcome the monster. The episcopal shield magic not only reinforces protection, but also creates a powerful barrier. It at the same time protects and strengthens the shield. When the art reaches the 9th rank, it will protect yourself with a value that is more than your own defense. If your character is high, this ability will be a powerful shield, able to repel even devastating strokes of boss monsters. The young man notes that this ability is extremely strong, but she absorbs many mana, so she advises to use it only in truly important cases. The girl looks at him with surprise and confusion. A girl with tears in her eyes, and the guy is wondering what happened. She is touched by confessing that she was able to benefit for the first time. It turns out that the extraordinary power of the bishop's protective art was so impressed by her soul that even in the deepest corners of the heart of Eco responded this unusual event. A blonde with a joyful smile announces that she has already learned everything he needed. In response, the young man proposes to test the knowledge in practice and use the appropriate form. The girl enthusiastically agrees. The girl is already alert. He pulls a bow of a bow and suddenly notices how huge it is, a monster. Stunned, she is distrustful of the protagonist, whether he is really confident in his decision. He only nods. After that, the girl releases the bowstring. The arrow breaks into the flight. 5th category pawns, released, followed by 9th grade fiery circle technique. It is a brilliant combination of techniques. The monster explodes, and the main character is surprised to understand that she now has a 9-level form of fire. Critical injuries, 1.612, more than a worthy result, which is worth using serious use. If her shot technique is turned into a tour or silver general, as well as to improve the motion of the curl, then the magic shot will become a great auxiliary skill to maintain the rear. This is what Eco is expected to want Sylvia to put it into full. He sincerely rejoices in her success. The protagonist suddenly decides to act. He approaches the girl, and she, stunned, looks at him widely open eyes. Sylvia is confused and cannot understand what he had found. He firmly states that he wants to do it right now and here. The girl stops him, asking if they do it too early. Maybe it's a little better to get to know each other? He sadly points out that he can only help when he becomes stronger. The girl is lost, and he adds that when you find yourself in the heart of the persecution, you just have to gain strength. The girl is annoying, and she is acutely and with irony. She gave him a slap on his cheek. There was a mark on the skin. The young man immediately began to apologize, but noted that she should remember that it also affects the connection with the winged fiery wolf. Like her future stone shield cheek, this eco has already plunged into sleep, peacefully settling on the bed. In any case, he hardly asks her to listen carefully. Reinforced equipment is a real treasure. Now the harm from her shot hand will grow significantly. How much can she be done? She pretends to be about 3,000. The heroine notes that if you improve the bow of a fiery wolf to the highest level, his strength will grow to the striking 12,000. It is covered by a real shock. If you add to the improvement another 3,000, you will get 12,000. This is 4 times more. Such a powerful increase cannot be ignored, so the update is really important. The girl is wondering what happens when it comes to improvement. The young man notes that she realized everything. They will need a blacksmith. But how did he manage to find him? He can choose one of the 4 ways: to collect his own team, to register in the guild, and to open the door for new participants. It is much easier to involve new people in a team than acting on their own. However, it is difficult to predict when a talented blacksmith happens, and sometimes it may not be nearby. And this is a significant obstacle. The second difficult task is to find and involve those in whom the talent in blacksmithing potentially. In the case of luck, there are many advantages, but the likelihood is to come across at least one such person. No more than 1 of 10,000. The third option is to persuade the master's blacksmith to join us. This is probably the most realistic way, though not too promising. A real blacksmith is an extremely valuable specialist, so it is not necessary to hope that he will leave his own business for the sake of strangers. The fourth way seems to be the most successful. The girl looks carefully and says without hesitation what she thought. The protagonist proposes to buy a servant. The girl is responsible that in such circumstances it will be very easy to find the right one. He is surprised that she was not angry at all. She explains, he needs a servant who is prone to blacksmithing, and just such a good candidate should appear soon. If we have already come about the servant's market, no one will be superfluous to get acquainted with their characteristics. The young man was surprised by her unexpected consent. He was convinced that she would be angry, wanted to laugh at the servant, and then hit him. But this never happened. The main character agrees. Okay, then tomorrow they will return to the capital and visit the merchant of servants. She fully understands that he seems to be in this outfit. This outfit is very rare and makes a luxurious impression. It will fit much better. Great thought. So, everything is decided. He will prepare it. The protagonist, together with the satellites, finds himself in the heart of the kingdom, the capital of Winston. They go to the market of servants of Morris, where they are immediately met by a friendly man with a sincere smile. He is happy to meet them, introducing himself as the president of the company, Philip. It is the most influential man in these parts. His clothes have a truly stunning power. It is enough to appear in it, as the surrounding instantly feel its incredible impact. The protagonist reports that the blacksmith is looking for a blacksmith, and asks if several candidates can be viewed. The man agrees, and proposes to present the masters himself. There is a cup of tea on the table, and several chains of men come to the room. Now the protagonist realizes why Sylvia did not get angry with him. He sits, folding his hands on his chest. He seems to be wrong. In fact, they were looking for blacksmiths. Despite this, the servants tried to cheer him up, because he hoped to see the young boys. But the young man just sighed through disappointment. Philip wondered if he had someone to their liking, which the guy asked to give a little time to think. He was genuinely surprised that all around, mature men. That is why there was no one who really liked it. However, now that everyone has discovered their character traits, he was able to spread everyone on the shelves. With regard to the ideal qualities that the blacksmith should have, there is important strength, agility, and luck, and well-developed intelligence will be an additional advantage. And the class, which best combines all these features, is called the blacksmith. In addition, if they become blacksmiths that serve the weapons of the future strongest fighter in the world, it would be logical to want their characteristics to be extremely high, the main character thinks, delving into reflections. The protagonist with anxiety notes that there is no person he is looking for. Servants are silently watching him. Philip apologizes, but only servants with a criminal past remain at his disposal. The protagonist has no idea how they differ from ordinary, but it does not bother him at all, because among them, there is a first-class blacksmith. The protagonist agrees and asks Philip to give an agreement. He explains that since they are all criminals, it is impossible to bring them here, so he will have to go with him to the slaves. The man asks Eiko and Sylvia to wait here, and the girls agree. It seems that Marisa is quite wealthy. The servant in the estate does not pose. Their well-being is quite worthy, and you will hardly see people with a depressed look. Philip demonstrates the place of maintenance of criminal servants. Among the prisoners, blacksmith. The fair-haired guy sits in silence, watching them carefully. However, the protagonist immediately warns them that he probably does not live up to their hopes. Philip is well aware and sincerely regret that he could not give them what they were counting on. Suddenly, the guy notices something. He notices a massive protected door and is interested in who hides behind them. Philip replies that it is the least he can thank and opens a small window in the iron door. There is an elfin that carefully adjusts her hair. Once she was an assassin in the Duchess, which was recently executed. The elfin was forced to kill by order through a servant's contract. The court acknowledged that she was innocent, pardon it, and sent it here. The guy is delighted with the people of the Dark Elves. It is endowed with unusual abilities, although it is a contract with the Kingdom of Castle on the contract. If they decided to use it, it is likely that only as a maid. As the guy sees, even though she is a dark elfish, no one has yet taken it. This creates great difficulty. The main character realized that she was not able to attack. This is a serious restriction, so why did no one pay attention to it yet? Probably many would like to get such a seductive thing. Philip notes that people often complain about the limiters. This is exactly how the Kingdom of Castle prevails in the prejudice and the persecution of dark elves. So obviously, certain laws have been implemented in combating it. In other words, the very idea of making a dark elfian maid is shameful. Even the existence of such a servant throws a shadow of shame. The main character watches her through the window and asks her to show her peculiarities. Elf carefully draws her eyes, evaluating the size. He views it with interest. First of all, it draws attention to its agility. In addition, it is endowed with considerable power and a sharp mind. Dark elves are an extremely universal race that skillfully possesses both fencing and shooting and magic. Her features perfect the design of the game. But as it is possible, both luck and speed are just going crazy. The guy is not standing and wondering what skill she has mastered. The girl calls fencing, shooting, magic, thread control, skill of secret murders. Now he understood everything. Extremely high agility not only exacerbates magic, but also gives preference to thread control. It is she who explains her lightning speed during hidden attacks. This means that her class can choose a blacksmith. The protagonist is wondering how much she costs, and this causes Philip's joy. It was at that moment that he decided to buy it. Cost is 16 million. The amazing conception of the future brilliant blacksmith for that amount testifies only one thing. This world is doomed. In this case, Philip will make a servant contract. This document is necessary for the magic of servants. He used to see him in a Mobion. After the contract is concluded, the owner and the servant will no longer be able to violate any of the points defined in it. But this magic is not that it happens after the violation. It is a powerful mystical force that does not even try to cross the ban. However, there are several intricate ways to get around it with impunity. Philip is interested in the terms of the agreement, but the protagonist is so stuck in his own reflections that he did not even read what was written there. The essence of this contract is as follows. The gentleman treats the servant in a human way, and the servant, in turn, obeys the owner. All these conditions are quite natural and obvious. There is one detail that worries me. The servant has no right to attack people. This is quite serious. If someone decides to attack her, she will become defenseless and will not be able to repel. Just remain under blows, not being able to do anything. Philip reassures, they say, this is a state order, so everything is fine. The main character without hesitation signs the contract, accepting all the conditions. The servant also signs an agreement. Philip activates the magic of service that covers the boy and the elf radia. When the magic is completed, he thanks for it. The second time, for a successful purchase. The protagonist refers to a balanced ELN, with a question about her name. But with peace, he replies that he has no name. The guy briefly reports that they will now go up to the registration rack. Second immediately notices that his joke was unsuccessful, and a clear disgust appears on the face of the Elfia. Even with her servant state, This girl is not as simple as it may seem at first glance. However, she has no name. What was her past life? In such a situation, he hesitates. Is it appropriate to ask her to allow her name? But she nods unnoticed, agreeing. Secondly, it reflects on the name. Tagular skin of chocolate, purple hair. It thoughtfully returns to shades of purple. After a short hesitation, he finally makes the final decision. Second is interested in the girl. What happened to Yukari? In response, she calms her eyes without saying a word. She politely bows, confirming that her name is Yukari, and agrees to obey him if he turns to her as a lady. The man in response calls his name, and later introduces her to his comrades. The girls were quite surprised by the arrival of the second, because it appeared not by itself, but also accompanied by a crawler. Sylvia with a gentle smile watched this duet of newcomers. Sylvia is amazed and asks the guy if this charming ELN is a blacksmith. The protagonist explains that from now on, Yukari begins to study for blacksmithing. It is a great stunning Sylvia. She could not imagine that it would be a girlfriend. Why didn't she even sleep such a likelihood? Yes, they are really huge. Iko seems to be Yukari and says he hopes to become good girlfriends with her. Yukari replies that he also wants to harmoniously understand IVF. IVF is marked by a pronounced special way of communication. And now Yukari, a girl who always retains self-control. The guy notes that, although the appearance of Sylvia can mislead, in fact she is a skilled magic archer. She does not understand this yet, but he promises, over time, everything will become clear. Now they go back to the city of Pago, where they will discuss their further steps. At first, it seemed to him that he was full of excitement, and later realized it was a false feeling. During their journey to Pago, he tried to get closer to Yukari, asking him a different way. As a result, she behaved confidently and firmly, and all his questions answered briefly, cold, and with a note of the sum in her voice. Since communication was difficult for him, he quickly left these attempts. Then they rode. Although she is a maid, at the same time a valuable ally, he would like to approach her if there was such an opportunity. After all, if the relationship is unsuccessful, even becoming a skilled blacksmith, it can go. Thinking well, he came to the conclusion, it is best to just ask her directly. They arrive in the city, and the protagonist appeals to Yukari to tell him about his past. The girl asks if it is in order. At the same time, if she is not interested, she may not answer. They look carefully at each other. Closing her eyes, she states with dignity that, despite all his respects to him, she refuses to accept it. The girl, smiling cunningly, leaves something else. He did not think that he could get so much from her. It becomes too emotional when asked about something, so it is obvious that something important is hidden in her past. That is why she speaks little and behaves so wary. He is afraid that someone learns about her secrets. Suddenly, the main character comes that all this happened just when he ranked first in the world. He recalls how one guy asked what he was doing in his life. It seemed that he once had to feel the same emotions as Yukari when answering this question. He always said that he was working in the real estate, but hid the truth, fearing that frankness could spoil their relationship. People quickly picked up rumors about his unemployment, and then glanced at him with a contemptuous condemnation. To avoid such cold looks, he always kept away. In advance, he jokingly stated that he was the first place in the world to take his hobby. Yukari is not guided by such simple motives. She feels that there is much in common between them. However, she is concerned about doubts. Will he be able to accept her as she is? If she reveals all her secrets, he must convince her that these people will certainly accept her true, whatever her past. Even if she reveals all her secrets, it will not be easy, but if he has no idea how to act, what is left for him but how to try? Suddenly, he comes up and announces that, no matter how cool, it is time to have lunch. They discuss the opportunity to create their own group as they all plunged around in the bar and enthusiastically sorted the drinks. Sylvia and Iko carefully watch the elfin, which again insists on their group's question. The second suddenly realizes that I completely forgot to tell her about their true intentions. He seeks to become the first in the world. Sylvia and IVF are its constant companions that always put a shoulder help. He would like you to support him on the way. The girl replies that she is just a maid and is ready to help with everything she can. However, she is genuinely surprised. What really means to be first in the world? The protagonist asks if she realizes that he is not jokes. She calmly assures that yes. However, the guy realizes that she does not believe him. Sylvia notes that he thinks for a long time. But how will he be able to fulfill the most cherished dream of the whole world? The main character notes that this is the right question. She is wondering why he turns to her, saying the name completely. The second assures that everything is quite simple. It is worth exploring the properties of each title as soon as possible, and then defeat its owner in a duel. It is only necessary to win every battle for the title. The girl responds in amazement to such words. The title is the highest distinction in any skill, and it is easy to explain. Take the example of shooting. It distinguishes 7 podvichko, starting with a pawfish shooting and to improved shooting of the tour. In order to obtain the title of firing master, you will first have to pump all 9 auxiliary skills to the 9th level. This is the first and prerequisite. The second condition is to participate and win the title matches, which are held twice a year, in the summer and winter. These are the tournament battles, where everyone who has passed the previous stage converge in a fierce struggle for the desired title. If he fulfills the second condition, he will have the unique opportunity to challenge the current owner of the title. Having defeated him in a duel, he will have the right to officially become a general of demons, who punches armor. You can become the first to fulfill a certain condition on the server, or to defeat rivals in the fight for the title. Therefore, the same title cannot belong to several people at the same time. From this it follows that this title means unquestionable perfection in its business. Both in theory and in practice, it is the pinnacle of skill. Having achieved it in each of the skills, a person becomes a true, unsurpassed master. The conquest of each title is undoubtedly a significant argument in favor of his championship in the world, but this is not enough to proclaim himself as a real number alone. The Mobion ranking system provided other, equally important criteria. First of all, you need to strive for each title. He is wondering if she is familiar with the title matches. The girl answers and asks whether she is going to participate in them. The protagonist wants to become the best in the world. There is nothing unexpected. However, Elf assures that this task is impossible. The guy again asks the same question. Here's the third time. It is impossible. Seknod wondered why she thought so. She explains that this world is already such a power. That is why she thinks. She is convinced that it is impossible to be so powerful. The girl notes that she should not rush such light-hearted words. Both look angry. The protagonist asks her not to evade the answer and to allow her to show why she believes that they will not be able to become stronger. The girl insists again. They say, so this world is already arranged. However, the protagonist does not seem, and he is inquirily questioned why she thinks. The girl is ready to voice her long-awaited answer, but suddenly stops for half a word and asks him to forget about it. She asks if he can go first and receives a praise without any hesitation. The main character thinks what this woman wanted to say. If you consider the fact that she now has neither a name nor the former glory of the killer, the answer is quite obvious. It is likely that since childhood it has not been seen as a person. That's so harsh life of the killer. The pain and cruelty that accompany the path to power, as well as helplessness, when it is not possible to protect those for whom you want to change. That's why it broke out, accusing him of lightness. At heart, he would agree with her words, so that they would not be addressed to him. Sylvia warns the boy that it is dangerous to deal with. In response, the protagonist notes that her moral principles are probably far from sustainability. Considering that before he purchased it, she was killed in prison, it is in her blood. She just can't restrain herself. She seemed to see something, but restrained herself. It immediately caught her eyes. It seemed at first sight. But what did her second disturbance mean? He believes that she was afraid that her secret was floating outside. The girl smiles, and the young man is interested in the cause of her smile. She hastily assures, no, she was not laughing at all. She winks slyly to him, noting that women have often contradictory feelings. Then wakes an echo that has already started falling asleep. For the first time since their meeting, it seemed to him that Sylvia looked attractive. But in a moment, when she went somewhere, a piece of napkin that came to her hips instantly dispelled this illusion. The group is in the third-ranked dungeon called Asia Sparn. The protagonist is amazed. Why did they now move here, the dungeon of this level? It turns out that the whole thing is to create a true, cohesive team. To create a team, you need to attract at least 3 participants and complete the task in less than 2 hours. For this purpose, any third-level dungeon is suitable, so the mission is not the most difficult. It has been a lot of time since it has last passed the third-level dungeon. Once upon a time, he visited Asia Sparn's maze, and since then, he has not returned there anymore. At that moment, he forgot that the second name of Ashi Sparn was Prison of the Pilgrim. The group is greeted by several armed goblins who are wary of strangers, assessing the possible danger. Sylvia does not hide the surprise when Goblin suddenly explodes. The girl is already preparing her magical shot to put the edge of this creature once and for all. It skillfully combines the steep attack by a pedestrian figure with a fire technique. And Goblin, looking at a girl who flew up rapidly, only smiles. Elf, with cold-blooded observation, inspects the whole scene, instantly realizing everything. Smiling, he easily points out that it was not more difficult to do it than to eat a piece of cake, because the opponent had only a 3rd rank. Iko realized that it was easy to cope with this, so she happily rushed to the goblins with a raised shield. El holds irony, asking the guy whether it happens often, which he shrugs. They say, "The right question, now you will see everything." The girl exclaims, "Oriegasai," and activates the art of the shield of a golden general, a powerful movement pushing 2 goblins. She is straightened with several opponents. The elf is enthusiastically exclaiming that it is incredible, and the guy explains, "When the strong fighters stand in front and behind, you can go through the dungeon without any threat." If he decided to join the fight, it would only have disrupted their coordinated workout. Therefore, he was limited to the fact that he closely monitored the surroundings in case of insidious attack, and at the same time, protected Yukari. A giant monster emerges from the depths of the tunnel. This is the main opponent in the Asia spawn location. The roller coaster was nicknamed Valak Hublin. It impresses in size, but slow, and its protection is almost absent, so players usually do not consider it a serious test. However, he has 10 Goblins' charm, capable of creating magic, and a clash with them can simultaneously complicate the battle with the boss. With their powerful attack, the boss will fall after 2 strokes, and only 1 magic will be enough. Everything must go without complications. The ECA behind the boy is interested in his strategy. He confesses that they have no plan at the moment. Considering her smiling face, full of energy and admiration, it is simply impossible to refuse. The second proposes that ECA takes on a great opponent in the center of the arena. Let him hold him using the bishop's skill, and he will strike a decisive blow with Sylvia. The young man asks Sylvia to behave as always, and he orders you to stay behind. Both girls listen carefully to his instructions. He finally states that time to start. Iko carelessly goes to the middle of the arena, trying to lure the boss. The trick works. The enemy waves weapons and tries to hit. When the girl was skillfully repelled by a powerful goblin blow, which caused her only 3 points of harm, the main character approved that she had coped perfectly. Sylvia directs the spell into one of the goblins, instantly winning it. However, this easy victory quickly gets bored with her, because there is no call in the fight. The monster still holds his cue on the eco shield, but the protagonist pulls the bowstrings of the bow and calls not to delay. It is time to end it. He applies his rock-shutting crown shot and hit the boss directly into the abdomen. Yukari is surprised to monitor the events in silent delight. He skillfully combined the techniques of night shooting and the technique of a silver general. Only 2 shots were enough to end the goblin once and for all. As soon as Sylvia coped with all the goblin sorcerers, as the guy immediately asked if she finished. It is strange why the team has not yet completed. He clearly remembers that after the destruction of the boss and his entire flock, everything usually ends immediately. But suddenly, he is illuminated by anxious suspicion, and the cold runs on his back. The body of the unconscious goblin should soon evaporate. But in his shade there is another, smaller goblin. The protagonist notices him and immediately realizes that things are bad. At this point, Goblin targets his dubs directly at the Elfka, so the hero star heads her for help. The guy strongly pushes the girl behind his back, surprising her with such an act. His gesture clearly says he seeks to protect it. He then goes into the form of the opposition of the fire, creating a burning ball that he directs to Goblin, and he immediately flashes in a fiery flame. Suddenly, the guy with the Elfski find themselves on the coast, not drowsing what is happening. It turns out that they are still inside the moving dungeon. This is the so-called emergence of Asia, is a phenomenon when goblins use special magic of accidental teleportation before death. It forcefully moves the target to a random point at a distance of 4 kilometers from the battlefield. The main character is lost in the assumption where he was thrown. Once on Mobian Wiki's online encyclopedia, which served as the main repository of game knowledge, there was a fascinating topic, a case of extremely long-lively teleport from Asia, whose details were striking. Although it was assumed that the movement would be only 4 kilometers, surprising to this user, it was transferred as much as 255 kilometers. The point is that when the body of the defeated goblin begins to evaporate, the Hoblin magician touches it and uses accidental teleportation at this point. The movement point will be at a distance of 4 to 255 kilometers from the dungeon. The situation was quite fun and strange. When using teleportation, the place where you get depends on the expended man. The system will send you as far as the sorcery energy is enough. Since the exact place of teleportation remains a secret, if they did not allow stunned goblins to spend at least a crumb of mana, they could be thrown at a distance of 255 kilometers. The guy forgot about this detail. After all, experienced players have not been watching the third-ranked dungeons for a long time. Only newcomers go there. The protagonist gladly draws everything around his look while suffering his neck, and the elf carefully watches the surrounding. The elf is stunned by what is happening. It cannot tread what has happened. The main character reassures the girl, assuring that it is not necessary to worry. Goblin just teleport them. But the elf still asks this mysterious teleportation. The young man suggests that he had transferred them about 255 kilometers from this place. The girl looks at him with distrust, casting his oblique look. The protagonist with dissatisfaction is aware. You do nothing. You will have to put up with such reality. But unexpectedly noticed for themselves, they still manage to join the team. It seems that Goblin Mac has died. However, regardless of their place of residence, anyone in this group is able to take advantage of one of the benefits of the team: a common connection and a chat. The protagonist turns to his comrades, trying to find out if they hear him. Sylvia shouts, insults the boy, and demands to answer where everyone disappeared and whether they happened to them. He replied that everything was fine with them, they were just moved far from them. Soon they will return, and until you stay in Pago and wait. The girl is wondering how much they will have to wait for their return. Second says it will last about a week. They have a vacation at this time. Let them enjoy the holiday. The girls are stunned. The guy says goodbye to them, but the girl asks him to wait, but he has already stopped. The elfish is wondering if they are so far away. The protagonist with confidence replies that yes, there is no point in doubting this. If you think about, he remained here alone with Yukari. This time he would like to use to gradually reveal her heart. If we determine that they are on the coast and are located 255 kilometers from Asia Sparna, it becomes clear that they are now in the southeast. In this case, having moved along the coast to the north, they will inevitably reach the cities of Kula. From here to Peko on a horse can be reached in about a day, and the path to Kula will take about 5 days. Elf notes that this situation seems to him. He is wondering if she can believe it, and adds that the essence is not at all. The guy is amazed at her rest and asks why she is so immobile. The girl apologizes, explaining that she was already born. He realizes that she does not think of expressing true feelings. This can no longer last. He will have to break the intended earlier. There are no other options, except to force her to discover her true emotions. He notes that from their first meeting, it seems to be hidden under the protective shell. What secret does she seek to hide in this way? The girl replies that each person has a past that you do not want to talk about. In this case, is it going to continue to hold the same while trying to hide the past? The girl nods consent. He notices that she finally began to allow herself to discover her true feelings. The second asked the girl if she recognized her bad behavior. The elfian immediately denied, assuring that she was only trying to support the conversation. The guy clarified whether it was true, or just the words involuntarily broke from her mouth. Or maybe she is just nervous? Girl's mouth trembles, and the main character instantly notices it. He focuses on this, gently asking if she is trembling. Her silent anger grows constantly. The guy notices that his strategy gives the fruit. Emotions begin to take the mountain over her. It's time to move to a more serious conversation. She decided without explanation. It is in vain to tell something. So there was an invisible wall between them. Let them be there. But she sincerely hoped that it would help. The girl is silent, and the main character notes that it is usually done. However, he decides to take on her burden and tell all the truth himself. Frankly, she has already made some guesses. Last night, he learned something new. About an elderly woman who was recently executed. I heard about Lucci earlier, and now I also saw it personally. The guy urges her to look at herself and get rid of this burden, because there is no point in keeping it secret. In response, she confesses that he hides all this not for himself, but for the sake of another person. It is not for the sake of your own benefit, but with gratitude to the kindness of Mrs. Lucia. The guy confesses that it is not quite clear to him, but it seems it is only for the sake of himself. The girl was angry and turned her away. The guy reached his own. He managed to bring her to sincere emotions. He may have bent somewhat, but otherwise the inaccessible wall between them would remain unchanged. Yukari believes that he is a superficial type that tries to lure her nonsense, naive dreams, and is not at all worthy of becoming her mentor. He sends to the front of the magic archer, along with a little girl, and he remains aside. Anyone who passes the dungeon will never be the strongest in the world. Her head does not talk about random teleportation. This is an undeniable lie. This man resorts to mean tricks to stay alone with her. Probably, when he is in such a place, he seeks to close it. She is not able to withstand. The very idea of it is disgusting. Maybe it's worth going. She cannot just take and leave, interrupting the life she gave her Lady Lucia. It is because of her that she is alive. The day changed at night, and behind it came a dawn cool. But he has not yet approached her. It seemed that all night the man surprisingly watched the camp, constantly standing on chats. If so continues, it will soon exhaust the last forces. On the third morning, exhausted with a night fight against sleep, she barely kept on her feet. 2 sleepless nights and 2 days of continuous walking exhausted her. The forces left her every minute. He did not even touch her last night, perhaps just waiting for the right moment. But when his forces are completely exhausted, then he will show his true treachery. Like yesterday, all day has passed in endless quarrels. Every time they made a conversation, everything was constantly reduced to disputes, and there was no trace of their relationship. The politeness mixed with fatigue and drowsiness does not allow it to make the right decision. The actions of Yukari look absolutely unstable. Because of her hostility to him, she tries to behave habitually near him. Perhaps the reason is only in her fatigue, but all these circumstances are already making known. Watching how desperately she was fighting for her own safety, he finally convinced that while the servant's contract was operating, he is not able to harm her. She knew exactly about it, and could not be different. It turns out that her mind was deliberately reproached, perhaps that she would treat the owner carefully. Undoubtedly, behind this was the Duchess of Lucia Eason, known for his extraordinary ability to wash brains. In Mobion, she became famous under the nickname Old Chaklunka, which controls the mind. The only way to destroy her spells is to unite a powerful vortex of emotions at the time of deadly danger. In the plot of Mobion, a character whose Duchess Lucia conquered her will was able to get rid of a terrible curse only when a loved one was killed in his eyes. Unfortunately, such a terrible nightmare was a reality. Such magic is a true rarity, unique and inherent in soap operas. In real life, everything looks completely different. Everything is much more difficult here. He has nothing left to make her discover her feelings. And these will not be simple emotions, but extremely powerful, caused by a danger to life. This is extremely difficult. What to do now? For a long time and persistently, he is looking for the answer, plunging into reflections. Suddenly, a stranger sneaks from behind, pierces the boy with a sword right in his back, and then grabs the elfin for his hair. A man with scars on his face sparsely grabs her and smiles. Some people exclaim, demanding that he stays away from the girl. They are wondering if he is involved in the death of a boy. Everyone seems to be going to go. They go slowly, talking about its price. The girl looks unusual, so in the black market for her we'll give all 40 million. The flame palette is still glowing in the dark, and the guy lies near the ground without consciousness. However, he is alive. He goes to one knee and suddenly realizes that the real target was Yukari. Blinded with a desire for those 40 million, they did not even know to take the equipment from it. Everyone was convinced that he had died and therefore immediately erased him from his memory. It seemed absolutely impossible after the heart is stitched through. Despite the fact that he was pierced, he still has a great stock of vitality. Even half of health was unable to deduct. Their actions remain uninvited. The girl looks carefully at the body of her mentor. He is still too slow. He just didn't have time to react. It is sad that the one who sought to become better in the world died so quickly and infamous. It will only turn into fun, which will quickly be sold, and her life will end somewhere at the very bottom. She is even from the very thought that such fate is waiting for her. She can't put up with that. She will never agree to the same. Why did she have to survive it? It can no longer stand. She no longer has the strength and desire to continue. At that moment she felt as if her temple had pierced a powerful wave of electricity. And immediately the memories returned to her in all the details. She remembers how her grandmother told her to become her shadow, allowed her to turn to herself as a mistress, and she, when she obeyed, did, for which her grandmother praises her. Rama says he has a lot of work. Does she realize it? It should benefit because it is its responsibility. Brought up as a ruthless murderer, she was a devoted follower of Lucia, and it was on that day that her last words were heard in the air. Grandma asked her to open her forehead, explaining that she had had a special training. The girl wondered what she needed. The grandmother spells to regain happiness and then loses consciousness. Waking up, he realizes that everything is behind. Lucius was executed for organizing a conspiracy, and all its servants were ruthlessly destroyed. Only she was conquered. Transformed into a maid, she got into the detachment of Morris and thus saved her life. It was made by her lady, the famous Madame Lucia, whom she respected so deeply. The girl lies on the floor, covered by despair. The girl suddenly realizes that she was under the influence of manipulation and barely holds her tears. It is unexpectedly sick. The boys, when they see it, begin to mockery cynically. One of them strikes her with her foot, but the others stop it immediately. They say, "Do not spoil the product. Although it is only a belly, no one will look there." Everything around was immersed in chaos when Lady Lucia lifted her smile. She did it only finally. Touching her forehead, Lady turned the orphaned girl into a killer. Can I do so? Did she forget her past, soaked in blood? Why was it given freedom for her? And why did all the memories erased? She cry, not understanding why all this happens, and the boys are wondering, what happened to her? She is completely crazy. The girl in tears realizes that in her life she never knew true love, and the only man she tied was a liar. The boys are aware that in no case can she be allowed to bite herself for her tongue, so to stop it, they tie her mouth with a rope, forcing them to remain silent. The night descends on the ground. The main character approaches the home. He sees the hut of 5 people, including Yukari. There are 2 more guards ahead, and how many more are hidden inside? No one is known. It is impossible to delay, otherwise everything will be in vain. This extraordinary sprout of the future blacksmith, which he has found so unexpectedly, cannot be lost right now. The guy releases arrows, skillfully changing the piercing and night tips. Skillfully combining these species, it deprives the lives of 2 opponents. He deprived them of their lives. It seems to him that this emotion will not come out of memory for a long time, but now he cannot afford to think about it. People inside something heard on the street and seek to find out what is the matter. 2 go outside, and it is at this moment that the main character is ready. He is about to attack. Unexpectedly, he rushes at them at a frantic speed, and both fade away with surprise. In an instant, he ruthlessly detaches one of them. The protagonist enters the room, notices the door and immediately guesses, the elf is there. Without a second, he knocks the door out of acceleration. He breaks into the room. 3 men have frozen with horror, staring at him. A moment, and the blade of a golden general shines in his hands. With incredible skill, he cuts all 3. One of the boys is good to swear that he has experienced death. They stand in front of the elf, tense and alert, and ask if they are the one they are looking for. They are rapidly attacking, and the main character skillfully uses the techniques of the Episcopal fencing school and effortlessly overcomes all opponents. One of the boys asks why he is so cruel, and the elfin meanwhile looks at the owner with surprise. He notices how enemy alertness appears in Yukari's gaze. Zombing spells disappear. The attacker strictly orders the protagonist not to move, after which he instructs the sword on a girl, and with an evil look requires that he immediately throws his weapon. The protagonist does that way, and that guy is already going to act as he suddenly feels something. Grabbing his sword, he did not notice the charming circle under his feet. Suddenly, the fire broke out directly on his head, and he shouted in pain. It was at this moment that the guy rushed at him rapidly. The protagonist rapidly permeates the enemy with a sword, skillfully using the technique of silver generals, the style of the water wave, and the magical possession of the sword. The young man runs up to the elfin, quickly releases her and asks her anxiously whether everything is fine with her. He warns that it is necessary to run immediately, because there is already a significant smell of smoke in the air. Outside the window it has already spread. The protagonist with pain in his voice apologizes. Because of his inattention, Yukari was in danger. They were located in the forest opposite each other. Yukari says she should sincerely repent. The hero has wondered if her current behavior is related to the actions at the beginning, to which the girl answers. He then adds seriously that he already knows about her brains. It was likely that she was suggested that she always stayed on guard with her mistress. It was the Duchess of Lucia. The girl is surprised where he knows such details. Nothing. You should not rush. They can continue the conversation. Yukari confesses that all her life has been an instrument in the hands of the murderers, the servants of the Duchess of Lucia. For many years the woman has given her care. She did not even give her a name. She was raising Yukari only as a convenient figure for murder. The main character now is fully aware of it. Obviously, she was subjected to brainwashing. She is happy, and even rejoices because she became a mercenary. However, she did not despair. After attacking the robbers, her past remained for her only the shadow she began to idealize. It was a foolish misunderstanding. She was frankly depicted, changing his thoughts. But the real despair swept it only when the magic was dispelled. The tears themselves rolled on the cheeks, because now she realized Lady Lucia never felt her crumbs of love. She lived in the world of fictions, cheating herself with false love, was neither an exemplary wife nor a caring mother. And now the main character listens carefully to the words of the elf. The girl asks for permission to share the cause of her silence, although in fact it would be worth talking about what made her silent, about the things she hid because of the influence of manipulations. The guy clarifies whether the Duchess is argued and receives an affirmative answer. Formally, L'Aquila was executed for preparing a conspiracy against the authorities, but this version was only a lie, a skillfully widespread enemy, among which Prime Minister Bamoro himself was a prominent figure. Second in interest, she asks where she learned about it. The girl replies that she was just a shadow of Lady Lucia. Her duty was to kill by order of the mistress. He may already guess it, but she was washed with brains, because if she had revealed this information, Lucius would be in a disadvantage. The guy asks her to listen to his thoughts for a moment. At first, it is silent without giving any reaction. The main character notes that she probably was already thinking about it. But despite all, Lucia, undoubtedly, was in love with Yukari. The girl claims that it is impossible because everything was erased from her memory. The protagonist is interested in whether this safety was lavish. But it is impossible. If it was otherwise, she would give her name and would not bring her own killer. The guy explains that her unwillingness to give the name and erase of memories were necessary for her safety. So she formed the appearance of a pathetic maid, doomed to kill under the influence of magic that destroys memory. Yukari confesses that it is not the image of the killer she really lived. However, she had to feel true happiness once, though only mentally. But she already explained. All this is only distorted memories, a game of imagination. The protagonist strongly asks her to listen carefully, noting that the procedure for erasing memory can only be applied to a person only once. The conditions of erasure of memory in the Mobon are the same as in our world, so this situation seems suspicious to us. Feeling mismatch, we decided to understand this in detail. In their case, they were given the idea of being careful with the new master. He has no doubt, so she was really happy. Her arguments were half truth and half sweet lies. She had to accept them without any doubt. To be frank, she now wants to admit that she does not trust him. However, if he actually speaks sincerely, then all her life, love and faith will cease to be deceased. He asked the girl why she still did not try to escape from captivity. This thought cried to him after the action of washing away faded. In fact, he hinted at her to find and use the whole. More precisely, he will be able to illegally avoid slavery, and in addition, to get rid of the ban on participation in battles. Even Maricy's company will follow them. It doesn't matter now. There are things much more important. She must believe him because he needs it, no matter what she is. The girl looks closely at the boy. She considers it meaningless. He should take care of Morris, escape from captivity. In other words, he seeks to free it without canceling magic openly, but this is impossible. She has already decided to escape from captivity. Why is she afraid to trust him? It does not bother it. She must rely on him. The protagonist says that in this case, let him cut his head. The girl looks at him in surprise and agrees, although, according to the terms of the agreement, he will still not be able to do so. Let him not be afraid. She is quite capable of it. She only has to try his best and hurt him. Suddenly, the girl turns and does the way the guy said. He beats him with his head. The guy shudders in pain, squeezes, trying to recover. The girl realizes that it is really her hands on the right. For some miracle, she managed to fulfill his plan. He did not lie to her. It was an undoubted attack. The second confirms. It seems that she did it all. She is convinced that he is seriously tuned to become the strongest in the world. He allowed the two to go through the dungeons to harden them. The teleportation actually happened. His stubbornness was needed to get rid of unnecessary ballast. Just believe me. He did all this only for her, a blacksmith. He acted for her. He risked for her. He asks whether she trusts him, and barely holding back tears, the girl replies that it is a question of time, but sooner or later she will be able to believe him. The idea of removing the spell was successful. If the player suddenly at the servant with his forehead, all the spells that associate them are instantly dispelled. Perhaps this bizarre condition seems so meaningless that no one has thought to change it. This small defect was considered insignificant, so much so that it was not even worth paying attention to. Meanwhile, the girl marks arrival and informs her husband. They got to the port city of Kula. They admire the city's landscapes together. Somewhere in the distance, the barely pervasive noise of the sea waves shimmers through the morning silence, and the fresh breeze gently touches the face. Right now is the perfect moment to plunge into your own reflections. Did the Balmaro Prime Minister really deprive the life of the Duchess of Lucia E. Sin? Yukari witnessed those events and participated in person, so she could hardly confuse something. However, his thoughts are busy different. He feels inside. Something much larger is hiding behind this case. Secrets wrapped in darkness do not give him rest. To begin with, it should be noted that Prime Minister Moro is headed by the order of the First Prince. Given its influence and character, it attracts great attention. They are sure that they are allowed. As for his father, King Bevet was Seastal. It is probably a stingy selfish, for whom his own benefit is always more important than everything else. But despite this, he was already convinced that this world is not like a Mobius. Therefore, to win the championship in the world, he cannot neglect the king, the same whose presence in the initial game he did not even notice. In addition, the equilibrium is also violated by Maine, the second prince. He does not want his friend to be involved in this political whirlwind of confrontations. In order to fulfill his dream of becoming the first and giving Maine a bright future, he must unravel this mystery at any cost. The guy tells Yukari about the minister she mentioned. He promises to resolve this issue, perhaps not immediately, but will certainly find a way to give him advice. He should not be scattered with such promises or nervously sweeping his ears. The guy immediately notices it. In the farm town of Pioyo, Sylvia catches up, angrily asking where they have disappeared for so long. Not in the honeymoon, it jokes with a slight image. Only a week of separation passed, and her mood remained the same as at the moods when they first met. Iko, with a trembling, rushes into his arms. The main character apologizes. Sylvia wondered if everything was fine. They fell on a whole herd of problems. She looked closely at both. All three girls leave the boy, and Sylvia says they should talk together. They make a conversation. The guy quickly understands. These are real women's chats that he only heard in conversations. He becomes interested in listening to this intriguing tête-à-tête. The young man believes that the girls argue with each other. Probably missed him. He is overwhelmed by the joy that they managed to make friends with Yukari. Iko beams is wondering what a dungeon plan they have. The guy replies that it is too late, so today they will not go to the raid. Because of this news, the girl is noticeably annoyed. However, when she thinks of discussing the raid plan during dinner, they are going, holding hands, and the girl admires that it is wonderful. Now their main task is to gain experience. Is this really so important for Yukari development? All the adapt will go to her. She needs to increase the blacksmith skill to the 9th level. The raids will be directed to the Liptofhaze dungeon, and they will explore it until it captures the blacksmith's craft. Fortunately, it does not take much time, because the dungeon is near Pago. Yukari is interested in the boy if they have already come up with a name for their team. He confesses that he forgot about it. The girl is right. They really need to make a choice. Sylvia offers his option, but he instantly rejects her idea. Yukari is pleased to listen to her. She will start the story by the fact that she will introduce her knight who swore allegiance to Lupine with a bloody oath. The main character understands that she knows something confidently, and her words are a threat. Yukari notes that most of those present are not knights, so they call them in vain. Sylvia proposes to call their group Knight Order of the Renaissance, but it is stopped quickly. Someone plugs her mouth with a bottle. Yukari invented his unique interpretation. S, in honor of the head. O, common goal. S is the attraction to the accomplishments. Finally, SOS comes together. The young man is just surprised where they come from, these amazing names. The guy proposes to allow him to decide, but she sleeps. The second understands that he will have to invent a way out of the situation. They turn into a lightning team. Yukari listens carefully to him, and Sylvia, meanwhile, fun drunk while Iko is smoking peacefully. Yukari notes that if they do not get the best, it will really be a bitter shame, but they will cope. Involuntarily, he is even going to conquer the top of the world and become the first. Once, he was running well. He randomly invented the name for the team. It may seem just the excuse, but he really believes that in life, we need to act as boldly. The next day, Sylvia and IVF are ready for testing in the dungeons, the second most difficult. They rush to the enemies without knowing pity. The protagonist is happy to return to Liptiafat after a long absence. What brings him true joy, you ask? Destroy all opponents in the dungeon called Haine's Experience. This is a real pleasure. Yukari was convinced that even 1 month she would have enough to restore her blacksmith skills to level 9. But it seemed that it happened much faster than she imagined. What did she think if she did not expect such rapid progress? They were terribly lucky. Among all its skills, only 2 were in the ranking system. The first rank in the shooting and the first rank in the destruction of the horse. None of the rest of the skills reached the desired level. 2 high-rank monsters fall freely in his eyes, as if they did not exist. He could not imagine that he would witness something like that. The guy assures that if she is the art of blacksmithing, he will be able to not worry about developing combat skills and traveling with them. Thanks to her, his dream already seems almost achievable. Now they are confidently moving to the goal. That is why he honestly rests on her. At the same time, the girl should go the best in the world to be worthy of her mentor. Once she perceived the phrase, "the best blacksmiths in the world," as an empty joke, but now decided to seriously be the first, to become the one who will be called the best. The same words that had only annoyed and made them doubt the capabilities of a person now smoked the thirst for growing. He mentally imagines her smile, only one of her looks, and everything around was brighter. He seemed to take off to the 7th sky from happiness. He is overwhelmed by the joy that she became his girlfriend. 2 weeks have passed since they plunged into the usual life, growing liptopate. And finally, they were lucky to get the desired trophy, a shield of a standing stone turtle. But suddenly, something unpredictable happened. The girl with a shield in her hands breathed a jerk. Her eyes were full of tears. The elfin reassures his ego, assuring that she is not going to steal the shield. She only needs to improve it. Sylvia confirms this, adding, "After the Yukari has updated her fiery bow with wolf symbolism, he became much more powerful. During these 2 weeks, Yukari has hardly improved the ability to improve the quality of equipment that is related to the blacksmith's craft. Thanks to this hard work, it has already risen to the 5th level of this skill. It is from this stage that the likelihood of successful improvement is significantly increasing. And now, Yukari gets the opportunity to bring weapons to the highest degree of perfection." Iko asks whether that is really the case. Yukari replies in the affirmative and is interested in whether the thing will get right now. However, Iko does not give the object and admits that the elf is already beginning to frighten it. It looks so similar to a cat that it desperately defends your favorite toy, not wanting to let it go. I wonder if all the animals have such instincts. There was no reason to talk about it. There was no reason. Iko apologizes, and Sylvia confesses that everything is misunderstood. She was convinced that she wanted to pick up her first gift. Now the protagonist is almost sure that the beasts really have his own special instincts. The guy asks to improve the shield to the 3rd level, focusing on his strength, and she carefully fulfills his request. The girl extends him a ready shield. He expresses gratitude, not hiding what he expected. She answers with a smile that it was not a difficult task for her. He later noticed that when the Yukari was excited or rejoiced, her ears were first covered with red and barely tremble. The heroine extends her shield with a joyful echo, and, with a trembling thanks to the elves, cannot restrain the excitement. Her ears trembled with delight. Sylvia is wondering if they change the dungeon and receives an affirmative answer. She asks why so. It turns out that they pass Liptophis very quickly. There can be a lot of experience, and even earn tens of millions of coins, selling the shields. There are 3 reasons for this. First, in a new place they will gain even richer experience than here, and it sounds extremely attractive. Secondly, the new monsters will fall out of the new monsters, which he wants to use to create fresh equipment. The lord of the next dungeon will leave behind the mountains of Marilla. From this valuable metal you will be able to eroke the gear that is ideal for both middle-level players and experienced heroes. Third, they will get much more gold than in the Infiltrating. Sylvia is wondering if there will be gold, but the main character assures that all the money is better to put on the house. All three are amazed at this news. They decide to buy a spacious mansion on the outskirts of the capital and turn it into a common base for their team. In his previous life, he never had the opportunity to get acquainted with the real estate management system. But now, it can be an extremely useful skill. If he ever thinks of resting from the basic business, he already dreams of a luxurious mansion. Their goal is to reach a mark of 50 billion, and they plan to achieve this stunning result thanks to Mithril alchemy. Both girls raise their hands at the same time. First, the main character turns to Sylvia, and he is immediately interested in why they need these 50 billion. Everything is quite simple here. The most expensive estate costs about 25 billion, so they need to find the house twice as expensive. His reasoning is that if the most expensive estates are estimated at 25 billion, then his own home will not get the title of the most luxurious, until its value exceeds this amount at least twice. Now you can ask the question she is wondering. What is Mithril alchemy? Mithril alchemy in the world of Mobion is a well-known and popular way of earning. The ore is extracted from the golem, the owner of the dungeon of the second rank known as Proline. This place is located near the city, Black Gold, which is where they go there. You will be able to extract a clean ore mithril, and then, thanks to a skillful combination with iron, create a real mithril alloy. Mithril alloy is created by combining pure mithril and iron in a ratio of 1:20. This metal is known for its extraordinary strength and great value. Sylvia suddenly became wondering where the Proletan is so well aware of the dungeon if no one has found it. What to do to him? According to the opinion, no answer. To justify himself or to confess in the whole direction. How to be next? She noticed this feature during their first meeting, and now she has every reason to know the truth. She is right. There is a reason why she is known. This story is incredibly long and almost fantastic. It is difficult to believe in such an explanation. Although he realizes that this is not the case, the anxiety to be rejected does not leave him. The roots of this fear are hidden in a deeply hidden guilt. It may have been time to accept himself as he is, and frankly, confess everything. In fact, the protagonist is hiding behind glasses and deceptions. For these girls, his true essence is a mystery that they cannot grasp. People are scared of unknown, so he hides his true feelings, because he believes revealing them only even more will become the dream of becoming the best in the world. Sylvia trusts him so much that he has no objection. Let him open to others, she will accept any truth about him. It impresses the main character, because he did not expect such frankness. It has the courage to strive for truth. A courageous and sincere heart determines its essence. It is such a bold and straightforward girl that Sylvia is. She has what he does not get. Impeccable braveness, unbreakable strength of spirit, all that he just dream of. The protagonist apologizes, because he will never be able to reveal his secret. He skillfully avoids a direct answer, deciding to leave this knowledge only for himself. From now on, this will become his own secret. However, if he spoke, he would no longer be himself. And if it does not shy away from the answer, the way back to his past triumph, to the championship in the world, it will remain closed forever. The protagonist would not assure her that he would reveal this secret later, because it is a secret that he would bring with him to the grave. Sylvia silently watches him. She notes that he does not deny in general, and if one day it begins to depress him, he should not be afraid to cancel the promise of the grave and talk to her openly. The company eventually finds itself in the city of Coal Masters, Bedgold. The protagonist assures that they will just find buyers for Mithril alloy. They will immediately go to Proline. Men explain that it is unrealistic to provide safe supply of Mithril. They lack the time, and some only laughs in response. They turned to many buyers, but none of them agreed to cooperate. That's what everything came to. Sometimes he even seems that if a stranger suddenly appeared and suggested buying the whole Mithril, he would, without hesitation, believed in his word. Elf offers to break through the dungeon about land to gain glory. If they manage to prove themselves, the locals will begin to trust them. The protagonist has wondered if this is an adventure guild. He does not like this idea, because it is only related to him with bitter memories. Doesn't she think of another way? Unfortunately, there are no specific ideas. As for Sylvia and Eco, they have no idea how to go on. And how do they go to a raid without registering in the guild? Then everything can be complicated to the edge. It is difficult to predict their actions without formal registration. They can press on customers, interfere with cases, and even hire murderers. If it is the same glorious guild that everyone is talking about, It is possible that you will have to go to the Guild of Adventure after finding your home. The protagonist politely welcomes her, reporting that she wants to register, and a friendly girl meets them with a warm smile. She hands them the guild cards, a kind of adventure certificate, something like a passport that certifies belonging to the guild. His card lists the rank F. This is one of the lowest, because there is a rank to A. So he is considered a newcomer and offered a guide for beginners, and the guy refuses. The second is annoyed by the fact that he is not allowed to enter the bastion immediately. He was denied Mithril. It adds anger and that its rank is too low. Some brazen type addresses them whether they are here. If so, he promises to enlighten them. His friends are only eastily giggling. Most of all, the guy is annoyed by the fact that he is forced to listen to them. He has a sense of guilt to him. And the man also reproaches, they say, should be grateful. The guy laughs. Do you really consider yourself a lucky one next to this weak? The only Zadrak here is the one who dared to sway his thick puzz. He believes that he calls for problems, although the interlocutor denies it. According to him, there is no guilt here. A real culprit, a guild, who has released everything on his own and left such as him, without attention. The man exclaims the other so that he does not dare to ignore him. And in response, the guy mockfully states, "But you are piercing like a mouse." He adds, "They say, come here. If you have the courage, you can still not defend yourself." After that, a man sadly attacks him, but his defense leaves much to be desired. He is quite defenseless, so the enemy can defeat him at any moment. Suddenly Echo stops them, boldly turns out the blow and stands just before him. From surprise, the man is chicky. He strikes the girl but suddenly zooms from acute pain in his hand. The girl, staying intact, looks at him in surprise. 3 boys are crying out loud, demanding in the second explanation, who he considers himself when suddenly they are caught on a rope. Behind his back stands the elfin, which tied them. She did it for their safety, she explains the Lord. Sylvia is aware that there was no place for her. However, he cannot get it away. Why in this tight room, her bow? The girl demonstrates a honed technique, an incredible shot in the style of a fiery wolf. The protagonist thanks everyone and offers to move forward, so the company goes on the road. The man suddenly realizes that he is shaking from excitement. The young man still cannot understand who he was really afraid of, that giant or himself. After all, if he did not succumb to anger and did not get involved in a fight, everything could have happened differently. It may have turned into a real massacre if he won. It is not to destroy the opponent. For him, this is not a game at all, although he only realized it now. The young man lies on the bed, staring at the ceiling and thinking, to become an undeniable and perfect first number in the world, perhaps it will be a task not easy. At the table, the guy shares the idea that today it is worth visiting the prof line. The girls listen carefully to his words. The elfin says that he understands everything, but even if they go there, the Koval Guild is unlikely to give permission. He is interested in the cause of such confidence. The outlays to the dungeons are usually carried out by large units organized on a constant basis. For example, mass raids under the auspices of the Adventurers Guild. If some unknown company states that it goes there on its own initiative, it looks more than suspiciously. What about gathering Mithril by the end of the week? They could do it for another week in a row. She did not think about this option. Everything seemed too strange to be really possible. In such a situation, you can abandon the overall rate and conclude an agreement with the blacksmith. However, will she be able to ignore their offensive? Sylvia is surprised. Why not get involved in the attack and let the second lord to release all his rage? If they agreed to accept the group of even the lowest, F rang, Sylvia notes. It is a really reasonable thought. Even after conquering the kingdom, his warriors will gather together for large-scale raids. But no one will believe them. How many months will he be able to keep himself in tone? He will not have the motivation for a long time. All because he perceives it as a game. He was unexpectedly asked to Yukari with the question, if his rank was higher, could they participate in the raids? The girl agrees, acknowledging that the situation is really exceptional. The protagonist with confidence adds that he suggested the most effective way. Once upon a time, during a game in Amodian, he was absolutely nothing different. Then this tactic was like a rapid bombing. Now they are rapidly rushing into the dungeons. The method called Air Bomber gives them a chance to rise lightly in the ranking of adventurers. The method is simple. Special objects, manacrysts, appear in the dungeons. They need to be collected and transferred to the guilds. That's the whole thing. Every day, the Proline dungeon brings 128 crystals. To get rank A in 6 days, It is enough to sacrifice 83 crystals. So, if they bring about 500 magical crystals, the desired rank will be obtained. Why 83? The fact is that crystals do not occur in large volumes at the same time. They are restored only at a certain frequency, forcing them to be patient. You can spend them in a secret room, which stores many crystals of mana. The name Volatile Bomber is quite justified. It is thanks to a special reception, the so-called rocket jump, it enters these rooms. The main character hears how the hero explains. As soon as she jumps, he will create around her legs a twisted windy shape to catch her. After that, she, together with Sylvia, attacked Eiko, setting her legs on fire with a twisted shape. IVF managed to repel the attack, taking advantage of the defensive arts of the Bishop, Knight, and Gold General. Thanks to secret technique, she is able to jump higher than he could ever. If everything goes according to the plan, she will be able to surpass even 20 meters. Sylvia is wondering if she is really sure of it. Eiko is likely to be fine, but you still need to test. The protagonist offers Eiko to train and gives the team jump. The girl bounces joyfully, and the main character at this moment uses the wind form curl, directing the flow of wind directly on her. IVF uses the art of the Biospa shield, creating a reliable protection around it, while Sylvia reveals the power of the fiery form of curls and attacks the night shot. Eiko is hiding behind its shield, preparing to repel the attack. Then they repeat this ritual again, but the girl once again reflects all their attempts, taking advantage of the art of protection of the Golden General. The girl suddenly explodes with a joyful scream. Trinity looks at her and is interested in whether he will not lose his self-control. At the same moment, the girl begins to fall, and it seems that landing did not include her plans. The protagonist exclaims to Eiko to protect him, but instead, the guy uses the water form curl. The girl falls, splashes water, and the hero watches with her. The girl shines with happiness, and not hiding the admiration, asks the main character to repeat it again. She wants it. All three exhaust, but the guy immediately suggests to do something more serious the next time. Hearing this, the girl flies sharply again. The girl claims that she had already taken away from here. However, in her hands are manacists, so the protagonist advises her to go down. Now the moment has come to pass on their guild. The girl who notices it is genuinely surprised by the size of their award. She has already realized that these creatures are quite real, and many of them. The second participant is interested in asking whether their rank will grow now, to which the girl is confident. That's what will happen. He transmits the guilds all the existing mana crystals, and the participants add their money to this. This team and its members are raised. The girl agrees to such conditions. The protagonist smiles Vinx and thanks her, promising to bring tomorrow. The girl responds to him with a loving look. He was even a little creepy from this, as if she were running away with ants. It is impressive in what wonderful results he achieved, even in the top. In the well-known Adventurers Union, it is extremely important to maintain a good relationship with the administration. This approach can be a strategic advantage and bring considerable benefits in the future. Sylvia and Yukari cast a spraying look at the protagonist, who looks back. When harvesting crystals, they will have to gain experience by fighting Gaullets. Having reached the rank of A, they will finally be able to move freely the territory of Proline and explore its corners. Sylvia agrees that the path they have gone together has gave considerable experience. Now the question arises whether they will continue to rely on the blacksmith skill. Now there is no need for this. Distributing the experience is fairly between all members of the group. So each of them will again be able to improve their own skills. Yukari says that Sylvia improves the magical arrow, and Eiko deepens skills in the protective arts. But what the mentor himself will do, he causes a genuine surprise. Tomorrow he will take the spells, says the guy, lifting his index finger up. For 5 days, they flew unnoticed until Eiko was collecting crystals, and she and Sylvia were constantly hunting for galettes in places where they usually appeared, thinking inadvertently whether all this birth would disappear from their attacks. Meanwhile, while the Dungier was completing the case, Yukari was at large. She was entrusted with one important task: to visit the blacksmith's guild and adventurers for her, in the past of a masterful hired killer, was a little thing. Everything happened exactly as she predicted. At first, they became aware that a new mass coating is planned within the next 3 days. Secondly, the skilled blacksmith in vain breaks his head over a constant lack of mithril. After learning about it, the guy decided to adjust his intentions. First of all, it is worthwhile to gain authority among the adventurers of Class A to win the trust of the Blacksmith's Guild, and then to pass the dungeon yourself without waiting for mass cleansing. After that, you can already conclude a contract for the possession of the dungeons. In the first case, they will be able to avoid disputes, but the path to earning will be long and slow. Instead, in the second variant, they will quickly receive a considerable amount of money, but will no doubt gain enemies in the Guild of Adventurers. The young man thoughtfully plunges into his thoughts, as suddenly Yukari approaches him and suddenly asks if she can ask him for one day. He wondered if she had any ideas. The girl replied that the owner does not like to waste time, so it can offer a simple but effective plan. They have a third option, to contact a trading guild. They will pay the commission, but as a result, the main character will receive more benefits. The protagonist asks whether it will turn them into the enemies of the Aventurist Guild. Yukari assures that their participation in the raid will demonstrate the public as they establish cooperation with other guilds. But why won't such a move turn them into the enemies of the Guild of Adventure? The more tiles they sell, the greater their benefits. While the agreement holds, no soul will dare to condemn the master. He understands that it is important not only to grow, but also to protect this money tree. When the blacksmith's guild begins to rely on the ingots, then it will be possible to unite both guilds, turning them into powerful allies. The guy agrees to follow this strategy. Yukari asks to entrust everything to her. Tomorrow, she will set out this plan to traders. He is extremely glad that Yukari understands such things. Even those tasks that cause difficulty, you solve with ease. The elf notes mentally. The girl accepts his gratitude, and immediately her ears are lit by shame. The next day, they brought even more crystals, and he won the title of A-Rang. After that, the team again visited the pro line to gain valuable experience, and Yukari, meanwhile, negotiated with the trade guild. Giving every grain of experience to witchcraft, I constantly improve the skill of calling the spirits, and I will soon reach the 4th level. With the skill of calling monsters, you will be able to command tamaged monsters, and the skill of calling perfume will give you control over a special spirit unique to everyone. By pumping a spirit to the 4th level, you will discover a unique ability, the skills of instruction. Thanks to this, the spirit can master the body, giving it powerful strengthening. This skill should be in the arsenal of every experienced player. As soon as the 4th level reaches, it will immediately open access to the ability to possess. However, he has not yet chosen a single spirit. Such unique occasions are infrequent, so he decides to use a premium ticket that he received when buying an exclusive avatar. He was promised that the power of his spirit would reach at least 25,000 to 1. You want to exclaim from this news, it's just incredible. Spiritual power determines not only the power, but also the uniqueness of each spirit, just as rare characters in the usual hook games. The only question is when to use the ticket and call the spirit. He does not give him the thought. If in the Mobia spirits were considered something familiar and natural, then here, in the real world, you suddenly realize that even they have their own will. If this is true, another friend will join their company. However, in these troubled times, he is not delighted with the idea of taking a newcomer to the band. Sylvia, while he is calmly sleeping on her knees, reports that she received your message, Carrie, and consent from them as well. But there is one condition. The protagonist wondered if they need to demonstrate their strength. Yukari confirmed this. She has already received a reply with the contract from the trading guild, but the final approval depends on whether the team will be able to prove its power. A man confidently enters the room and is presented as the current head of the trade guild. His name is the Tire. He clarifies whether he speaks correctly and expresses hope for fruitful cooperation. The protagonist also hopes for it and confidently shakes his hand. The master expresses gratitude, but notes that for the Traffic Police Guild the main thing is the result. With all respect, they are little concerned about how outstanding A-Rangar adventurers are. After all, you can make any statements that you want. Meanwhile, Iko notices a strict facial expression and, after frightening, hides behind the back of the protagonist. The man confesses that he has not lost hope, so he proposes to test their power. They should conquer Prine, as if it is quite easy. If they succeed, he will consider their proposal. The hero is aware that such a threat could scare anyone else, but he does not make any impression on him. He is firmly certain in his abilities and knows that he can cope. Speaking of ranks, this chunky man will not reach the decades. He asks what to do to prove his power if he leaves and just conquers the Prolian. The protagonist thinks that he needs a convincing confirmation, whether he will really be able to visit the Prolian again and again. They meet the views, and the man suddenly explodes laughter. Everything turned out to be much easier than he thought. It was exactly the one who was told by Yukari. Sylvia immediately understands that he tested them. You apologized to explaining that you were executed. The man insisted that you would take this task. In his opinion, it was important to make sure that they would be able to provide ingots. The protagonist notices the unfair basis and instantly explodes anger, demanding that the man apologize to the girl. He hurries twice. A few more minutes passed, and they seem to have finally agreed with the Traders Guild. However, there was another unresolved problem. The man insists. They still have to prove their power. If his assumption is true, the second has already reached significant heights. However, among all, she truly trusts him. Sylvia will use a magic bow, and Iko, to show his power, will display a shot with a shield. The man wondered what techniques he possesses. The second confidently replied, shooting, sword possession, magic, and sorcery. Sylvia confesses that she is subject to only the element of fire, while the second is able to control all the elements due to its magic. It makes a great impression on the man. Yukari asks the master whether he has increased that level of witchcraft. Hearing that the master has reached the 4th level, the man cannot believe his ears and is genuinely surprised. Ego covers fear again, and the protagonist with annoyance scolds the man who apologizes to him. He reports that they managed to find a way out. Now we are talking about the call of the spirit. The other realizes that his turn to show the art of calling the spirit to all present. The most powerful strength of the spirit is obsession. Its pinnacle is embodied by the heart of the spirits. However, the true admiration is the moment of conscription, a grand and impressive event. Particularly unforgettable was the first Uociation, because in the Mobia, every call of the spirit was accompanied by a unique scene. If such phenomena are inherent in this world, nor from the audience will not arise any objections to such a spectacle. The guy realizes that everyone around understands that the 4th level call is a really significant result. The additional advantages of the spirit ticket will allow him to call a creature with outstanding initial spiritual power. He is convinced that the show will be truly exciting. The protagonist agrees and decides to continue the conversation in this direction. And I could not think that the question would be solved here, such an unexpected road. At the sight there was a tension. Sylvia confidently kept a stretched bow, and Iko has already raised the shield, preparing to repel the next blow. At a moment the arrow broke from the bowstring, flashing bright light, and flew rapidly into the shield. However, IVF remained unmoved. Completely focused on danger, she confidently met the blow without taking her eyes off the threat. The audience who watched this spectacle were stunned by events. When the girl waved her hand from afar, an explosion of enthusiastic exclamations came from afar. One of the men with a strict facial expression assured that the area with Prozellen could really be cleaned. However, the other, intelligently staring, noted that the fiery bow and the non-productive shield can penetrate there several times a day. At this moment, the girls began to disperse, and the presenter announced the last show. The performance of the main character of the second part. The guy with a confident appearance went on stage, attracting the attention of all present. Without saying words, he raised his hand. A premium ticket broke out in his palm, and at the same moment, a pentagram magic circle was illuminated under the young man. People could not understand what was happening when they looked at him. Suddenly, one of the men exclaimed with surprise and showed his hand to the sky. There were already thickening of gray clouds that raised lightning. Everyone froze, discussing the amazing appearance of the sky. They were stunned by the fact that he was able to control the weather. The protagonist silently looked at the heights. He initially perceived it only as another ritual of the challenge. However, a sudden memory flashed in his memory. Meanwhile, others were not tired of wondering the events that unfolded before their eyes. In Mobion Online, after each large-scale renewal, each first call player receives perfume with a spiritual force of at least 35,000 units, and chooses a spirit of a certain type. Once upon a time, 2999 owners played a game that survived 29 large-scale updates. Among all the spirits was one, extremely powerful and incredibly rare. His spiritual strength reached the striking 41,000 units. Stunned people did not look from the sky. It was then that something unknown was born on his deep blue. Subsequently, the giant contours of the clouds suddenly took the form of the human hand. It was gradually emerging, and it was already possible to see a fuzzy tattoo that won on its surface. Just from heaven suddenly fell a massive hand, crashing into the ground near the main character with such power that cracks appeared under his feet. The strong gust of wind rose to the direction of the audience, and people shouted from the fright, but the hero himself only slightly blinking his eyes, remaining unmoved. After that, the hand disappeared, and in the air began to weave threads, gradually forming a ball. The protagonist watched the main character for what happened. A young man, who called himself Engel Mar, was put in front of him. He was a great lord of spirits, the owner of 4 elements. The protagonist was confused in the real spirit of the front, who smiled calmly, as if everything was following his plan. After that, he bowed his head and fell on one knee, saying that he was waiting for the opportunity to meet with the other knight of my ruler. People with Ostov watched a terrifying picture, whispering that the protagonist called a demon. Panic, they rushed on the side. The guy agreed with them. Evil boiled in each cell, so it is natural that the owner of darkness bows to his knees. It could only cause such an answer. In panic, he mentioned why this guy fell out to him now. After all, a chance to get a spirit with a spiritual power of more than 35,000 is only 1 of 10. Even 35,000 would be quite acceptable for him. Intensely apologizing the spirit, he promised to talk to him next time, and now he releases him. In addition, I added the request to appear next time in the usual form. In response, the spirit wondered if he was dissatisfied. After that, she apologized because he was delighted with his first call. Then the main character said goodbye to him and sent back without even listening to him. He constantly thought of how to find words to convey everything that happens around him. Looking back, he noticed that their negotiators had dissolved in the air, as if they were not. In the end, the guilds of merchants and blacksmiths, covered with panic, fled, shouting loudly that they would never have been dealing again. The guy was shocked that he managed to call him. Before him was Engelmuar himself, the great lord of the spirits, the one who conquers 4 elements and reigns over all other spirits. In the end, its appearance was truly unique. The guy hurried to apologize to the girls who patiently waited for him, but they only waved his hand and assured that there was nothing to worry about. After all, the second and in the past life was the strongest in the world. Angonghua has been an extremely rare spirit that no one has possessed so far. Getting it is a unique chance to the title of the best in the world. But even this achievement could not really make it happy because of a number of difficult circumstances. Yukari bowed her head and sincerely apologized. The protagonist, who sat opposite her on the bed, asked what she apologized for. In addition, he noted that the fault is largely lying on it. The girl confessed that she was wrong in the calculations. For such a naive, simple soul as she to offer such, it did not make any sense. That's what it eventually led to. Her master was tied. The guy, not hiding the surprise, asked her again. She replied that the master is unusual. It was not necessary to negotiate with the guild, nor to conquer someone's trust, nor to worry about all sorts of difficulties or to make elegant plans. From this situation, she made a valuable lesson. The protagonist asked her in surprise why she thought. In response, the girl explained that the owner was surprisingly careless. For him, no failure seems to be a real defeat, but he denied, saying that he considers it all a complete failure. Even more, in his mouth it sounded like a true grand fiasco. However, the girl was different. She added that after a real defeat, the person would no longer have dinner in time, enjoy wine after a bath, or say goodbye to friends with a smile on her mouth. The guy listened carefully to her words. Yukari is quite convinced that for the owner, this adventure did not seem like something serious or fatal. She was convinced that it did not matter from the outset, victory or defeat. At first, it seemed to him that her words did not make any sense. But later, the truth was revealed. After all, he saved persistently, dreaming of buying his own home. Even if something did not happen, it did not stop him on the way to the purpose of becoming the best in the world. Thinking about it, he really realized that, as the girl said, he did not accept everything that had happened as a defeat. He was surprised by the girl that he was amazed. She seems to understand him even better than he knows himself. On this, the girl exclaimed that everything is not true. After that, she calmed down again and apologized. In addition, she noted that she understands the owner perfectly. If she knew the owner a little better, she would be able to invent a more effective plan for this situation. However, he reassured her, they say, should not worry. Let it not be too close to her. But in this case, he could only rely on her, and no one. The girl with her voice acknowledged that she took all the responsibility on herself and considers it her fault. But the guy insisted he was guilty of everything. She could not prevent this event, so she has no reason to anxiety. This decision was made solely by it, and he took all responsibility. The girl lowered her gaze and remained silent. The guy, without losing optimism, encouraged that this time the idea did not bring the expected results. However, he expressed confidence that the next time they would be lucky. He suggested that he think about the new plan to succeed. The girl gladly agreed. The young man lifted his finger up and assured what he rests on her. She confirmed her consent again. She added timidly that she would like to know more about her master. She is interested in absolutely everything related to it. These words completely knocked the hero out of the panther, so he was confused, and the girl, in the meantime, began to slowly go to him. Appearing closer to him, she suggested that she spend the night with her. Her cheeks bloomed with a blush of shy. Her face was very close to the main character, only a few centimeters. But suddenly, the door was knocked unexpectedly, forcing the girl to be alert. She looked, and on her face clearly flashed dissatisfaction. From this scene, a hero seemed to be a fossil, a distorted face. The door opened, and an elderly man entered the room, apologizing for taking care so late. Looking at the stranger, he wondered if he was the second. The man nodded back, confirming his guess. He introduced himself as Maord Forrest, a servant of a family of loggers. The man sent a gentleman who sought to communicate with the protagonist. The situation seemed completely incomprehensible to the boy. The girl explained that it is a family from a council, which owns Rinjado's commercial city, so a personal visit of the caretaker testifies to great respect. The young man finally realized what is the matter. In his opinion, Major is just a butcher. All these intricate words caused him only confusion. However, it was still unclear why the manager of the count turned to him so late. The girl suggested that the reason lies in the desire to keep it secret. Yukari immediately unraveled his intentions. The guy turned to Maordom, covered in curiosity. What exactly does the Graf want from him? He replied that the Graf has a proposal to trade in metrilic ingots. The protagonist interestedly asked what was meant. He thought that if the Earl wanted to talk to him despite his recent slide. So there is some hidden reason. The Bogretsky confirmed his words and added that the Count strongly desires that the guy agreed to sell the ingots of his family wholesale at any cost. The young man twisted thoughtfully. This proposal seemed suspicious, but at the same time was extremely attractive. He noticed a girl who looked at him focusedly and seriously. It became clear at once. She seeks to prove her value. She probably hopes that this time she will finally succeed and correct the mistakes of the past. He wondered if she would dare to take up the case. Apply her hand to her heart. The girl agreed with him and asked her to give it. After that, she had already addressed the maiden directly, continuing the conversation. After a short conversation, she told the gentleman that they would have to see the Count. Then she wondered what step they would take. The guy replied that she was quite trusting her in choosing a plan of action in this case. She, in her turn, assured that she understood everything and promised to make his schedule as soon as possible. She outlined the plan for the coming days. Meetings with a Graf, dinner, another important conversation, and signing the agreement. The guy noted that she was moving at the speed of express. He was wondering if the Count would agree to such proposals. The old man bowed, promising in this case to return to them tomorrow in the evening, as they agreed. After his words, the door closed, and the guy with the girl remained in the room alone. The protagonist asked her whether she seems to be a trap. The girl confessed that she could not say for sure. However, in her opinion, the likelihood of such developments was extremely small. She added that they were specially drawn up and changed the schedule for the next 3 days. Moreover, the Count himself sent his trusted manager to greet them without hesitation. In her opinion, they seek to conclude an agreement under any circumstances. Major is the highest-ranked servant. That is why, from a diplomatic point of view, such a greeting is a manifestation of the deepest respect. The guy felt, this is a bad sign. Maybe something is thinking, but it has not been drawn to the trap. However, it was quite possible to create the impression of employment. Secondly, she was in a girl, whether she would not really be difficult for her. She assured him that she would be eager to take care of everything, and suggested not to be afraid. He organized everything as best possible. The guy noted that it sounds encouraging, but at the same time asked if it would not be a burden for her. The girl did not realize the true meaning of his words. Looking at her calm face, the guy wondered, what she thinks now. Do not cover her doubts? He explained that, in addition to the blacksmithing, caring for his belongings, and fulfilling the responsibilities of a personal secretary, she would still have to do all the cases from the agreement. If not for her, he would probably have long been exhausted and just fell off his feet. The girl calmly replied that she wanted it, and she does not see anything abnormal about it. In her opinion, becoming the first in the world is much more difficult. The guy asked if she really thought. The girl, slightly red, noted that unlike the destruction of others, it benefits. The guy smiled, hearing her answer. After that, he seriously warned, tomorrow he will call again, so she should be alert. The girl was not delighted with this idea, and frankly doubted that they would be able to understand. However, the guy also had no confidence. The great king of spirits can become an extremely powerful weapon on the way to the top of the world. However, this is possible under one condition: if he can find a common language with him. The next day, the main character solemnly stated that he was ready to call him right now. Iko and Sylvia became side by side, squeezing the weapon in their hands and waiting for the further development of events. Yukari replied that she was indifferent. Then she quickly hid behind the IVF shield, and Sylvia was indignant that it was so dishonest. The second did not hesitate to start the call. Under his feet, a magical circle suddenly shone, and the figure of the King of Spirits began to emerge in the air. He was extremely disappointed with the unfolding events. He began to ask questions, trying to find out the true content of all this. The faces of the audience reflected deep seriousness. Initially, the protagonist thanked the spirit for the fact that he appeared in his usual form. The spirit replied that he was warned so in the future, so he had to work a little. At the same time, the hero realized that the owner of the spirits is really much simpler and more naive than he imagined. Engelma stated that he demanded explanations, why he was sent back. Does the main character no longer need his powerful power? The guy replied that it was not necessary at this time, but it would be necessary over time. He annoyed that he understands everything. But it was by no means an answer to his question. Pointing his finger on the protagonist, he asked whether he was not too boldly treating him. Did he forget that he faces the great King of Spirits, the supreme ruler of all the ghostly creatures? The second also remained dissatisfied with him. He seriously asked, what is so special here? In the end, it is the best in the world. And Goma responded vividly, gladly noting what it means. The second was a special, outstanding personality. He laughed and added, it is such a person to become the owner of the Lord of all the spirits. From the curiosity, the main character did not resist and asked who the King of Spirits is, a boy or a girl, how old he is, and how he wants him to turn to him. He replied that he was the majestic King of Spirits, and therefore has neither sex nor age. It can be considered a boy and a girl, or to give it any age, it all depends on the imagination of the interlocutor. It can be called as it will be most convenient. The protagonist was stunned, realizing that the spirit is indifferent to everything in the world. He agreed with that, and decided to call him a corner pashak. He also noted that he would like to introduce his comrades to him. The idea to meet friends of the main characters inspired my angle, igniting curiosity and admiration in him. The guide turned to the frightened girls who were hiding nearby, and in turn introduced each of them. The spirit instantly realized Sylvia is a virtuoso arc, Yukari, an experienced blacksmith, and Iko is a skillful shield carrier. Together, they made up a truly harmonious and versatile team. The excited, Sikan asked where all this was known. He only replied that he would not understand it. The knowledge of the language came to him. Seconds wondered if the spirit of his thoughts was voicing right at that moment. Then he asked when he had a birthday. The spirit replied that it was the 7th of July. The protagonist did not retreat, and persistently demanded to answer who was the first emperor of Japan. The spirit had no chance to know such information. But, not hesitating for a moment, he answered confidently, Emperor Dima. Reflections on the wisdom of the spirit were quite captured by the guy. Angomar laughed in response and jokingly warned not to underestimate him, because he is a majestic king of spirits, the owner of all ghosts. In addition, Angomar said, it is simply impossible to compete with him on an equal footing. He then asked if he contact him, 7. The main character froze in place, not believing in his ears, surprised, frozen on his face. The spirit asked what was going on. The hero, however, was annoyed with mentally not to speak about him. He hoped passionately that the spirit would understand this silent call. The spirit replied that everything was quite clear to him. Then he turned to the girls and decided that they seemed to have realized anything. He guessed that this is a bizarre feeling of unity, probably, is a way of telepathic connection. He also asked Angomar to try to imagine something. Then he wondered if the other was able to hear him. He joyfully assured that he perceives every word. It is covered with pleasant feelings. The spirit seemed to blossom. The protagonist completely shared his admiration. He understands what was happening to them. The protagonist seemed to be a real luxury. A telepathic communication system that was not in Mevion, and the majestic Spirit King, which every player sought to acquire, significantly expanded his tactical capabilities. Their contribution plays a crucial role in his desire to become the best in the world. Anguma has a unique feature that puts it above all other spirits. The element of lightning, subject to only the Great, which controls all four elements, the owner of the spirits and the Mavion, is famously called boundless. It has the ability to use spontaneous attacks that go beyond the established laws of interaction of elements. Fire, earth, air, water, fire. He is not equal. It is a real cleaning capacity. And yet, thanks to the sense of integrity, the main character easily mastered the magic of lightning. He barely tried to look into his own magical tables, as he instantly mastered all the forms of lightning element, from the 1st to the 5th 16th level. Suddenly he noticed something that he did not even know before. As far as he knew, there were no players who would have lightning magic among all players. He enthusiastically shared with the spirit of incredible news he had just discovered for himself. In response, the spirit noted that there is nothing strange about it. Obviously, they were combined with excellent compatibility. The guy thought about the meaning of what he heard. He understood that such an everyday explanation could not be able to solve the problem in any way. But no other thoughts did not think. So he just decided not to worry and afford to rejoice. With a smile, the hero remarked that they would be fine. The spirit in response was also fun, and fully agreed with him. The girls watched two men who laughed fun. In their eyes they were surprised. They thought what they were so busy. Yukari suggested that it was probably a kind of telepathic communication. Sylvia was a great surprise. She had no idea that the sorcerers were capable of such. You may have thought why it happened. Is the influence of the great spiritual king, or the special power of the master himself? Girls' faces immediately became focused and harsh. Sylvia came to the conclusion that the point and in the rest. At the same moment, Iko, looking out from under the shield with an alarming look, asked timidly whether the king of spirits had disappeared. Sylvia showed both men, noting that they were still here, and from that the girl did not resist. She broke into the whole voice. For a while, Sylvia was literally numb from the Count's family herd. Seconda said that the day before they had a grand demo, and asked if she heard about this family at all. She replied that absolutely nothing, though not it is the same famous feudal lord who was called the Forest Dog. The guy just lifted his eyebrows. What about the weird nickname? Yukari told that this shopping town was once famous as a lively logging settlement. It is believed that the enterprise of this family has greatly contributed to the flowering of the area. The guy frowned. I am sure he understood everything to the end. In this case, this nickname really suited him to the best. Sylvia noted that this is not all. Their skill in the battle was glorified for a long time, as well as the insight, along with the art of managing in the forests. They tell that the current head of the family is a person of great abilities. He is characterized by a sharp mind and powerful physical training at the same time. In addition, she learned that the son and daughter of the Count were talented, experienced adventurers. Second was sincerely surprised to hear that the descendants of the noble family had chosen the way of adventurers. He realized how free and unusual this family is. Yukari noted that the son of the Count skillfully possesses the sword, no worse than the masters of the first rank. However, he was struck by his younger sister. The girl suddenly thought, and the protagonist, noticing it, looked forward. What happened? With her gaze and covering her face with her hand, she confessed with a shy smile that she seemed to be called the brilliant morning of the spirits. He again addressed her with a question again. Yukari proudly replied that she is an extremely powerful call of spirits and a real brilliant girl who will become an adventurer of A class at the age of 16. The young man smiled smugly, thinking that he was ready to draw on forces with a 16-year-old brilliant mower of spirits, only because she rose to the rank of A. At that moment, Sylvia thought about the age and asked Carrie how old she was. She calmly replied that she was 19, and then asked the counter question. Sylvia added that she was 17, and Iko declared her 16. Such answers were noticeably embarrassed by the Yukari. Her face darkened from this news. The girls began to turn to her as older, calling her sister. Recognizing, she confessed that according to the standards of dark elves is not yet considered an adult. Her age was about 16 years old. Second began to think about what criteria are guided by the dark elves. He gradually encompassed the feeling that he was just forgotten. Loneliness struck the soul, and he even inadvertently thought not to call himself a spirit so that at least someone has made him a company. Then the spirit reappeared before him, confused by asking why he was summoned again. The protagonist apologized, explaining, "Iko just was scared, but now we really need someone you can talk to." He was amazed that the other even called for this great spiritual king, but he did not worry too much. The main character once again apologized. Angehe decided to share with him the story of how he destroyed the great spirit of the earth. To the new. The hero asked again, and the spirit continued. Everything happened deep night. Then Angehe rebelled against him, thinking of shifting his novel and taking his location of the ruler, having defeated him. Thinking, I realized that if such clashes unfold even in the world of spirits, it is simply impossible to avoid such events. Meanwhile, the spirit, which rested on the bed, sighed angrily and noted that the hero not only contaminated his beloved pajama with earth, but also left a crack on the most valuable cup, and it is simply impossible to forgive such an image. He angrily exclaimed that he should be ashamed to get up with the attack while he is asleep. But this reproach remained unjustified. The enemy hesitantly rushed into the attack. In response, the annoyed spirit instantly flashed a deadly lightning, turning to a handful of ashes. The protagonist glanced at the boy. Ang. His daughter has already become the next great element of the earth. At that moment, the door knocked on the door. He appeared with a major and reported that the count was already waiting for them at the nearest institution. The hero realized. The moment has come when the spirit should return. A little time passed, and they were already sitting at a table generously covered with various dishes. Everyone laughed and wished each other delicious. At the table at this point gathered the owner, the main character, as well as Yukari, Sylvia, and Iko. The major were standing away, watching from afar. I thought about the graph for the second time. It was a great person, an experienced merchant and a brave veteran of many battles. He was distinguished by a sharp mind and body hardened for years. In addition, he does not show any arrogance. True skill. The man thought whether the graph really needed these alloys that he is ready to treat them with such a clear generosity. The graph wondered if the dish sang them. On the table in front of them was steaming vegetable soup with mushrooms, just collected in the wound. Kids are just delighted with such delicacy. He also mentioned that he heard all participants of the first team of Class A were still teenagers. His daughter was just 16. She was stubborn, so he hoped that at the tomorrow they would be able to find common ground. After lunch, the men shook their hands and said goodbye. The second thought that everything was perfect. But he only had to feel the humiliating taste of this moment. He had everything. Power, glory, high position, pride. So why did he need to behave so much? The graph with a smile spread his hands and wondered if he could still serve something. The man seriously asked the graph why he gave such an agreement of such great weight. The answer was even more severe, concentrated by the interlocutor. He replied that his life credo was as follows. Warriors become strong and serve the motherland only when its people are thriving. The production of weapons and armor of Mithric alloys can multiply the power of the state many times. After all, these products should be strong, light, and serve for many years. Moreover, they will have to prove their qualities in Raniado, the shopping center of the Kingdom Castle. The young man wondered if it was indeed done for the benefit of the country. He disagreed with that, and emphasized that he was making efforts not only for the sake of the state, but also for the sake of warriors and people. In his case, he said, these three components should exist in harmony with each other. In fact, he perfectly distinguished between ordinary people and real fighters. At the same time, the latter meant not only the soldiers who served the kingdom, but also all who chose the path of struggle in one way or another, from experienced soldiers to desperate adventurers. The graph is perfectly oriented in the structure of this world, and clearly distinguishes who is strong here and who is weak. That is why he will definitely not joke or treat the opponent lightly. It seems to be bet on this agreement is the wisest choice. The guy was looking forward to waiting for their tomorrow. The count, in turn, confirmed it, and noted that tomorrow he would expect everyone in his possessions. The next day, the crew rolled slowly among endless fields. Inside, plunging into a sweet dream, peacefully rested Sylvia and Ikos. Meanwhile, Seconda, along with Yukari, quietly admired the landscapes outside the window. Looking at the girl, the guy asked how she was going to enter into this agreement. To which she replied that, in her opinion, cooperation in the format of long-term wholesale trade is unlikely to meet his expectations. So, it would be the smartest to enter into short-term contracts. For example, to make a wholesale selling of alloys worth $1 billion over several months. The guy took the calculations and noted that in Proline in a week you can collect about so much Mithril. If they visit the mines 5 times a day, how long will it take to earn as much as 30 billion? The girl took his leaf and asked him to wait a little. According to her estimates, everything should take about 20 days. In a week, the sum reached a frantic 10 billion. That is, in just one day, about 1,400 million. Such figures seemed incredible. It was hard to imagine that Mithril was actually so huge in the world. However, if you think carefully about the situation, it is not surprising. The likelihood of Mithril loss from a normal instance is only 6.25%. This is about 20 times less than a chance to get it from the Mithric industry. Therefore, such a rarity of this material is quite natural. The guy noted that it was strange, but the girl answered with a smile that it would be a real wonder if they had done these 5 times a day. His words were just laughing. He noted that it was worth thinking about these prospects. As for the agreement for 30 billion, 2 or 3 meetings per month will be enough. The calculated profits provide 5 trips a day without any breaks. However, heroes need to allocate 2 weekends a week for rest, and in some places to complete work after the 3rd trip to be lazy in the afternoon. After all, they decided to adhere to this regime. A little time passed, and the girl turned to sleepy gentleman. It was at this moment that their carriage drove to the city, where in the close maze of the streets there were numerous low houses. Once in a lively trading city, their view immediately attracted many different shops and crowds of people who hurried to shopping. For a while, they got the luxurious estate of the Graph. They were invited to a spacious office where a lot of people have already gathered around the long table. The main character immediately understood. The meeting has just begun. Sylvia undertook to retell them the essence of the proposal. The guy decided that, in spite of nothing, he would convey all the cases of Jarki, and only in silence he would nod and, in a complete understanding from time to time, make compassionate sounds. His face was at once as if he had frozen in a stone. He did not understand what was going on around. Men gradually approached him. Rejoiced, they say. The meeting came to glory, and expressed the hope that it would continue to be without any problems. They perceived the presence here as a great honor for themselves. They were only interested in whether the contract would meet their expectations. The main character agreed with gratitude. Then he turned to Yukari, looking forward to her opinion. To which the girl calmly answered, "Everything happens exactly as they thought." The guy thought, after all, it turns out that in 2 months they should transfer as much as 30 billion ingots. At the end of the meeting, the Senane was gently patted the girl on her head and thanked her, passionately noting that she had coped perfectly. Having groomed and blurred, the girl quietly noted that the agreement was not yet concluded. She said that after a short break, they would be waiting for a feast in the company of the Count family and other nobles. The guy with warmth in his soul thought of a girl with a sincere and kind heart. Subsequently, a lot of people gathered in the hall. They cheerfully talked to each other, discussing different bands and laughing at the full voice. The protagonist felt that it was time to quietly disappear from this society. He wondered how others were there. At this time, Sylvia talked to a girl who knew her father. She thanked Sylvia, saying that her father once came to her. Meanwhile, Yukari has a difficult conversation with several sexual elites of the middle age. With noticeable annoyance, she tells them she will be able to get new secrets of skill. At that moment, the maids, who treated her with exquisite delicacies, and admired her charming. Meanwhile, the main character remained alone in the middle of the banquet hall. He felt alien in this place, and reflected how to proceed. Finally decided to join. But suddenly, someone was calling him in their name. Before him with an angry expression was a girl. She introduced herself as Sherry Limerick. The young man instantly guessed that it was the daughter of the Count. She boldly stated that communicating with him is a true honor for him, so he should thank her. The guy only calmly agreed with her words. After that, she added irritated that he did not hurry the events, to which the guy calmly replied that he did not even plan to do it. She was angry even more. She replied with indignation that he was annoying her, and added that she did not understand where such behavior came from. The second stood embarrassed, and failed to find the answer to her words. She turned sharply and commanded him to follow her. But the guy did not even move out of place. He remained as Doug. After a minute, the girl turned back. Recognizing, she grabbed his hand for a moment and led him feverishly. The protagonist with a smile noted that he probably did not notice how she said aloud, as if she was talking to herself. Together they went to the balcony of a luxurious estate and found themselves opposite each other. The girl wondered if he had the gift of calling the spirits. However, the guy calmly denied, they say, she was wrong. His answer stunned the girl, and she was confused. She fell silent and looked closely at him, full of questions. The guy realized that something was embarrassed. It seems that this time he was bent. Then he hurried to explain that he was using the strength of the spirits. Hearing this, the girl broke out of indignation because she realized, in front of her, the call of spirits. She threateningly put her finger in his direction and stated that right now the best time to warn him. He should not hope for a special attitude only because her father looked at him. But the guy just shrugged and coldly replied that it did not care for him. She wondered if he heard her own voice at all, because the adventurer of the rank and should be treated with more respect. To which the guy quite calmly replied, which he did. She just smiled and asked with a slight smile, "All four of them are the real adventurers of the highest rank?" He was confused without finding words for answer. His face frozen, without expressing any emotions. In his thoughts, the young man involuntarily confessed to himself, "It is simply impossible to find a common language with her, or to work together." The girl was ignited by rage, demanding explanations about his icy look. The young man calmly wondered why she did not share her worries with him if she was disturbing her. But she did not even intend to listen, answering him with a blow. The second was outraged by her act, but she probably cut off all this because he did not know his place. So he received on his merit. The guy, distorted in rage, could not understand what she demanded from him. He asked indignantly why she called him. Responding, she again pointed to him and explained to him. She had to do so in order to clearly demonstrate the difference in their position. The protagonist did not realize what she means, so she just repeated her words. The young man assured that he was looking forward to it, and asked how she was going to show him this difference in status. The girl just laughed, and mysteriously promised, very soon he learns everything himself. Looking at, she wondered how much endurance would continue. Meanwhile, a magical circle of conscription was shown between them, and their spiritual hypostasis appeared before them. The spirit was named Tara. She wondered what reason she was called. Sherry pointed to her to open her true essence to the boy. The girl supported this idea. Tara stated that she is a powerful spirit of the earth. The guy shook her hand, thanked her for kindness, and in response, also called his name. The meeting pleased both. They were genuinely happy. The layers engulfed the unrestrained rage. She sharply ordered her to stop courtesy. She only wanted to say her name. In response, the spirit humbly apologized. The protagonist wondered that the spirit of the earth is really rare. In his opinion, there were only 32,000 such spirits. The awareness of this difference in the statuses became even more expressive to him. The layers were indignant with his laughter and insisted that he calls his spirit. The girl also joked that it would be funny to turn to him in the name of the great spirit of the earth. The protagonist thought it would be really funny and joked, "If she insists, then there is nothing to say." It was at that moment that Sylvia ran out on a balcony with alarming news. Echo occurred. Without thinking of a second, he rushed after her. Sherry tried to stop him. In the room, the doctor assured that the girl just overdo it. If you provide her proper care, she will soon be taken to. Ecos, with a sad note in her voice, said it would be a real annoyance to leave it malnourished. The guy thought, is it really so delicious? Is it another cat whim? One way or another, he realized, her nutrition should be monitored. He did not want her to turn into a lazy, thick cat. After all, overweight could spoil her image and influence the role she played. The next morning, at the final meeting, according to Yukari, it was decided to transfer the entire existing stock of Mithril ingots, more than 30 billion. The young man did not fully understand all the intricacies of the agreement, but his role was absolutely obvious. He had to explore the dungeon and gain experience. In the end, they signed the contract and fastened the agreement with the shaking of their hands. The Graf with a smile said he was looking forward to a new meeting. The Butter carefully wondered whether they deny them if they were taken to the city of Bad Gold. The guy gladly agreed to this proposal. Suddenly, the protagonist swept a strange feeling, as if something important left his thoughts. Her voice, full of surprise, was heard. "You, Carrie?" He waved his hand, deciding that this little thing was not worth the attention and was about to move on. However, it was at this moment that someone called him. Wait! Sherry ran to them and, full of enthusiasm, announced she wanted to join the company. Seconda from Yukari glanced at her, clearly alert with such intentions. Throughout the trip, the main character and Sherry were constantly talking. Every time he began to behave stupidly or disgraced, Sherry intervened instantly and gave him a repentance. From the outside, this was reminiscent of a comedy duo in which all attention is drawn to the Joker, and his partner acts as a serious opponent. The guy noticed that despite all the complaints, the girl always looked fun and satisfied. In the end, he dared to ask why she decided to join their company. At first, she thought a little, and then explained. There was a competition between her and the other girl. Both seek to prove which of them is more skillful. Then the guy wondered how they were going to determine the winner. She wondered why they were going to do so. After all, if they cause spirits, it is logical that they will measure skilled reasons. But the guy thought, in fact, he was not in fact a clogging of spirits. So he dared to ask how they would do it. She thought and immediately realized that she invents everything on the move. The girl confessed that she was not sure, because there are too many options, and now she chooses the best of them. Suddenly she was illuminated. She enthusiastically announced that she had a wonderful idea. The girl offered to arrange a competition. The one who gains more points will win, helping the guilds of adventurers. The young man instantly guessed that she had just invented this rule. But the girl strongly denied his assumption. He wondered how this competition is related to the skill in the call of spirits. The girl replied, because they are calls, they are also granted here because of their ability to call and control their spirits. Hearing her sigh, the guy thought that she was doing it with the appearance, as if everything for her was a trifle. He realized that it could be useful even without the use of a call skill. So the guy decided to find out how much this competition would last. Sherry thought again, after which she agreed. Only one day. Already at dawn, the next day it will start. The one who earns the most points for the contribution will win. The second, without even hesitation, supported her decision. In the town of the Lair settled in the room bordering the main character's room. Apparently, she will also appear for dinner with him. This news, without a doubt, promises the most unpleasant and most retarding company in the world. Everyone knew her as a cake. The passionate glances and whispers of the admiration raised her, and the girl proudly lifted her chin. The guy confessed that it was a surprise for him, because she was an incredible person. Sherry in response sharply cut him off, noting that it should not be said. The guy realized that thanks to her actions and words, the girl turned into an exceptional child of a straight line. However, over time, he began to get used to her presence. Moreover, he even rejoices when she interferes with his affairs. Sylvia is too serious, Yukari seems indifferent, and Iko is a solid embodiment of the mercy. It is not possible to wait for the witty jokes from this three, so it is possible that she will have to fill this gap. Then, when he was resting on the bed, the mention of the call did not give him rest, so he decided to use the conscription. However, the spirit that appeared was annoyed, and with irony noted that they had not seen themselves for a long time. He looked carefully at the main character. Having apologized, he explained that he was just exhausted because of numerous worries. The spirit moved closer, looking intently at him. He asked, "Are you ready to share what exactly?" After learning all the details, the owner of the spirits showed interest in the container he met earlier. The second noted that the girl made a pleasant impression on him. The spirit replied that it may be, but to solve its character is not such a simple matter. The protagonist mentioned that the spirit was already dealing with her father. He was inadvertent to find out if everything would be fine if they meet. Returning a little to the left, she said gently not to worry. Everything would definitely be fine. Moreover, the girl was genuinely rejoiced that she had the opportunity to become a great spirit. However, he did not trust her words, and suspected that Tara could be a cold and relentless creature. In case he wondered again whether it was creepy to meet unexpectedly, he agreed, and even added with a smile that he could at the same time scare this Sherry. The protagonist noted that they can go right now if he wants it. They were literally in the next room. It was at this moment that something unexpectedly attracted the attention of Ang. The second asked him what happened. The spirit wondered if the neighboring room was mentioned to the left of them. The main character confirmed this. The spirit replied that he did not feel anyone in the room on the left. Second began to think where they could go in the middle of the night, and why they were not in this room. He felt that something imperceptibly slipped out of his hands. Sherry announced that the next day the competition will begin, where the system will become decisive. They wondered, why not tomorrow? What is the point in this strange competition that looked as if she had just invented it? He was broken by a whirlwind of emotions and a guess. Why did the layer come to him? Why did she follow them, demanding this confrontation? Her real motives remained a mystery to him. The spirit whispered to him that it was envy. The guy understood. It is difficult to argue. The layer really envied him. Apparently, as another cage, she joined their company to find a way to get rid of this envy. It seems that her goal is to solve the nature of his abilities or something like. Suddenly, he was illuminated. She is incredibly annoying. In addition, it is too light-hearted. In such circumstances, she is threatened with inevitable death. He rushed to the exit, complaining of incredible fatigue. The spirit with a light smile noted that despite the complaint, his hurry was to help the act of worthy of true nobility. Sherry was convinced that if she overlooks the dungeon, everyone finally recognized her strength. It will be appreciated by merit. All views will be directed only at her, and no one will dare to leave her. Everyone who admires the second will become her own supporters. Loneliness will never chase her again. It will change by turning the envy into the basis for its own growth and lifting over itself. She asked her spirit to ask that if he cannot become her partner, let her take this place for him. Riding the top, the second thought. The layers seemed to have more than once with ordinary golets. He wanted to give her a slap and turn back. True problems will begin if it gets to the boss. It is known that the owner of the dungeon always destroys anyone at the first meeting, and this hall is much exceeding the size of all previous ones. Usually everyone consider him another golem, which is immune to physical blows. However, it is a misleading thought that misleads. Applying physical strokes against the golem is useless, so the best tactics would be to take advantage of charms. But now, the situation is quite different. Physical and magical attacks almost do not harm him. Players who face it without having the right knowledge usually use ordinary spells, but this is a futile business. The goal returns to the player who has attracted his attention, at the moment when the hero cannot be moved after the use of the spell. Those who are doomed to wait for their own destiny are destroyed without even allowing you to meet or say the word. If they dare to open the battle of magic first, their death becomes almost inevitable. It is extremely easy to solve. You should improve the skills that cause physical harm to the required level. He understood that Sherry would hardly be able to withstand powerful physical strokes. Even if she can overcome the ordinary golem, she will not be able to defeat the boss. They reached the dungeon. The King of Spirits promised to carry them inside. He felt another spirit aura. It meant that the layers were alive and everything was fine with it. He moved forward for the second time, breaking everything that happened in his way. He moved rapidly, trying not to enter into clashes and bypass aggression. However, regardless of the circumstances, his feet carried him everywhere. Since the childhood, Sherry lived in loneliness. She perfectly understood why it was. Causing pain to others, the girl pushed people from herself, and no one wanted to deal with the heir to the Earl. It was inevitable. After all, her character has always remained such that she was not able to change or even admit that such changes were possible. And in truth, she was overwhelmed by loneliness. It was the sense of guilt that prompted her to dive into the study of the art of calling the spirits. Tara was her only real girlfriend, a being that would never leave her alone. It was to this spirit that she appealed to drive away the bitterness of loneliness. She laughed and stated that she was an unsurpassed call of spirits. In the end, she is the heir to the graph, pretty both face and condition, and always seeks change. To this day, she was used to relying only on her own strength. That is why she was not familiar with this pleasant feeling. Communication with a person who perceives her sharp luck for the first time brought her a true pleasure. Isn't it great to strive to become a true friend for someone? For all of her 16 years, she first met the one she was able to call his friend. Now she understands that she is not going to retreat. She will surprise him, leave without words, and make her see it as she is. At that moment, she directed her energy to the golem and rushed. Her mighty blows one by one on the monsters, not giving them a chance to recover. Sherry suggested to taste the herring, but suddenly a huge pile of stones from the mountains grew before them, and the spirit with fear exclaimed to her mistress to retreat immediately. The stunned girl looked at the stone blocks. It was at this moment that a huge boss of prison rose before them. He froze, staring at them. Tara assured that it was impossible to win it. Having inevitably guessed, Sherry ordered to attack. Tara tried hot to refuse her. The girl ordered the spirit to prepare for the use of the fifth form. It was her strongest spell that she had recently mastered. Of all the attacks she could perform, this remained the most powerful. She gave the order to attack. The huge boulders suddenly fell from above on Gallum, thrusting his shell into small pieces of stone. Sherry was sure they succeeded. In her thoughts, they had already won the boss and the first conquered the dungeon. But when the fog over the field dispelled, it was frozen, tight with a surprise. She was horrified. She realized that he had not even caused any harm. The container, exhausted after using the spell, remained completely defenseless. The leader struck. The girl's face was skewed. She flew to the nearest rock and crashed into it with a roar. The spirit was feverishly tried to bring his mistress to his senses. Sherry dropped on her knees, thinking about how much time she had passed and forced her to appear here. Everything around began to break before his eyes. Tara, covered with horror, cast the alarming look at the chief. Shire suddenly realized that the spirit tried to save her. She was not sure whether Tara was gratitude, but sincerely hoped that those words would come to the addressee. The girl is grateful for the fact that she was so lonely, hopeless, and seemingly a senseless man as she herself. At that moment, her eyes expanded with surprise. She saw seconds stopping the boss. He constantly attacked him again and again, from which the boss was constantly injured. He seemed to circulate around the opponent, not giving him a moment. Watching his blows, Sherry realized that she faces an impregnable fortress of a master medium. She recognized these techniques. They were perfectly honed by her older brother, a real specialist in fencing. The second proved to be too powerful. His power is really exceptional. He was at a completely different level and defeated that giant Gallum in one fell. Moreover, he assures that it also belongs to the adventurers of rank A, like her. The girl just smiled, remembering how meaningless all these titles seemed to her. The spirit happily said that now they are not threatened, and everything will be well. The layers wondered that she could not even turn her back. She sincerely apologized to her spirit. Losing consciousness, she just thought of one thing: how much she wanted to do something. Maybe it was worth going there. She didn't stop making herself for it. The protagonist shared all the experienced scores received during the battles with the monsters into the art of desperate possession. Having reached the 11th level, he has greatly expanded his capabilities. The owner of the spirits warned that the girl was in danger. The second immediately realized how difficult the situation is. Without wasting time, he stated that he would use the mastery of the body. When the spirit supported him, a powerful whirlwind twisted between them, and they merged into one. The protagonist did not hide the delight of the amazing changes that took place. The spirit of 120 seconds in Class 11. However, after recharging, it can be activated again. It enhances the characteristics of 2.5 times. He noticed a giant Gallum who sat on the girls. Recovering, he rushed forward and, lifting his sword, stopped the mighty blow of a huge fist. From the force of collision, the giant's hand began to crumble into pieces. If you have enough physical strength and the enemy acts according to the usual schemes, to cope with it will not be difficult. However, you need to get used to it gradually. Unfortunately, the inhabitants of this world die without having time to adjust. Secondly, he stood on a fallen monster. He exhaled, allowing the magic to dissolve in the air. The feeling was so fascinating that he thought he had decided to feel it again. At that moment, Tara turned to him, sincerely greeting the victory. Secondly, he began to reproach the girl strictly. If he did not intervene, everything could end up with a catastrophe. The spirit only silently tilted the head with the pleasure of guilt. Meanwhile, the guy remembered. He should still pass the sharias of potions. Seeing the girl's face, the guy felt certainty. Everything would be fine with her. She assured that the layer actually had a good heart. In response, he assured that he knew. At heart, she is a good man. Its character is slightly different from others. Slightly closed, limited, naive, and lonely. The spirit agreed with him and added that she had not had any girlfriend except for herself since childhood. The guy noted that he perceived it that. The girl emphasized that she was convinced that Sharia feels sympathy for him. However, she still does not know how to deal with it, though she feels it from birth. The main character asks in surprise, why did she share it only now? Did all her actions only an attempt to attract his attention? Tara confirmed his words, adding that her parents at first understood everything. However, she believed there were many different reasons. At this point, the second could no longer stand, and having broken, exclaimed that she was more attentive to her actions. She smiled and replied that she was a spirit, so he had no right to interfere with her mistress. Hugging the layers, the spirit sincerely apologized and asked not to quarrel the baby. In the meantime, the guy decided that this creature was only annoying. After scratching his back, he assured that he would not quarrel at all. The situation seemed difficult for him, but suddenly the idea was illuminated. It is possible to attract a great spirit master. Without delaying, he called him, and it struck the container. Once in front of the girl's spirit, MOA Angel with a suspicious challenge asked why she had not fallen. After these words, he reached out to her, and the girl immediately lost his resistance in her legs. Her face shone. She bowed deeply by Engelvach. The second asked him not to do so, but the spirit did not sincerely understand what he blamed, and humbly apologized. Suddenly the container was relieved, and she was able to straighten her back. The second turned to his spirit, asking him to look into the depths of the mind. He thought for a while, and then agreed to fulfill the request. He began to explain to the girl. The spirits gradually merge with their masters. The better they fit each other, the longer their lives last. And the daughter of the gnome, it turns out, was under the control of this girl. He could not understand what she was experiencing, and justifying her inability to conquer sound only as an empty excuse. The real servant should not bring his mistress to the limit, because with such behavior, she no longer deserved the title of the Great Spirit. The second wondered whether the transformation into such a creature to the full submission of the will of her lady would not lead to. The spirit replied that full control was not able to any of the owners. Unity is achieved only through mutual understanding. The weeding is too closely related to its master. The second thought seemed to him a little pathetic. He thought, when you meet a lonely child who has no friends, you definitely want to become a support for her, to be close to her. Anglemore wondered if his teacher was angry with the girl. He replied that when he heard her story, he won compassion. The spirit laughed and stated that in this case he justified it. Another wondered if he was confident in his actions. He replied that he had only exaggerated and in no way interested in relationships with the owner of some random spirit. He just teased her for his own pleasure. The hero thought that this boy had just a terrible character and could not remember when it all started. Having come to the conclusion that it was time to return, he carefully took Sherian by his shoulder. Suddenly he noticed that girlish clothes became wet. His face froze in a confused surprise when it was actually happening. He woke up Sylvia through a group chat, asking her to come to the base for help. He also instructed her to prepare change clothes and boil water. She woke up soon. Sitting on the bed, she tried to understand what had happened to her. At that moment, Tara rushed to her, hugging and gladly thanking the heavens that Sherry finally came to her senses. Sharia apologized to her for everything, but in response, she heard not to apologize. She would have to convince her not to go for it before. However, caused by categorically denied guilt, she assured that she did not see anything shameful about it. Only her own careless escape is to blame. In addition, she added that she was well aware the maid is indifferent to her mistress. Sherry's cheeks were burning with shame, and she exclaimed in surprise that she was probably a joke. She did not think that she liked what a spirit with a smile said. Her face speaks of the opposite and gives her feelings the best. However, Sherry stubbornly insisted that it was impossible. Then he did not resist, and asked why she was so careless and why she decided to go to this city with him. She explained what she called sympathy. Again and again she repeated her words. He wanted to look at her, looked at her direction. She wanted to communicate with him as much as possible. Is it really simple commitment? Tara added that she should mention it much earlier. Then the lady would not be in such tension and would avoid that unfortunate shame. The girl did not understand what was said and asked again. The spirit said that when a young lady fainted from the nasal bleeding, the second came to her help. He saved her, drinking herbs and carried on his back. The girl wondered how to thank her for such care. Shiri remembered nasal bleeding and realized that it was most humiliating. Suddenly she noticed that she had completely different clothes. At this point, Tara decided to tell her in detail about the inconvenient incident that happened to her. The callman asked her a question again, but the spirit, smiling, repeated his answer again. Sherry was fervently blinking, blushing, and barely holding back tears, exclaimed several curses. The city was already raging, when the unexpected knock on the door woke up the main character. He got up, opened the door, and without the shadow of dissatisfaction in his voice, asked what they wanted from him. Shri, blushing from shame, stood in front of the door and squeezed a note. "Gived it." The girl headed rapidly, in a hurry, thanking and promising what they would see. Tara bowed low, promising that they would never forget his kindness. She also asked her to convey her words to the great ruler. The guy, watching them moving, could not understand what was happening to them. The letter broke out 3 topics: apologies, thanks, and hope for the meeting. Each of them was described extremely in detail, but without thinking too much, he just decided to go to bed. Subsequently, the guy with a serious appearance announced that it was time for a strategic meeting. Eco. This news is quite comforted. All the group was located at the table, looking forward to the treat. Subsequently, they learned that Shri had returned home. The owner of the tractor, who gave them a roll left for him, told them. It was a bag, which was stuffed with gold coins, probably a reward for the assistance provided. Almost 2 million gold appeared inside. It surprised how honest she is in her actions. The protagonist decided to begin to share their plan with Sylvia. The girl replied that she listened carefully. Sylvia, which suddenly grew up, showed great perseverance during training. The second noted that she wanted to bring all her skills to the 9th level, as well as to master the techniques of multiple and variational attacks in magical shooting. Both of these offensive techniques should significantly increase its combat potential. Finally, if you have a free minute, she should take an advanced shooting course from Tours and Elephant. The girl thought for a moment and smiled cunningly. Did the second one recently call this advanced course a waste of time? He replied that the reason for this was the difficulty of applying these skills. They demanded not only considerable casualties, but also considerable experience. If they rarely resort to, there were practically no benefits of such skills. However, this concerned only the initial stage of her study. Professionals should have these skills perfectly and demonstrate their performance. Moreover, it is not enough to just get the title. All its skills have to reach the 9th level. In other words, the key conditions in Elephant and high levels are key conditions. At first the girl thought about receiving the title, but within a moment her face was distorted by surprise. She sincerely did not realize who should be chosen. The main character firmly emphasized, she needs the title. The highest goal is to gain the title of the best demon harness. The girl repeated his words aloud. The young man remembered how he first sought to leave this achievement, but eventually gave up this idea. Then, smiling, he turned to Eco and explained what she should do next. First of all, she needs to get an advanced shield, a master rank. As soon as she takes over it, her level will immediately increase to the first step. When there is a free minute, you will need to master other skills of the shield master. The highest goal is to gain an honorary title. The girl gladly agreed to take up the case. He, a little lost, confessed that he did not completely understand it, but still decided to enroll the task. After that, his gaze fell on Yukari, who suddenly arose behind his back. The second worried when she approached too close. He assured that she would not turn from the path of blacksmithing until she reaches the 9th level, and only then would receive a gift that he will be able to bring to the same top. She wondered what kind of ability it is. He explained that it is a special shaky that can give you unique properties. If you improve this skill to 9th rank, the result will be simply impressive. The girl's eyes shone from the words heard. She gladly accepted this task. After that, she wondered what her mentor thought. The second replied that at first intends to seize the advanced figures, the Tour and Elephant, the Swordmaster. And then it will raise the obsession to the highest possible level. The third stage will be to master the art of transformation. And about the 4th point, Hero decided to remain silent. The 5th step will be the search and release of the 4th form, and the 6th step, the acquisition of honorary titles of the Master of the Sword, the Magician, and the Skilled Call of Spirits. Sylvia noted with fear that he had planned too much. IVF did not have it at all that this transformation is, and Yukari acknowledged that she really scares her to what extent his vision has already acquired real outlines. The second intended to gain the ability to transform, similar to the obsession. This ability allows you to rapidly raise its characteristics for a certain time. If you master this art, preparing for an important goal will be completed. He added that nevertheless, they still gain invaluable experience, and are still well enriched with Mithril. Over the next 2 months, it will have to run between the dungeons and the tractor more than once, so everyone has to do their part of their work. Ecos urged everyone to join together. Her words were truly inspiring. Others responded with smiles, and the approving mood was felt even outside. Somewhere near the house, Shuri stood, watching them with a blush on their cheeks. She turned to her spirit quietly, wondering if the second read her letter. Tara warned the girl that someone was approaching them. The stranger approached and wondered if she was not Shuri, to which the girl answered that she was very impolite and wondered who he was. He apologized, sincerely confessing that he has been admiring it for a long time. He was called Serum. He just turned 19, and he belonged to the Marine rank among adventurers. Although Serum only mastered the art of conscription, his passion for this craft was obvious. The girl cut off that he was annoying her, and in general, she was not interested in him at all. But does he not notice that she is busy now? Smiling, he replied that he always dreamed of seeing the majestic spirit of the earth with his own eyes. In his opinion, she was truly incredible, and near her even nymphs seemed like a pale shadow. Her aura was striking with incomparable power. At that moment, the spirit of the wind appeared nearby, politely apologized for the absence of aura, and introduced itself to the nymph, the spirit of the wind. It is a great honor for her to see Amudia. In response, she sincerely noted that she was also glad. And then she added that she met the majestic ruler early this night. These words caused the nymphs a true admiration. Serum, without hiding joy, asked whether it was really about the same ruler of the spirits. Tara confirmed his words and noted that he was really terrifying. The young man wondered where to meet this person. Tara pointed to the second and stated that he was her servant. Shuri asked why she hid it from her. She could not believe that there was such a mysterious, incomprehensible creature next to him. Almost instantly, she was remembered by her own words, who have been said recently. The spirit replied that she just forgot and apologized for her inattention. Shuri exclaimed with despair that such cannot be forgotten. This is a key detail without exaggeration. In her thoughts, she noted bitterly. She never catch up with her, whatever effort she made. She wondered in the container where a guy with long hair went. The girl showed towards the main character, they say. He followed him. Shri noted that they needed to catch up with them urgently. Meanwhile, the protagonist watched the man who approached him. He introduced himself as a call of Serum's spirits, and noted that he heard about him from Shuri. The second could not understand what was happening to this type. The nymph also called her name, and wondered if he was the master of the great ruler. She explained that, although only the modest spirit of the wind came to convey to him her respectful greetings. Secondly, it seemed to him that she was talking in a strange way. The protagonist was absolutely convinced that the power of the nymph spirit was fully corresponding to the level of 17,000. He wondered if they had a matter for him. Serum replied with delight that he was incredibly encouraged to meet with the great owner of the spirits. Following this, second, with dissatisfaction, noted them mentally, as he did not like those who try to adapt, believing that they would be able to live carelessly, lying down to others. Suddenly, a message from Yukari appeared on a group chat. She warned that this guy learned about the attempt and advised to be as careful as possible. He had a look on him, thinking that Yukari, apparently, just jokes. Gray, with excessive courtesy for the second time, asked if everything was fine. Suddenly, the other was the idea. Perhaps it is one of the tricks of the killers who approach the victim, pretending to be an ordinary person to make contact and sleep. If so, what is the goal of that guy, and what benefit he gets from his call? The protagonist asked him why he wants to meet. Usually, if the hero did not understand something, he was not ashamed to ask questions. He said that the great spirit of this land imagines himself a formidable ruler, who rose to the very top of the world of spirits. The wish to meet him at any cost was the dream of anyone who sought to master the art of calling the spirits. In the second glance, this seemed quite convincing answer. If he is a true call of spirits, then the main character slept to the idea of a brilliant idea. He stated that it would clearly prove, and immediately summoned Engel Ma. The protagonist's thought was ordered to overthrow the opponents to the earth. He agreed and released his power. Serum seemed to be inferior to the floor with invisible weight. He could not understand what was happening. Watching them from above, the protagonist thought that the spirit had done the same thing. If this force that makes people crawl apply in battle, it would be impossible to defeat such an opponent. The Moa angel explained to him that this ability was a unique privilege of the great ruler of the spirits who radiates power. At the same time, it only acts on timid spirits and their masters, so its use is limited. The guy realized that the spirit was manipulating it to force frightened people to obey, and then intimidate them even more. It was really awful. Trembling with excitement, the nymph confessed that it was a great honor for her to meet the most majestic ruler. The protagonist looked at her and thought that she looks quite pathetic now. Maybe she should lift her head. Angel Moa immediately ordered everyone to pay attention to him. Serena said for the second time how exciting this sense of unity was. It was then that Serum turned to the owner of the spirits. Ngama addressed the second reservation. This man behaves very suspiciously. He suggested that he and the nymph to understand the situation, and asked him to give him a minute for preparation. Yukari noted that the man was only looking for a right moment to escape. Suddenly, the nymph involves lightning. The Lord of the Spirits strictly orders the boy not to move. Angel Moan reported that this man was a spy of the so-called Empire. He seems to be in the area of the adventurers of the Kingdom of Castle. In the game, the Empire was known for its militancy. This state became famous for the power and unbreakable spirit of the conquerors. Her image is closely associated with the army of brave men and hard-working soldiers. The second character is deeply convinced that sooner or later, between the Empire and the Kingdom, the costal will inevitably break. A person from such a country immediately attracted his attention. He may have just supervised him, and maybe he tried to get involved in his business. The printed was not sure what was the one behind it, but it seemed to him that the true cause was completely different. He asked the spirit to lift his head. The man sobbed, begging to explain what he offended them. The protagonist thought that if it is some kind of game, then she clearly acquires a dangerous course. This man may have served as a devoted dog's dog, but he remained a first-class agent. The main character did not bypass the fate of the Empire. It expanded its possessions, conducting fierce battles with neighboring countries, and its rapid growth and power were strangely related to the same mysterious first place in the world. The protagonist decided to leave the memory, to do something that remembers the name of the one who will later become the first, and then to give him the opportunity to go his way. With a strict expression of his face, he threw a gray that he had coped perfectly. To get more information about the alleged enemy Empire Marble, Serum secretly penetrated the Kingdom of Castal. He was extremely fortunate to study the spirit of the lair, because it can be a serious obstacle. It would be great to have her on her side in the upcoming war. However, there is another person he hoped on, though it seemed to him that such a person existed only in fiction. He was not the only one who drew attention to the presence of the Lord of the World of Spirits in this country that could become an enemy. Therefore, it was unacceptable to leave everything as it is. He could not let out of such a chance. Unfortunately, it is now exposed. His heart was anxious to think that this man may have been aware of everything from the beginning. However, he could not understand where that is why it is known. Maybe in this secret he was involved in the very great spirit. But he did not talk to his teacher with a word. The guy could not sink as he was exposed, because there was no reason that could give it as a spy of the Empire. This man seemed to be able to read his thoughts. The awareness captivated. Even in his field he was defeated. Before him was an opponent who exceeded him in everything. He finally realized the struggle was complete, and it was here that he will meet his fate. Serum acknowledged his defeat and, if there was such an opportunity, asked permission to write a letter to his relatives. He decided that he would certainly convey the truth about what happened, even if he had to pay a high price. It was his last task. The second did not even think to deal with him. However, he turned to him again, and the protagonist replied, "Let him do what he pleased. If he wants so, he can even join them, because they just went to the next raid." Serum thought about his words, because he has long guessed that he was a spy of the Empire. In fact, Serum tried to expose him before letting go. He tested the stranger, cunningly managed the conversation, pushing to the reaction he needs. His unnatural peace was the result of a thin game in which he got involved. Serum worked as an Empire intelligence agent. In fact, he risked his own life and sought to win. Where did this inviolability come from? He was not fully understood. From the excitement of his legs trembled. Everything seemed terrible to him. He stated that he should give up. He answered it calmly to this. If he wants, let him go. After that, the guy again gained determination, and the second advised him to inform everything to his boss, because the second was the best in the world, the true pride of the Empire. In other words, he asked to convey his words to the Emperor, and the guy assured that he would be sure to inform him about it. A man who considers himself first in the world. He solemnly swore to never forget this horrible person. He will leave the kingdom soon. Yukari wondered if it was really worth letting it go. The protagonist confidently answered the affirmative. However, the girl objected. They say he is a spy of the Empire. She frankly doubted that the boy had enough intuition. The main character noted that the spirit understood everything. Anglemore noted that he was able to extract memories from any spirit that obeys it fully. The hero delighted with the delight of how impressive personality is the owner of the spirits. He asked the girls if he left an unforgettable trace in their hearts. They just looked at him with surprised faces. He wondered unless they knew that he liked the Empire. The spirit was hotly supported by adding that it was a really magical place. However, Yukari did not forget to remind, they are far beyond his capabilities. Sylvia noted that he declared such immune to his commitment to the Empire, although he just defeated the spy in a psychological duel and sent it away. It was quite bold, to dare to tease the Emperor himself. The upset guy plunged into the reflection that he had just got a hunt, but later realized that he was heard, of course. There was a sense. At this point, Iko called him with him, so he gathered with the spirit and decided to go to the dungeon. During the next 2 months, they will gain invaluable experience, exploring the dungeon and at the same time collecting a rare Mithril. It was a little more than a month from the start of the ranking when they unexpectedly completed the collection of Mithril to execute an agreement with the Graph. They have also accumulated considerable experience. So, having received an unexpected rest after the case, he decided to take the opportunity and take the next step. Gathering the girls around the table, he solemnly announced that they have had a unique opportunity. You should use the chance to maximize and master everything that is possible. In other words, based on the skills they have already mastered, they should master more complex techniques of playing the tour and elephant. It is not important whether they can immediately apply these skills, but the learning process itself. In the case of Sylvia, we are talking about an improved archer and an improved elephant. As for Ikkyo and its protective skills, one way or another, they will not just at high level. It will be painful to open them in turn, so it is better to take the opportunity and master one skill. Pumped it to level 16th now. Sylvia wondered how they would be able to get them. Noticing her passion, the guy smiled and explained, everything she needs is to defeat the dragon. The girl was shocked even by the very thought of it. The young man noted that everything is decided not by the fact, but the way of execution. In this technique, a decisive blow was to be made by the arc. To achieve this, you need to skillfully combine different skills, from basic to skill of archers. Yukari was wondering if it was possible to use such effective techniques in a fight with a dragon. The guy confidently confirmed her words and added that it was quite easy. If he explained to reproduce this sequence during a battle with 5 different dragons, it will be possible to master it without difficulty. Sylvia lost the gift of language with surprise. It sounds quite confusing, because the game presents many different dragons. The main character is convinced that he can handle all the conditions. He is so confident that he does not imagine that it may be more difficult. So it seems to him an elementary business. For an experienced archer, the task is simple. It has to overcome 10 dragons on its own, based solely on the protection of its own castle. The girls studied the main character, trying to understand her intentions. The fright reflected on her face. She could not believe that everything was so easy. She seemed to be in the heart of a strange dream. The second noted that the same conditions concern the master. So they will go hunting for a dragon together, and thanks to its support, everything is sure to be the best. At first, the girl listened enthusiastically his speech, and then jokingly wondered if he was about to give her to the dragon. The guy was completely confused, not tucking for whom she accepted him. Everything was much easier for IVF. To defeat the dragon, it had to do a detachment leader. After the dragon has used at least one of its skills, the team had to repeat it with 5 different types of dragons. To switch to the master's level, he needs to take 100 beats in a row using the scale shield technique. It may seem a difficult task, but the guy promised to explain in detail how to do everything correctly. The girl showed determination. She is ready to try her hand. When hunting dragons is over, can he count on your support, Carrie, in solving cases with a graph? The girl confidently replied that he could always rely on her. After short hesitation, they decided to start surgery. So their adventure ended, and they went to the gorge where the dragon was hiding. The guy said that there were many in the dungeon. It was a real canyon, similar to a deep gorge, and there were as many as 7 different species among the many dragons. In short, it was a real logo of dragons. Strong asked if she heard his words correctly. She noted that this den has not been obtained. The second only suggested this. The guy considered it the dungeon to be the most difficult among those belonging to the second rank. If Prulin has not obeyed anyone, it seemed to him that Matteo also remains unconquered. Sylvia suddenly realized that they were going to an incredibly dangerous place with the intention of fighting with dragons. She was alarmed. Can this be considered normal in general? The second immediately stated that such a question should not even have. There were almost no monsters in the dungeon, and all three were able to repel any of them. Finally, they reached a huge canyon, which seemed deserted. Only the birds spread high above the abyss, cutting the sky with their wings. Suddenly, their gaze fell on one of the dragons. He was so giant that they could not imagine how they were overcome. The second said that he would now show how to act, and they should be carefully monitored for his every movement. Once in front of a powerful dragon, the protagonist decided to take advantage of mastering his spirit. Engel Muaru told him that he would give a second desire. The power was barely activated. No time was left for reflection. It was necessary to act instantly. This time he decided to buy an advanced tour. It was necessary to strike for each of the 7 different skills, from the pawn to the castle. Without wasting time, he began his attack on the dragons. At first, he used the spear of the archer, forcing the dragon to be terrified. He then applied a shot of a golden general, who rejected the monster back. He then applied the crossbow elephant. It immediately caused a new outbreak of frenzy in the dragon, and he quoted, spitting the tongues of the flames. This is how the shot of the dragon, a terrible sign of a close invasion. When the forces leave it completely, it will be possible to put all the power in a decisive blow. So he began to use shooting techniques again. Now, fulfilling all the conditions, it was only necessary to destroy the dragon with the help of an ivory arrow. After focusing, the guy with a strict expression of the face again rushed to the attack on the monster. The giant flurry of blows struck the body, wings and paws of the dragon, leaving numerous wounds on it. In response, he could only issue a fierce relic. A little time passed, and the dragon eventually fell defeated. The second abolished his skill and addressed the boys, explaining that it was only an approximate example of how to act. The girl looked at him in surprise. The young man explained that he had just destroyed one to show how it works, but now they would do it together. It is not so difficult to destroy white dragons. The strike of their attack is easily reflected by the golden general, and when they give out a piercing scream, they produce a deadly flame. The main thing is to have time to evade. He asked the girls if they were ready. Sylvia, with a frozen heart, tried to protest him, because he questioned the dragon alone, which seemed simply incredible. Iko wondered if he was scared. The guy only confusedly decided that there was a misunderstanding here, and calmly, he seriously stated, nothing to fear here. He began to tell everything from the beginning. Even if the white dragon causes them 3 of the most powerful blows, they are not threatened. In addition, he recently noticed that she skillfully parts his lunges with a golden general and instantly evades as he makes a careless course. While it comes out, the experience does not play a role. Everyone can win. The 9 seeks to get the first place in the world, so they need to overcome the white dragon with 1 powerful blow. The 4 fastest groups are forbidden to show fear of the enemy. He just laughed and apologized, they say. He understands everything. But it seems that he did not even think about how they would not be able to die after 3 beats of the white dragon. The girls were outraged by such a bold attitude to their fate. The village blamed him for his previous words. But as soon as he shared all his knowledge, the residents immediately rushed to hunt the dragons. If it came to the battle, it would be best to rely on the red dragon. He would definitely cope. But about the girls, it has already raised doubts. Of course, it excludes the rainbow dragon immediately. If he suddenly had to come together with this creature in the duel, he would be able to cope on his own, although it would take a long time. But if all 3 attack at the same time, it will be almost unrealistic to defeat and protect girls. In addition, you will now have to stay away not only from the rainbow dragon, but also from most gold. They sought not so much to conquer the dungeon as to master new skills. It is only necessary to fulfill the necessary conditions, and the desired will become achievable. They did not have to get involved in a bloody confrontation with formidable dragons. Their most dangerous enemy was the red dragon, so the guy suggested just to walk the park. Sylvia confessed that she was experiencing severe fatigue after such a busy day. IVF just agreed with her because today they have destroyed more than 34 dragons. Tomorrow, they are waiting for 4 more battles. And this is almost the end. Sylvia realized that these four surpassed the power of even white dragons. After that, she was mentioned that he needed to warn the girl about one important thing. Focusing, he said that he was harmful to those who did not threaten anything. Wrong. The girl just skeptically scattered. In her opinion, such words sounded completely deprived. Then she offered him to imagine himself on the side of her subordinates. The guy did not squeeze what she was in mind. The girl added, "They say that he can be in vain for others." The main character was confused and did not find what to answer. Sylvia pushed him and noted that first it was necessary to teach them to evade strokes. The second seriously replied that that was what it meant. Tomorrow it should not forget about protection. Even a fragile delay can be expensive. It must be evaded. The girl agreed with his words. He also warned IVF. If she hesitates or feels for a moment that he does not have time to install an elephant on time, she should retreat immediately. There are 3 ways to evade attack. They should be well remembered. Either rush in a circle, or jump abruptly away from the direction of movement, or bend deftly. The skilled rival will be able to evade flames, fast-legged, from hostile blows, and the resourceful, to deviate from the tail, dive down. He came to this after countless attempts and mistakes. Earlier, Sylvia did not leave doubts. Where did he know all this? Of course, he cannot reveal the true cause, and both understand it. Therefore, Sylvia only nods silently, hiding his emotions. He added that if they absorb everything he warned them, nothing will happen. In addition, the same techniques as against white dragons should be used. Sylvia wondered if they planned to conquer this dungeon. However, the guy shook his head. If you prepare thoroughly, even a chance to win. However, even having won, it will not bring any benefits. The girls are aware that the dungeons can be overcome. Sylvia considered the main character quite weird. Even seeking championships, for him the triumph and the glory of the winner of the dungeon were insufficient. The protagonist was really aware that she was right. Yes, to get the championship, you cannot do without some oddity. He confessed to her that he simply did not want to waste time. For him, all this is just an integral part of the way forward. Thinking, the girl replied that she would call him a person with extraordinary endurance, and his unmoved confidence seemed strange. In the meantime, Iko was dormant in a plate. The night has already descended. He told in detail in what sequence the dragons need to be destroyed in order to achieve the desired goals, as well as to emphasize how strong each of them is. Sylvia watched with enthusiasm how a mysterious stranger rushed into battle with a red dragon. She has already mastered all the necessary skills. Together with the group, they without hesitation attacked each dragon on 3, and even met green or red, could give them a decent repel. All this became possible due to the accurate and timely tips of the guy. Moreover, the protagonist confessed that he carefully watched the shooter. She could not understand. If so, why is he still fighting? All because he seeks to master the swordfish. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he decided to fight without assistance. For him, this duel was an easy walk. If you describe everything in one word, it was fascinating for her. He seemed to be in the air, wearing a dragon. The perfect movement, made after all cannons, mercilessly overcame the red dragon. After the victory, he stated that he had mastered this technique perfectly, and now they can turn back. A familiar, contagious expression was read on his face. He looked just as they were sitting together in a strange room corner on the race, or when he came across the perfect dish in the tractor. She noticed these features in it more than once, but she has not seen such sincere expression. For some reason, she liked to watch him, and in her soul there was a desire to be like him. As soon as I stuck into the aromatic smoke of the hookah, they decided to go back. But suddenly they noticed that there was a fight ahead, so they decided to find out what was happening. In the dungeons, to meet someone is a real rarity. Moreover, in those halls that have not yet been conquered, it may be considered to penetrate, except that a mad adventurer or some significant figure. Only an instant look at the course of the battle made it clear. In front of him is a real swordmaster. They realized that he was extremely strong, because without assistance he overcame the yellow dragon. It seemed that this fight did not exhaust him at all. His power apparently exceeds even the level of the second. Sylvia surprised it. The protagonist noticed that the man seems to be preparing for a new duel. This time his rival had to become a green dragon. Sylvia closely monitored his attacks on the dragon. She perfectly understood how powerful he was, even incredibly strong. But there was no sophistication in the duel. She noticed that he was holding up quite confidently. However, If you compare it with the second one that fought a minute ago, the difference between them seemed incredible, as if a whole gap, like heaven and earth. The protagonist noted that the meeting with the rainbow dragon would probably turn into death for him. Even a gold creature can toss a lot of problems. The girl thoughtfully asked if it should not be warned. The second thing that was striking, they were already going to go. The girl thought whether it should be considered as someone more significant. He seemed to be well aware of his position. The protagonist, gently taking Iko for his hand, realized that it was time to go back. He was coordinated to meet Yukari as soon as possible, and tomorrow to see the same mansion tomorrow. At this time, Yukari visited the Count's family to receive a reward for the drains. She was politely met by the senior Delmo from the etiquette department. It had to exchange a huge amount, as much as 30 million. Until the owner returns, it remained in the town hall. To test the fate and wander the streets with such wealth in your wallet is not wise in any way. However, she was not going to sit without business. As they aimed to buy an estate, she undertook negotiations on his purchase. To do this, she gathered a considerable team of employees. However, even this reinforcement may not be enough to satisfy their owner. After a preliminary inspection of the estate, seconds noted that it was only half more than they hoped. Yet, this possession was the largest and most expensive of the royal capital. But it seems that it didn't bother it too much. He was thinking about buying several estates and combining them into a huge land allotment. No matter how much Yukari loved him, such ideas seemed meaningless to her. However, she still wanted to make an effort to make his dream come true. According to estimates, the estate, land, and reconstruction will cost 200 billion. She did not hope for less. The owner was used to ordering only the best. It is important for him that his home is the first in the world. When all the affairs with the estate was resolved, and all left to choose a servant, she was informed that President Philip had already arrived. Yarka felt anxiety in her breast. The thought flashed in her head. And suddenly, they are watching them. She realized that it could be an unpleasant meeting, but did not expect the events to develop so rapidly. Without wasting time, Yukari decided to consult with another about this situation. The girl was engulfed by alarming anticipation, however. If the owner assured that everything was fine, she decided to believe him. At this point, a man entered the room. The man smiled and said that he had come with the intention to make a respects, although it seems that he turned into a boring interlocutor. He gradually translated the conversation to those who violate contracts to resell them in the black market. The girl decided that the man understood something, but did not seem like he had come with threats to her master. The man noted that it was because of this that her gentleman is an outstanding person, because he is so skillful. The girl realized that she finally escaped. The man threw his hand into his pocket and said that it was for her master. Her previous master entrusted him with one important thing. The girl could not understand why the Duchess passed the letter to her master. The man explained. The Duchess asked that if a good relationship was formed between the girl and the boy, he necessarily handed over this letter to the young man. The girl tried to find out what he knew. The man replied that it was only an unfortunate misunderstanding, and assured that he knew only the fact that a wonderful relationship was dominated between them, as between the owner and the servant. The girl did not realize why the Duchess resorted to it. It all comes down to this letter. It was because of him that she was spared and sent away, and even the president provided her escape. In fact, she sought to pass this letter to the owner. Standing in front of the gate of the estate, Yukari noted that it was the building on the eastern section of the enterprise. Sylvia, looking at the mansion, could not understand what it was for a place. Iko joyfully rumored rooms, constantly asking whether they would really live here. But suddenly the second finally came. It's too much. Even for them, all this was a breakdown. He noted that even if they pick up a cold here, they will always be able to move to another home. He proposed to move in a circle, given the seasons. And this house will become their summer residence. Yukari noted that even if the room is idle, the money is still allocated for its maintenance. The guy just smiled and answered, they say, to earn the right amount for him. Then he suggested looking at other rooms. Sylvia could not understand whether they were hesitant between this house and what they looked earlier. To her surprise, the second immediately replied, "This house also belongs to him." He specified, "All the homes here are his property." Sylvia stunned it. He identified one of the houses as a home for servants. Yukari also suggested that he entrust her for the preparation of servants. The protagonist anticipated that all this would be difficult work, so he asked the girl whether she took too much. But in response, she stated that she wanted to earn confidence and be worthy of this task. The man instructed her to take all the worries on herself. She bowed low and expressed her gratitude. In the end, they carefully inspected each building and concluded an agreement. Thanks to the efforts of Yukari, everything went without any difficulty. Sylvia was genuinely pleased that they would soon be able to settle in a new place. Until then, real life was not interested in it. He had enough computer games, and it was in them that he found his pleasure. However, in relations with people he could not boast of success. He was defeated socially. However, now that the dream turned into reality and the estate turned to it, and taking into account the conclusions made, this area could soon be covered with snow. His mood was constantly rising. So in the evening, everyone decided to arrange a barbecue. Going down the stairs, the guy thought of finding some coffee. On the way, he happened to Yukari in the costume of the maid, who wished him good morning. She asked him to wait a little. The guy thought that the attire of the maid was extremely suitable. However, he could not understand why she was dressed in this form. At that moment, Sylvia descended them and, seeing that Yukari really turned everything, did not hide her astonishment. The girl said the winner has the right to take the first step. The guy, instead, did not understand anything from their conversation. Iko ran up, talking fervently about the many different fruits she had just found in the garden. The guy asked her to speak slower, because he could not understand everything immediately. The girl again began to tell how she came across a giant fruit. The guy immediately realized what he was talking about. He remembered the palm trees and guessed she was dealing with coconuts. He explained to her that you could only use the pulp inside, but the shell of these fruits is extremely strong. At that moment, the girl who held a plate with sandwiches in her hands had fun that the breakfast is ready. Together, they sat down at a table to have a snack and spend time in a warm circle. Looking at the letter in front of him, the guy immediately realized the Duchess wants to do something for her. Yukari could not get rid of why she believed that Philip was all right. In response, she noted that he was probably subjected to brainwashing. Thinking about his words, the girl felt strange enough. The head of such a large company personally came so far to pass the letter. So she and her interlocutor were engulfed in genuine curiosity. What could be written in that letter? The second stunned, frozen on the spot from what he saw. The written was much worse than he could imagine. The girl asked what happened there. The young man confessed that this is a serious trouble, and it is difficult for him to find the right words to explain. However, he smiled gently with the girl and assured her that there was no reason to worry. She can completely count on him. The girl, astonishing, scolded, but agreed with him. The letter revealed to whom you can really trust, and from whom it is worth keeping away, as well as the court intrigues of the kingdom and the scheme of seizing the magic of influencing the mind. There were rumors about a whole network of spies and skillful manipulation of public opinion. The inhabitants of the kingdom who revealed this truth are now in a more favorable position. It seems that the empire is almost ready to intercept power over the kingdom. The distance to that is only a step. If the first Prince Klaus, who headed the reformists, will go to the throne with the support of the prime minister, the kingdom will soon join the empire. The reform they praise as if they promise to keep up with the empire and look extremely attractive. However, in fact, this will only turn into the fact that they will turn into vassals of the empire. If you are obliged to the terms of the agreement without your consent, and then they will simply begin to use as you want to do on the lands around the empire, they will be done with you in the same way as with other victims. Instead, the kingdoms who know the true essence of events were proclaimed the second prince of their leader to defend the established traditions. However, now he has a clear advantage. People began to actively oppose the expansion of military capacity. Their loud voices were protesting against war. That is why the authorities needed to find an effective way of mass zooming. The Duchess has long been aware of all events. Therefore, she decided to put everything in the letter. She sincerely hoped that the protagonist would be able to unravel this difficult situation. They decided to entrust this task by an exceptionally powerful man. But if he does not succeed, Yukari will return to Philip again in search of a new owner, and everything will happen at first. Considering everything that happened, the guy understood. The current state of affairs almost does not care. He was much more concerned about whether they would hold the championship, and still worried Maine. The thoughts were spinning how to understand as soon as possible. What is the matter? His actions could have caused him to be taken as an enemy, and could make attempts. So the guy decided to keep up with the most optimistic development. The hero immersed himself in reflection, but no answer seemed worthy to him. So now he decided to put a point in search. First of all, he seeks to bring his own plan and gain the absolute championship in the world. The second reported to Yukari about his intention to take Sylvia and Echo to teach the art of reincarnation. He asked her to oversee other servants. Yukari assured that she could rely on her. The guy apologized for each problem separately. The girl reassured him, asking not to worry about it. The guy was interested in thinking what symbolized her outfit. In the end, he noted that this form is incredibly suited to her. The girl returned to him, politely bowed to a sign of gratitude, and then plunged into her kitchen cases again. Subsequently, they paved the way through the forest thicket. The guy suddenly realized, no one in this world knows about the possibility of reincarnation. The second explained that there are 4 conditions. They are quite simple, so it will explain them in turn. Initially, he noted that it is necessary to have time to harm the monsters and bosses within a set period of time. Sylvia wondered if the word transformation was really needed at the end. The main character confidently assured, yes, without that. At that moment, Echo was just at training this word. Sylvia realized that a weapon that had recently brought a second, created to harm perfectly calculated accuracy. Before traveling to the forest, they visited a weapon in the royal capital and purchased 3 spears. In addition, they visited the main library for the second time to study the book about the skill of having a spear. They made every effort to do the enemies as much harm. If you think why they find themselves in this forest, that's why. Mucus is almost harmful here, but it has a striking protection. In these places, various types of mucus are collected. Except them in the forest, you will not meet anyone. The main character again explained to the girls their tasks. Watching them, the guy realized, as soon as they get used to the new, easily mastered the art of reincarnation. If she invented new receptions with loud names every night and eagerly exclaimed them, it could not cause a joke. In the end, they decided to focus on finding the right numbers. They spent 3 days to master the right skill. The worst fears of the hero came true. Sylvia began to pronounce the miraculously bizarre words to reincarnate. She tirelessly invented new variations of phrases, completely delving into her own path of self-improvement. You can activate the transformation with any of the 4 large elements to choose from. Sylvia chose a fire, and its equipment instantly ignited bright red colors. At the moment when the hero chose these elements, something unexpected happened. He opted for light transformation. Transformation without using any of the 4 main elements has never happened. The cloak and mask were a complete novelty for him. He wondered, perhaps it is a hidden element or a just created feature. Or maybe this world is undergoing any updates. In other words, new items may not even know about. This is certainly anxious, but at the same time makes you look forward to the unknown. Finally, Sylvia reached the stage when she was training the unique reception necessary for transformation. It has been 2 weeks as they tirelessly gained a new experience, plunging into constant exercises. The main character has completed his preparation. He raised his transformation to the 9th level, and also collected basic skills that were not mandatory for this transformation. The likelihood of activating his skills depends significantly on the type and strength of the monsters on which he hunts. All abilities are created for a specific purpose to achieve the desired advantage. His dark wolf was called. It was a mutated version of the boss, a black fiery wolf from the dungeon. Having spent centuries in eternal darkness, the creation has undergone incredible evolution. Such creatures have been extremely rare. Without exaggeration, it can be argued that the ability to conquer this magician has become one of the key reasons why he continued to remain the undisputed leader of the game world. Only one had the power to tame it. It was not just difficult, but almost unrealistic. The wolf had the same power as all their team was taken together, so no one dared to think about being tamed. At the same time, a dark wolf can still be tamed. Unlike the boss, this beast is a separate creature. It arose from a mutated species of boss followers and climbed to a new stage of evolution. The protagonist tried many methods, trying to tame it, but nothing good came of it. Despite the failure, he did not despair. The realization that it can be tamed gave him determination. From morning till late evening, he tirelessly tracked the black wolves, without end and edge continuing his hunt. But one day there was a turning point. Suddenly he managed to conquer the beast. When others learned about it, they also tried to tame it in the same way. However, none of them managed to repeat this success. Now he wanted to experience his own strength in this that everyone was impossible. It was for such a check that he needed training. He has already made a decision, but this world is not the same as the usual game. He has not felt true fear for a long time, so he tries to minimize all the risks. And in the event of the worst development, he has his own insurance. But the obsessive thought of probable death does not give him rest. However, nevertheless, he is not going to retreat. Currently, a tense lull, like a cold war, prevails between the kingdom and the empire. Until the sparks fell on his shoulders, he will make every effort to curb the dark wolf. The second realized that the right moment came to bring the girls to perfection. He ordered the best weapons and the highest quality armor. The protagonist accidentally noted that he began to rely overly on Yukari. Now he does not even imagine victory on the world stage without it. So, as long as she fights with a dark wolf, she plans to give her a carefree, full joy of vacation. Recently, these girls have become too interested in a sophisticated life in luxurious estates. If they continue to behave, they are waiting for difficult tests. That is why he has already prepared a special training program for them. As soon as he receives the equipment from Yukari, he immediately collects everyone on a strategic meeting. He has a lot of important to discuss with everyone, in particular, how to act in the absence of it. Hearing this, the girls were deeply impressed and puzzled. After the night, he still managed to convince the team. From now on, they will report daily in a common chat. It promised to be not easy, but there was no other way out. He explained to the girls that they needed to explore the dungeon, following the strategy that he specifically developed for them. Sylvia wondered if it would be a test for the Echo. Of course, IVF has only protective techniques and therapeutic magic. Even one monster on this path would be a test for her and would take too much time. However, if it is really difficult for someone, then Sylvia. Thanks to such rigid training, both will surely understand how important the role of advanced and rear fighters is, as well as support during the battle. It would be quite natural if they became much stronger before their return. As for Yukari, he sent her on vacation. However, in order to avoid boredom and a sense of futility, she instructed her finally to complete a long, standing business, which she postponed for more than 1 month. After a number of events, he said goodbye to them for a while. When he was about to go, his gaze accidentally met with new maids. They noticed them. He became much more than before. He was waiting for a grueling journey. A difficult path of land and water through various cities came in front. He had several more things that needed attention, and therefore planned to spend the night in some settlements. He decided to report it all. After that, he took the call of the spirit. He suggested that he go into mana. If this world works according to the same rules as the game, the spirit should have the ability to compress your body. The spirit has obeyed the team and warned that no one else should see it now. It was extremely convenient. Englemoir asked why he was called at the moment when he was riding. The protagonist explained that an extremely difficult enemy awaited them ahead, so he decided to openly share this information. The second explained what he meant: an incredibly complex opponent. He said that the enemy is called a dark wolf, and his goal is to conquer this creature. The spirit heard it with confusion and surprise. He did not imagine how at all it was possible to tame such a formidable opponent. The guy stated that he would not stop until he reached the goal. Enkelme suggested that he was waiting for a long and grueling struggle. The spirit wondered why he went down to the dungeon. The second replied, he came around the sorcerer's corner. This thing should later become his main trump card. Subsequently, he was lucky. When he was desired, he went to the city and asked him to sell all the health potions. Now his inventory was cracking from excess elixirs, but there was no reason to worry about their rapid ending. They went on to the way, and in the rest of the young man told the spirit of the basic information. He was going to refer to the memoirs of a dark wolf and called on the spirit to merge with him. It had many different abilities. For example, it could take the human likeness, as well as rotate a person. In addition, he had teleportation, the art of dark magic, a terrible dark roar, and the ability to cause other creatures. Physical blows did not act at him as soon as he turned into a wolf. It was the very essence of his abilities. Anavavala genuinely impressed similar quality. Did he not be wondered? Constantly asking the hero questions, they say. In general, there are such methods of attack and protection. The second replied that it is quite possible. Meanwhile, the spirit carefully analyzed the wolf and finally realized why the boy had to stock up so many elixirs. He recommended the boy not to rush to the treatment, and first make sure it was safe for him. Meanwhile, Anglemaw has continuously received new, still unknown information. Depending on the mode selected, the rod can serve for a variety of tasks. However, no matter what method you use, there is a risk of accidentally involving an empty shadow. Angel Moa asked if it was indeed a monster. The guy replied that the dark wolf, whose strength forced even the great owner of the spirits to recognize him with a monster, was indeed extremely threatening. The statistics of the dark wolf are not impressive, but there are rumors among the players that it is the most powerful monster in the game. The reason is its insidious, incredibly rigid attacks. Definitely, this boy should tame him in this world. The second noted that even if he fails to tame a wolf, he can always use her potion against him. Taming is only possible when the level of health of the monster is low. Therefore, it will be much faster to completely heal the wolf, turning him all his effort than just waiting for him to recover on his own. Of course, they could destroy him and wait for a new one, but there was no certainty that someone in his place would really arise. Finally, they got to the port city. The Izurai fortress can be called a true giant, an old, huge, only half covered with fleece-making symbols. When the heroes approached its massive walls, the protagonist was lightly tremble, and a barely noticeable smile appeared on her face. The leader is on the upper floor. It is one of the two premises located in the heart of the fortress, but its goal is hidden elsewhere, in a room known as a library. The second hurriedly turned to the spirit, saying that time was not waiting. Angelic Moa also supported this opinion. It was at this moment that the guard rushed at them. The hero activated the ability to reincarnate, and at the same moment, the attackers got into the blinding glow of bright light, which completely swept them. During the transformation, all hostile characters within the radius of action inevitably be silent. In addition, the character acquires inviolability for 8 seconds. This effect of reincarnation without exaggeration can be called extremely useful. Thanks to this, the protagonist receives as many as 2 seconds of invulnerability, which allows him or her to push enemies even more effectively. Thanks to this, the hero wins the precious time required to prepare his skill. This spell is particularly effective against opponents with a knight subtype. The main character attacked, skillfully combining lightning. The guy carefully appreciated the consequences of his fall. One of the knights was already in love on the ground, smoke slowly rising from his armor. The second, keeping at a distance, froze in a wary pose. Without delaying, the guy repeated his attack. The spirit of enthusiastically exclaimed that it was incredible. The guy in response noted that he struck both a critical blow, so this time he was able to deal with them with one single shot. If not for him, it would be much longer, and would not bring such a stunning result. In the meantime, they were moving further deep into the fortress. In the end, they got the entrance to the majestic underground library. Seconda suggested that the camp near the entrance. England is surprised because the place for the night was just on the way. The guy replied that a safe territory was here. There are only ghosts monsters, but they do not know how to jump, so they just can't get to some height. The main character lit a torch and decided to go forward. Once the door opens, the spirit must take advantage of the opportunity to ascend. Seeing a black wolf, he was panicked. He immediately exclaimed that there was no doubt. They have no chance. The guy realized that the spirit was endowed with acute observation. And it is not surprising. It is the Lord of the Spirits, the wise and cautious ruler. He skillfully assesses the danger. Now it would be impossible to defeat the wolf, but all this is just part of the big game. The guy took a few steps deep into the library and carefully put the torch. He approached the wolf quietly. Now the monster was in the usual animal. As always, it first attacked a rapid attack. In wolf-likeness, he is absolutely invulnerable to physical blows. Therefore, the protagonist uses arrows and sword against him at the same time. In a hopeless situation, the smartest is to evade. As soon as the enemy attacks, he instantly retreats sideways, avoiding the blow at the last moment. Every time the wolf cannot grasp or strike with claws, he certainly resorts to teleportation. Such a sequence of actions is observed in his behavior. But suddenly the wolf took advantage of the force of dark transformation. The girl with thick long hair and black, protruding from among the strands, ears, came before everyone appeared. He looked at her with delight. Despite all the changes that brought this new life, its beauty remained unchanged. The hero realized that now it is not time to give freedom. After it moves to the side of the darkness, it will probably turn to a dark spell. Therefore, he should prepare a swordmaster with an ivory in advance. He wondered that she is not an empty shell without content. If he began to prepare for battle only after he saw her reincarnation, it would be too late. It is important for him to catch a moment when the black flames that occur during its transformation are scattered. If for those tiny 0.2 seconds after its landing, it will have time to prepare an advanced swordflower technique, elephant. Then 3 rapid steps forward and a powerful attack will be the perfect solution. The protagonist also said that during the preparation of this skill, the opponent would remain stationary. After all, to use the ability of the 6th level, it takes time to activate. This makes it defenseless for 4 seconds. However, this skill gives a brilliant result. If IS successfully realizes its reception, it causes great harm. At the same moment, he again rushes on the offensive, like a ball that crashes into the lattice. She suddenly fell to the ground as if her body had ceased to obey her. The protagonist with anxiety thought that he seemed inadvertently stunned the girl. Now they definitely need incredible luck. Without decisive, accurate blows. While she is stunned, he aims at her feet and presses twice on the trigger, using the skill of the shooter. Rock shooting. If both shots are accurate and critical, he will certainly collect it from his feet. But if only one or no one is critical, its numbness will dispel it. If this is the case, he will have to make 2 more shots in the hand-shushing way. Otherwise, it will not be possible to knock it down. Whether he can do it, his own safety depends largely. At this stage, the main character decided to apply this skill. 2 beats were directed at the girl, and this time, they both hit the target. If it opens during a dark call, it will turn again with a dark transformation and throw. Then it will repeat all its actions again. Although it has a human likeness now, it is still able to use a dark transformation. The protagonist realized that he would be able to intercept her with the help of the Monster Kobo skill, and he wondered what she would do next. She leaned her head, and this is a clear sign. Now he will throw at him, trying to cling to her teeth. He throws all his strength to evade her komeneo. After the bite, it produces a dark roar. It takes 2 seconds of preparation. If she had time to bite it, the chance to avoid a dark roar would be almost 0. 99% probability that it would not be missing him. The girl, turning into a wolf, spread her mouth. A sinister, dark roar that spread around. After a spooky dark river, it either rushes to the enemy or uses dark reincarnation. This time she only chose reincarnation. The protagonist came to the conclusion that he should prepare the master of martial arts, who skillfully possesses the sword of the elephant. It is also worth making sure that the mysterious shadow is really empty. It was at this moment that he noticed under the girl some figure in the shade. He again applied his skill of the bishop's swordsman, which for a long time stunned the girl. Then he tried to attack her reception, the course of the tour, and this time only 1 attack reached the goal. If stunned, it will apply a dark reincarnation and a dark call. However, in a moment, she only took advantage of a dark call. The hero considered it carefully and wondered what would happen next. The girl stood with her eyes closed and a black weapon suddenly emerged in her hands. This time he realized that in her hands she had a shadow staff. She tried to go into the mode of skill. However, this did not affect him in any way. He mentally noted, "Not bad, we must recognize." The protagonist suggested that after these 2 shots, she had already weakened enough. So now it is only necessary to hit the tours to finally neutralize it. In addition, it skillfully combines the attacks of a silver general and a horse jump, causing powerful blows. And then, the main character rapidly moves towards her. The girl turned again on the wolf. As soon as he knocked her down, she, without hesitation, instantly attacked him, as soon as the darkness wrapped her body. A smile blossomed on the face of the main character, and the cheeks were blossomed. This spectacle seemed exciting to him. In addition, the idea that this character's partner was also a remarkable weirdo, despite the fact that the Lord of the Spirits clearly points out, in this battle there is no chance of success. He still wraps in a wolf's mantle, an enemy who created his own capricious plan. The protagonist has never shot from the enemy. One by time it strikes all with unearthly techniques. His friend reflects on this moment. What does his second eye really think? Meanwhile, the latter cleverly evaded the next wolf. There was no unnecessary thought in his head. He just enjoyed the bright instant of life. The protagonist is convinced that in the end, he will certainly return what belongs to him, and at the same time, the throne. There is no crumb of lies in this confidence. His dear friend, without hesitation, put his own life on the map to take the first place in the world again. Despite the fact that this battle seemed hopeless, the protagonist remained in front of the wolf, bowing his head. Moore believed that some people are endowed with unbreakable endurance, inner strength, and loneliness. The protagonist wants to surpass everyone in power and is ready to sacrifice for the sake of it all, no matter what. He is infinitely admired by such a noble and independent personality. He is clearly aware, now the second is not alone. Therefore, the incorporates whether he should not be afraid to risk his own life and go with him. The man laughed in his whole voice because of his own thoughts, which immediately attracted the attention of the protagonist. He turned to him and asked to speak quieter. The main character looked at the wolf and mentally noted that his beloved health is gradually recovering, about 20% per hour. Everything is quite simple. As soon as the health of the dark wolf falls below a quarter, black tongues of flames suddenly rush out of her body, and it falls into a crazy fight. On the other hand, it was only necessary to calculate how many more strokes should be applied to reach a threshold of 20%, and to return all the damage received. Now it is not difficult for him to conquer them. It is only necessary to apply the curb at the moment when it jumps to the rail, and everything will go without problems. A similar situation happened when in his past life he tried to curb his girlfriend. The conditions were almost identical. However, this time something went wrong. The protagonist decided that if you can no longer apply the ability, then it is worth resorting to another plan. He simply threw a few bottles with potions that accurately survived the wolf's body. From these actions, the body of the wolf was lit by a soft radiance. She lifted her head, and suddenly her whole figure frozen, as if he were petrified. Anglamua asked if the protagonist was sure of his decision. He only reminded with a smile. He said that this approach was more effective. However, the comrades continued to be wary and did not dispel their suspicions. The protagonist and wolf found themselves face to face with each other. The second was surprised that it has been a whole hour. It is 4 times longer than usual. But it was no longer possible to change something. Some time passed, and the protagonist acknowledged his defeat. He got into his tent, where he was exhausted, reflected. This is probably a 10th attempt to bring a girl in Tamir to the extreme border, but now he just has no strength. Until this dark wolf does not leave the huge underground library of Izero, no force will force her to follow him. Anglemore poured him a drink, and noted that for 10 hours in a row, he did not give a monster rest, not surprising that he was tired. The second character in response gloomily quit that he plans to mock daily. His friend smiled and noted that if such battles, as today's, continue, she is unlikely to remain at least some reason daily so stubbornly resist. The protagonist noted that he was simply incredibly lucky today. All this is due to the fact that it was unable to use an empty shadow during a dark call. He said that when she turns to a person due to dark reincarnation, he launches a ritual of a gloomy call, or it can use dark magic. While it is turning, take advantage. Attack it to get off the panther. After that, you have to hit her legs twice with critical blows to overthrow the enemy. If you act like this, you do not have to take care of dark spells during the battle. Angelmius expressed understanding of the whole situation. If you attack a wolf with skillful fencing in this condition, it will not be able to numb. On the contrary, the probability that it will turn to dark magic will only grow. The second voiced his consent with these words, but he explained that the case is not in witchcraft. If during a black call she had moved to some mode of skill in a call to the shadows, it would all be without problems. However, if it goes into its most powerful state, dark fire will flash with new force. In these words, a friend interrupted him, asking what it can turn. The protagonist lifted his palm, looked at it carefully, and strongly said that he had nothing left to apply his latest trump card. Hearing this, Angles immediately turned his vigilant look. The girl confessed that she was not easy. She repeatedly asked why she was locked here. Although she read many books, she has not found answers yet. It seemed to her that they had passed for centuries before the consciousness returned. When someone appeared nearby and turned to her, the body did not obey any teams stubbornly. The insatiable thirst for blood that was in her heart torn out, forcing the body to act instinctively. Opening her eyes, she saw another breathless body nearby. But these fleeting life could not quench her famine. Behind her, dark shadows lined up the skeleton of previous victims. She felt that the more it is repeated, the more insatiable it becomes a thirst for blood. The girl lifted her head, thinking when the next one will appear, and what force will have this time that fate awaits him at the end. She has already broke up. She could no longer be kept, because only when she felt the thirst for life in each of her cells, everything became true. The main character crossed the threshold of the room, and at that moment the girl turned to him. In her eyes, a spark of hope broke out. Finally, someone came. She had no doubt. This meeting is decisive. The heart suggested to her, this person is intended in fate. The girl seemed to recognize his soul, as if he were her loved in his past life. There is an invisible, such familiar connection between them. However, both the body of the wolf and her own body accurately. They have a passionate thirst for it to destroy it, Grohl. So everything is extremely simple. She has to kill this man, and it seems to her a real pleasure. At the moment when the blow was in her body, she suddenly realized that she had not felt such an exciting moment for 100 years. Finally, this man decided to attack. To feel a real blow from someone seemed impossible to her. Returning to the human likeness after turning from an animal, she wondered how it all happened. In her soul, an alarming anticipation stood. The girl felt sharply. A threat was hanging over her life. She tried to get up, but the body was not stubbornly obeyed. The hands and legs refused to obey her orders. The girl wondered if all this was possible. She wanted to convince herself that it was only a ghost, to escape from reality. But the events continued to unfold in her eyes. The girl rose, neglecting the blood that flowed on her face. The pain was getting worse inside, but for the first time in her life she wanted to shout so desperately and so much. At first, a barely noticeable smile flashed on her face, and in a moment she laughed at the whole voice. The cheeks were bad, and only then did she feel, she is alive. The girl is looking forward to this moment. For centuries she has been in captivity. It gave birth to the darkness itself only for the sake of meeting him. The suffering is pervading it through. The pain seems unbearable, but at the same time, this excitement seems amazing. She was thinking about the main character, deliberately causing her as much pain. It brought her amazing, exciting pleasure, but at the same time it seemed a little more, and she would not stand. Once in the body of the wolf, she felt a strange relief. Is it an end? It was engulfed by an unusual admiration. In the imagination, the stage appeared. The main character squeezes her neck with his own hands, and unexpectedly she realized that she wanted to die from his hand. It was at that moment that she lifted her woolen and fishing head and realized. The guy just healed her. The girl was scared of surprise. At that moment, a picture broke out in her imagination. She kneel in the middle of a forest clearing, and the main character, just a few steps from her. At heart, she was convinced that it was the one who was destined to become her bride, the same master she sought for so long. Having come to her senses, she opened her eyes and noticed that her ruler had already disappeared. The girl managed to notice the glitter of his gaze. He read the promise to never let her go. The girl's cheeks were again blossomed. She was certain the owner would definitely return to pay attention to it again. She felt the real magic of this moment. She prayed with secret hope that one day she had the opportunity to be near her mentor. This crazy tide of blood, this wave of passion, pushes it on a fatal step. Kremit, Christe. She dreams of these beautiful, holy hands to his head. She pleases the gods to fulfill her contradictory desires. The girl continued to turn to the owner, dreaming at least once to hear her name from his mouth. She wanted to give her a name and then put her hands on her neck. 2 months have passed since the protagonist left Frazaruas. Weekly girls gathered for a kind of final meeting, during which everything was shared that they managed to find out in the last week. They tried to decide how to proceed. However, at that moment the air was permeated by tense silence. Everyone was silent, holding back their own thoughts. During these regular meetings, they gathered only the most necessary information that they had to pass on the second group. Subsequently, these data were sent in the form of a weekly team chat. Sylvia expressed the opinion that, in her opinion, there was no need for it. She was supported by ECOs, confirming it in her own words. Yukari noted that she did not see this special need, but stressed. They lacked labor. Then Sylvia suggested to hire a manservant. In response, Eco noted that anyone who is ready to work honestly will suit them. Yukari noted that men are like that, and they do not cause much admiration. Sylvia also agreed, adding that she did not like it, but also better than making new enemies. It remains another 1.5 months before the completion of 5 estates, except for the central and south castles of the Second Order. She seeks not only to expand her teams of universal maids, but also to improve their skills and qualifications. Sylvia wondered the reason for this decision. In response, Yukari explained that the universal detachment of the maid is currently 10 people. Although each of them is a little inferior to her in his skill, they can be considered 10 copies. Iko imagined 10 Yukars. This is a spectacle quite scared it. On her warning, the latter responded insulting, noting that to say so impolite. The girl immediately apologized to her. Sylvia's face became serious. She noted that the maids were really striking, and their reliability is increasingly trusting. Yukari noted that if you hire several more people, the lock of the owner will become an inviolable fortress. However, on the other hand, the subordinates are still missing. Sylvia wondered whether the girl really believed that the commanders themselves were not values, but she agreed with her words. Yukari noted that when they have staff, they could safely trust everything from training to management. However, they are only able to teach the maids, so it is worth hiring as many women as possible. Sylvia stated that nothing can be changed. Only women will be accepted in hires, and the rest of the service will consist only of men. For her, it was a non-catering solution. In response, Yukari confessed that she liked such a matter. She liked to do the selection and distribution of people. Her interlocutor noted it that now, finally, she managed to get rid of this burden, and then suggested that Yukari take over this role for her. Ukraine noted that it was unable to cope with its envy. It is a serious assignment that the mentor himself has entrusted. Does it really think that cunning flattery can just break her will? In response, Sylvia cut off cold that the envy here is nothing. Sylvia noticed that it was too much honor, and Yukari, trying to disguise her hut in an innocent sheepska likeness, only smiled cheerfully and asked if there were really difficulties in Sylvia. Sylvia winked her and joked that attractiveness was all she can boast. To this, Yukar answered that she did not give her promises to write weekly, and added that the poem received from her had a great cheerful. In response, Sylvia noted that Yukari was raising a noise every night, after which she advised her to be calmer, to take an example from her. She even mockingly copied how Yarki was waiting for her owner to return. Yukari began the wards and switched to the insults, attacked on Sylvia. And it did not remain in debt, and also attacked with words in response. Iko, frightened by a hot dispute, decided not to stay around. She quickly left the room, throwing that the atmosphere was really scaring here. The hero did not stop his duels with the wolf. It has passed about 3 months from the beginning of their clashes. Finally, she switched to the same usual behavior scheme. But as soon as he began to cook his reception, her shadow suddenly disappeared. She was in the abyss. Any attempts to attack it will now be in vain. All the blows are completely scattered. Instead, the attacker himself becomes defenseless and will certainly fall under her devastating counter-struggle. Now every blow can become deadly for him. So, while she is under the shadow of the void, he will not dare to strike her. He cancelled the preparation of the sword reception of the sacred boat and instantly bounced from it. As soon as its dark reincarnation is completed, it will immediately cause the dark conscription and will call for a dangerous weapon. Now that he is deprived of the opportunity to push her sword with the power of the sword, he will not be able to disrupt this spell. He just hopes that she does not cause a spear from the darkness of flames. The protagonist noticed that she used to use the shadow. Now she will have to stay in the staff mode until she loses consciousness. However, he had questions about how exactly this works. He can choose to cause 2 crushing critical shots from the bow and another critical and 2 ordinary attacks, or to release 4 ordinary arrows without any critical hit. Now he should decide which way to choose. His eyes appeared all the power of dark magic, a cruel black fog, which will only touch and instantly reduce health to 1. Moreover, this attack has an extremely wide radius. Having viewed the site with the passage, he learned that it is possible to avoid fog only by accident. Someone is happy, and someone falls into a trap. So, without exaggeration, he was lucky. Only not 2 resourceful people who can only grind their tongue could write such nonsense. This page has no confidence in the game. The main character shot from his boat. Angelmua asked what he conceived. The shot hit her right. His friend persistently repeated that he would not be able to avoid the attack. Thinking again, he looks at the situation at a completely different angle. Attempts to avoid such a large-scale offensive is a reckless mistake, even at a level of thought. At that moment, the protagonist decided to reincarnate his body. The second obstacle remained behind, because as soon as he activated the transformation, he became unbreakable for 8 seconds. After that, he again released a shot from the boat. However, Crete flew by Bakara. The main character remained disappointed with this result. He suggested that in order to finally neutralize it, it would be necessary to shoot again. However, this did not bother him. In view of the circumstances, he was convinced that the next shot would certainly put her land, so even if he is affected by dark magic, it would not be a problem. He pressed the descent again, and this time the bullet hit the girl's body. It was at this moment that his 8 elasticity ended. In exchange for the fact that his health has fallen to a minimum, he was able to neutralize it. The girl was on the floor like an inanimate and seems to have completely lost consciousness. Otherwise, he would have to deal with the attacks of the Shadow Rod. But since he managed to neutralize it, he can now calmly heal. The third test is behind. Oh, it's Aronye. Perfectly. He broke through. Raising as usual, the girl will attract him, provoking another shadow of transformations, and he will, in the meantime, return to the usual state. Weekdays will begin. He wondered how much time he would need it. Today, the number of attempts has exceeded 2,000. So, for almost 4 months in a row, he made exactly 18 attempts to tame it without tired. Angles, calling him in the name, unobtrusively wondered whether it was time for him to return while pouring his drink. The protagonist noted that his friend has recently stuck in one place, and it was a great concern. He was bored to watch stagnation, so he dared to ask what was happening. However, it was noticeable that this situation was worried about him even more. The main character is certainly delighted, but he will still have to worry about him for a while. He noted aloud that there is no point in returning. If there are any difficulties, you can always return home. However, the second quickly realized that all these are only misconceptions. Weekly reports of girls were full of alarming details, so there were a lot of reasons for concern. It seems that in the capital, the Reform Wing, headed by Balmaro and supports the rights of the First Prince, will start its actions. There is little time left. In addition, he is also interested in how powerful the girls became. He is extremely enthusiastic about how Jarki coped with his tasks. He is interested in looking at the finished estate, and even more so, to find out how things are moving with Seconda Castle. All this charges him with excitement and enhances curiosity. Truth be told, he dreams of returning home as soon as possible. But he does not understand what restrains him. The only thing he is missing is the reason that would make you go back immediately. He said that perhaps the reason was the addiction, the narrowness of thinking, and the inability to make the right decision. Obviously, he will continue to try to wrest the wolf until it is too late. But he is not able to stop. The domestication of the black wolf is similar to a dangerous dependence, which cannot be abandoned. Feeling the delight of the curb, he will no longer stop. It is a trap for him without returning. The only way to save is to conquer it again. The protagonist strongly stated aloud that he was going to go to bed, and his friend supported him without hesitation. Once the second closed his eyes, Angelmua looked carefully at him. The protagonist was pleading for all of it as soon as possible. 2,168 attempts. Of course, he believed that everything would ever end, and this moment came. The wolf simultaneously applied the gloomy spell and shadow of the void that appeared with the dark transformation. However, even this could not stop it. It still went into the most powerful mode. The situation became simply critical. Life remained less than a quarter. It automatically drove it into Berserker mode, the highest strength mode combined with Berserko. In addition to the frantic power, the Dark Flame Copier has a radius of the defeat of about 3 meters, and the constant ability to attack dark fire at a considerable distance. By the way, if the main character in his present state at least touches the dark flame for a moment, then the maximum that awaits him is the end of death. And if the spear passes through it, then the chances of not surviving he will not remain at all. He will die instantly. If he tries to fight, he will die. If he thinks to flee, the end is the same. He looked intently at the girl standing in front of him. Her blows were not so weak that he could just turn back to her and escape. He realized that the moment came to reveal his main trump card. He took advantage of the Goblin Maga Horn, and although he called him his trump card, it was in fact only a way to escape. Servants of a demonic king. Third-grade dungeon head is a gloomy Asha Sarn. Goblin magicians skillfully use the spell of random teleportation. This absolutely chaotic teleport works only when you push an item into a monster. However, in itself, it is frightening and vain, because to activate it, it is necessary to observe many difficult requirements. But it does not matter. He was not going to use the blade against the girl. In fact, his true intention was to direct him. If you put it in yourself, it would accurately give him a chance to get out of here. In this way, he left himself a powerful visor in case of extreme danger. The protagonist spoiled one eye and noted that it had been a long time. His friend confirmed this, carefully examining the girl who stood in front of him with a spear in her hands. Second was tense to the border without drawing look from the girl. She, on the contrary, seemed absolutely calm, quietly closing her eyes. If the spear at least touches it, it is the end, even for a demon. It is just incredibly difficult to approach it now. There is no chance. He only has to escape. It is a forced escape. The protagonist strongly waved the horn, already prepared to put him in his own body. He declared loudly that he would be back here again. At that moment, the guy noticed that the girl opened her eyes. The purpose. It stunned him. The purpose. She seemed to be silently begged to stay side by side. The main character's eyes remained wide open. Anjawand asked him what was happening to him. At that moment, Second dropped his hands down. He wondered why he was running away from such a powerful opponent. It was suddenly clear to him. If he returned, everything would end immediately. He, with bitter irony, acknowledged that he could not boast a special mind. The protagonist stated that if he escapes, he would have nothing left. The one who wants to become the best in the world should surpass everyone and everything in their way. Angelvosh froze in amazement of his own actions. He tried to click him all his strength, call to stay, but the guy did not hear anything and rushing heading towards the girl. The only thought was fighting in his head. He is the best on the entire planet. There was nowhere to retreat. When he ran, he took advantage of his reincarnation skill at the same moment. Again received 8 seconds of absolute insurmountability. But there is little time. He has only 2 seconds to have time, 6 seconds, and will now be nowhere. At first, a smile was barely noticeable on the mouth of the protagonist. But in a moment he laughed in full voice and rushed to the girl. She answered him with a sincere smile, as if both were truly happy. The second thought was, he was the first in the world, and this girl was able to drive him into a dead end. Stunned, he confessed to her that she was incredibly strong, just impressive. Then, he used the shooting art of the tour. This time it is not aimed at your feet, but just in the head. However, at the last moment, the girl has time to sharply turn her face and avoid a blow. The main character felt that her health is barely exceeding 20%. Meanwhile, he had only 0.2 seconds. He flashed the idea of escape, but rejected the idea as senseless. At the same moment, he used his ability to domesticate. Powerful energy waves struck the girl. He considered himself not too intelligent, did not see any chances of success, and was convinced that everything was over. He did not have something to regret. However, he changed his mind in the next moment, going to say something. But he got naked in the surprise when the girl suddenly dropped to his knees. She smiled gently with him. Her cheeks were blossomed. The girl confessed how he was genuinely pleased to see him again, and then gently addressed him. "My lord." The protagonist stared carefully at the girl in front of him, trying to understand why the curbing managed. What miracle was this possible? He wondered if someone at all tried to tame it, using the most powerful or even berserker methods. However, it was almost impossible. It was simply impossible to approach. The higher your level of skill, the more you wanted to stay away. There was only one way to conquer it. It was necessary to reduce its health level to 20% in such conditions when it would no longer be able to prevent it from moving into the most powerful form. It was then that she plunged into the abyss of the shadows, falling into the berserker shawl. Use a temporary invulnerable that gives reincarnation to approach it and impose a conquest. Who could handle it at all? It seemed to him that he was simply mocked. And suddenly the girl addressed him. "Master." She put her hand to her heart and sincerely said she wanted to surrender to him. Embarrassedly asked for permission to stay next to him until the very end of her days. The protagonist was extremely impressed when she suddenly spoke. This stunned him no less than that to curb it. More recently, she was a regular monster that blindly adhered to innate instincts. From the moment she obeyed, in her movements there was an incomprehensible life, as if the soul touched her. He could not understand what had changed, whether everything was the essence of the domestication, whether the case was in it. The protagonist addressed her with a question, asking whether she gained self-awareness and when it happened. In response, the girl quietly noted that this moment came for her a few centuries ago. Then the second wondered why she was doing so. The girl replied that the reason in the swing, which could not be resisted, was guided by the divine power. The protagonist nodded, making it clear that he understood everything, and again asked the divine power. It seemed to him that she tried to explain, though she gained consciousness. But during the battles, she was still deprived of her own will. However, she suggested that her memory was likely to be erased or changed at the moment when she was conquered. It is not excluded that someone intentionally threw her memories that she realized herself a few centuries ago. It seems more logical to think and just like to believe that most monster creatures in this world are aware of themselves from the very beginning. This seems to be a bad problem, which will not be possible, as if you do not think deeply. So why break your head over her now? The main character, looking at her, addressed her uncle. At first, the girl remained indifferent, but later realized that she was named after her, and her mouth was a smile. The girl's cheeks had a blush. The second said, named his name, and asked her to remember him. Then he told her that it was time to go. It seemed to him that Anko had not left home before. Not surprisingly, she is so happy. Hundreds of years have passed. Together with the girl, they walked slowly. Suddenly, he noticed that a number of dangerous creatures known as black ghosts were blocked from the library. Each of them is not only marked by great force, but also operates with others, attacking coordinated groups. Such cohesion makes them extremely dangerous opponents. The protagonist was convinced that there were only 5. If I had to act, then he would have coped with so much. It was not frightened. But suddenly he noticed that the girl standing nearby had disappeared. At that moment, his uncle approached one of the monsters, looked carefully at him, and in delight said he was charming. Then he gently put his hand on his face and calmly ordered, "Dange." Watching this, the main character thought noted that the level of health of black ghosts, apparently, decreased to 1. He was genuinely surprised that she was really able to use this fraudulent magic. Anko dealt with several ghosts, then caused her shadow staff. Grabbing him, she confidently began to wave it in the air. Thinking again, he realized that he could not find words to describe his emotions. But a bold and ruthless couple, which recently has only brought him trouble, now, while on one side of the barricades, suddenly caused a sense of reliability. The girl closed her eyes and softly wandered. Due to the unique properties of her stick, it can harm the enemies even when only in their shadows. The protagonist, watching it, smiled and thought that she was extremely hardy, even too strong. Her dark magic was especially striking. He could not imagine that she would be able to master this power. In her previous life, it was not available. Nevertheless, it rests solely on this prohibited magic. In other words, Anko is now not the one that was before. The second enthusiastically called her incredible, adding that she was simply impressive. But the girl only stunned that she did not deserve such praise. The hero decided to carry out a small check. He was interested in finding out how she was different from the previous one. He asked her to allow her to get acquainted with her characteristics. The girl approached close, gifted him with a charming smile, and quietly said that he could watch how much she would be pleased. The main character's look dropped below. It seemed to him that her dignity was huge. But did this have some value for him? Now he was worried about another. Before his eyes, a system window appeared, which indicated the characteristics of the girl. In addition, its restrictions have become even tougher. Now, dark magic could only be used against the enemies that are inferior to her. Recharging this skill is 3,600 seconds. It can only be used once an hour, but even with such restrictions, this is almost a dishonest advantage. In addition, several skills have undergone minor changes. Recharging Dark Transformation has been completely cancelled, and Dark Teleportation and Dark Calling now have a recharge period of 60 seconds. Compared to the previous life, progress was obvious. But if you remember the time before the domestication, everything, except for the Dark Transformation, became only worse. The protagonist came to the conclusion that all the changes were thought out to the smallest detail. He has almost no doubt. God exists. And to be more accurate, there is a developer. Uncle asked him about her opinion about her, whether she would use him. The young man replied that her benefits could only be estimated at 5,000 out of 100, although he himself, he said, is up to 1,000,000. The girl rushed into his arms, confessing that she was full of happiness. The main character again impressed her unbreakable dignity. He advised her to return home. She replied that she obeyed him. The second autumn has passed here for 4 months. For him, the time was long, and at the same time surprisingly fleeting. His ears came to the news that autumn was already dominating. The protagonist was stepping forward, thinking about all sorts of nonsense. For example, he imagined how wonderfully the autumn leaves would seem to him if he was in a sublime mood after Anko. Of course, there were no happy times. It is this event that opened his eyes. Every beautiful story has its own shadow side. The girl stood in front of him, covering his face with his palms. With her eyes, tears were quietly rolled. She sincerely apologized, barely holding back the sobs. At this point, the protagonist felt extremely depressed. As the girl goes outside and finds herself under the sun's rays, her forces immediately begin to fade. The rules were extremely simple. It was enough to hide in the shadows completely, and it acted at full force. However, it is worth at least the sun ray to touch her body, as the forces left it as much light affected her. Simple words. A girl can only act in the shade. At night or indoors, it will feel confident, but it is worth going down in the zenith. It is better not to risk. He believed that it was a fee for dark magic. Silence seemed to pierce him with acute pain somewhere in the depths of the inside. The protagonist did not expect such a turn at all, but now he has nothing but to put away. Be that as it may, the uncle will certainly work out the 4 months that he has dedicated to her. The main character and the girl walked nearby, leaning closely against each other. The young man thought about whether he should cancel her call. Uncle noted that she was full of joy and gratitude for his care. Thanks to him, a new force seemed to boil in her veins. She only leaned against him, and that was enough for happiness. The protagonist wondered if it was really because of him, not because of his shadow. After that, he noted that the girl cunningly invented it, and she admitted that she loved him even when he treats her roughly. The protagonist thought that some invisible force suggests him. Teasing her is not fun. Moreover, it seemed that if he afforded the same jokes as over Sylvia, he would only harm himself even more. At that moment, the girl plowed to him even more, erasing the distance between them. He was believed that she really loves touches, and perhaps this is due to the fact that she is a she. The main character reported that they will soon sit on the ship, spend the night in the port city, and in the morning they will go to the top and overcome a long way. She only had to suffer a little. The girl was worried. She categorically stated that she could not tolerate it. She also confessed that every moment next to her for her is a true earthly pleasure. The hero wondered, do they really just go? An incomprehensible feeling of anxiety squeezed the heart, but despite the internal anxiety, they still left the island. The king of the spirits told the girl that her sole purpose was to hide in his shade. What a bitter irony. People such as it are usually called a burden. Is the glorious black wolf only able to gently iron its lord on the back? He has repeatedly tried to reach her, calling in the name and asking at least to answer something. My Engel repeated it again and again, but the girl was silent. The protagonist began a dispute with the king. He indignantly lifted his eyebrows, asked where he had the courage to talk so boldly with the mighty owner of the spirits and his senior friend. The second became angry even more, sharply ordered him to silence and behave calmly. Traveling riding from Kula's port city to Foe, the protagonist suddenly wanted to take advantage of the magic of the call. He urgently needed to find out whether the rituals of the call and the spirit were contradictory. As it turned out, the rites themselves did not interfere with each other, but the caused creatures could not get together. The owner of the spirits wondered why they were treated with such coolness. This is the pure water of the Godfather and bias to the spirits. In addition, she will only quarrel with this girl. To what he answered the counter-question, why do you think so? The spirit noted that yesterday she showed him her fangs. This is not ill. Now she is waiting for a strict punishment. The main character has realized that Einzelmois still does not trust her. At that moment, the girl mastered herself a little and said that she had become part of her lord's soul, so he only decides whether to open her fangs or not. She also noted, if things are going so, is it strange that the owner may punish himself? Nglamoa stated that it was only empty sophisms. At the same time, the girl noted that it is only about punishment, and in this she fully shared the opinion of her mentor. Anko raised her hand, gently touched the chin of the protagonist and whispered to strangles her. He thought for a moment, deciding that she had again expressed some nonsense. Then he asked the king of the spirits to somehow resolve the situation, and he just asked what could help. The protagonist was increasingly inflamed, insisting that he should do something, because among all here he is a senior friend. The king of spirits tried to deny him. At that moment, the girl was even harder to him. Her loud sighs filled the air. The face was swamped with a blush. A moment later, Seconda hurriedly turned to Engelva, adjusting him. The latter suggested that the girl admire the picturesque autumn leaves. Huge trees covered with bright colors stood directly in front of them. The spirit of the king noted that Anko was all the time in the dark dungeon and apparently never seen them. Therefore, it was for her that a special opportunity has fallen. He advised the girl to go down the horse and finally look at them with her own eyes. The girl removed her hands from her neck of the main character, and annoying appeared on her face. She asked if he really intended to give it to the owner. She also added that although he was a senior friend, this time he clearly bent with jokes. The king of the spirits asked her whether they are really going to decide who won them right here and now. Hearing this, the ankle became more angry. In her eyes she burned rage. She said she was ready to either burn it alive or break it into pieces, leaving him only one opportunity, to choose one of these cards. Moss's English challenged her, offering to try to kill him if he had enough strength. The girl was ready to answer, but at this moment the main character turned all the spirits back. It seemed to him that there was no point in this. They kept like a cat with a dog. It is better not to call them together. And when he had to cause them again, he already felt an unpleasant spasm in his stomach. He later reached the city of Piaggio. There he rented a cozy home, had dinner, accepted a refreshing shower, and finally, tired traveling, went to bed. He just managed to lie down on the bed as someone knocked on the door. I had to get up. Opening, he saw on the threshold of a young man with blonde hair, who immediately apologized to him. The stranger reported that he was recently appointed chief butter in the most respected family. Having introduced himself, he was friendly about dating. The protagonist stared at him, and he caught his eyes and held him without any awkwardness. The second immediately noticed. This person did not look like the average. He felt something unusual. Currently, everything seems obvious to him. This is his butcher. There is no doubt. However, in the words spoken, something was alarmed. He wondered at the Noi, from what moment their family became the first. The guy replied to this that it was Miss Yukari who ordered him to introduce himself. The protagonist was surprised to hear and asked if he said it seriously. It seemed to him that these words had already been heard in his life. Memories emerged through the fog, because for the last 4 months it has completely fenced away from all this. Without looking away from the man, he thought about what it means. His first name for the public would be the second in the first queue. It seemed to him a wonderful name. The protagonist asked Kubra why he appeared here. In response, Kubra calmly informed that he was obliged to pick it up. Then the second clarified with a barely noticeable suspicion whether he was a butcher. The guy stated that he was ready to follow him at least to the edge of the world. Therefore, he acts for him both as careful butter and as a personal chamber. Kupu asked for awakening him, knowing what he was tired. In addition, he had already agreed with the Trektornik that he would allow him to take a little more. Dvoretsky added that the breakfast is already waiting for him as he wakes up. He wondered if he would like him to serve him just in the room. The second agreed. Kuboro bowed to him, assuring that he realized everything. Before him, Lefaivileti Sirite, not Steve. In this case, the breakfast will get to him at the right moment, Steve's thoughts flashed. By that time, he could rest quietly. The protagonist noted for himself what a caring friend he has. The guy is not older than 20, but his incredible care is immediately issued by a real sample master. What classes can raise a person to this level in just 4 months? After that, the protagonist fell on the bed again, and, wrapped in a blanket, said that time to rest. A few hours passed, and the thoughts have already begun to be struck that it was time to get up. Suddenly, they knocked on the door. The protagonist surprised it, because the butter was already on the doorstep, holding a tray with dishes. He wondered, is he really in Espera's hands? Having had breakfast for the second time, he decided it was time to go. The guy just replied that he had already coped with this task. The protagonist asked the fate of Simka and Steo. In response, Noyoretsky assured that his subordinate will take care of them. The second noted that it was a pleasure to hear, and then confessed that the way home would not hurt something to have a snack. In response, the guy reported that today they were specially prepared by chocolate pie and hot coffee. The protagonist nodded, making it clear that he understood everything, and then suddenly suggested playing the cards on the way home. The Bogretsky immediately pulled out a deck of the cards and answered with a smile that it would be a great honor for him. He had a new, not yet unpacked deck. The second, looking carefully at him, noted that the young man was just a wonderful semi-human. He worshipped him again, they say, does not deserve such a high appreciation. A little time passed and they eventually sat down in the carriage. The men are opposite each other. The first minutes accompanied the complete silence. The protagonist hypnotized his assistant with a shrewd look. He felt it instantly and asked if he could be useful. He just smiled at this and assured that everything was fine. Dvoretsky added that if there is a need for help, he is always ready to come to the rescue. It is enough to consult. The protagonist considered himself careful. And it was this that alerted. From the very morning, he did not leave an alarming feeling, which always sneaked out of the subconscious. The road to the capital will take 4 hours. All this time, he will have to keep a close eye on him until the minutes of inactivity pass and try to find out the cause of alarming anticipation. The second felt guilty for keeping him in tension for so long, so he decided to temporarily give him peace. Suddenly, he thought that his buttock was very exhausted. The guy spread his lips and bit them firmly, and the thin fingers were barely noticeable. All his posture issued a lot of tension, but despite this, he tried to rest in his last power. It retains complete calm and carefully controls each of its movement, preventing any emotions from manifesting, even a natural reaction such as tension. Such inviolability is explained only by the desire not to disturb the owner again. It is a real willpower. The protagonist believes that it is impossible to consciously alleviate the tension. But this guy squeezes her to the border thanks to the willpower. He smiled at himself, noting that before him, a true unique personality. At that moment, he suddenly laughed aloud. Kuburo immediately lifted his gaze and stared at him. He wondered if everything was fine. He replied to this seconds that he feels great, because he likes those who look like a Kuburo. Hearing these words, the butterflies immediately tensed. He asked once again whether the hero really feels sympathy for him. The protagonist realized that he probably did not say quite well. Secondly, he instantly began to justify himself. Naana, they say, he did not mean it at all. He just felt sympathy for him. For these words, the butter thanked him sincerely. The protagonist advised him to relax a little and not strain. Then he suggested playing in the maps. Ibu on the Mayan. The guy eagerly put into this idea. If you look closely, it is noticeable how the Kubum is barely noticeable, but with his task he copes perfectly. Indeed, this guy impresses. The butterfly slowly held a deck of cards. The main character looked at him with a smile. It seemed to him that their cooperation promised to be long. If the opportunity had fallen, he would have had a friendly relationship with him. The hero addressed a butterfly name. He only said, Gla. Then the second wondered if there were some difficulties in life. If so, he asked to talk about them, even the smallest of them. He smiled at his buttock and assured that he would inevitably go on the case. It was a complete surprise for the man. The hero was convinced that it just accidentally broke from his mouth. Apparently, his unexpected skill in the curb of Enkos has been guilty of this. He subconsciously sought to leave a vivid impression on the man who had already demonstrated his unbreakable will. At that moment, Kuburo bowed to him, almost not touching the earth, and said that he would never forget the mercy of his ruler. The owner continued to look at his servant. The guy lifted his eyes on him. Meanwhile, the man said that today, when everyone would plunge into sleep, he would like to talk to the second echelon a little. Tears shone in his gaze. He said the time for the second time and confirmed his consent. He thought that even the strongest person who is used to holding back feelings through willpower is sometimes unable to keep tears. Perhaps it is now that he will decide to open his soul. They returned home. He mentioned that he was also a little moved, but the place where he was heading was not an eastern estate. Possession on Lake Vanilla was located in the southwest. This thought quickly cooled his passion. He became clear, he suddenly remembered, that Yukari with others seemed to have really been interested in his plan to change the estate according to the season. At that moment, a girl ran out to him. She met him warmly and then rushed to meet him even closer. He confessed that he was also happy to return, and added that they would stay here for the whole autumn. Yukari hugged him. She sincerely asked him for her inappropriate behavior, explaining that she had anxiety, and she wanted to express all her feelings. Then she asked for permission to stay with him at least for a moment. The protagonist thought that even though they did not lose connection all this time, he still left her alone, instructed to take care of all his estates for 4 months. Subsequently, Yukari detached from him and sincerely asked for forgiveness. It was noticeable that it was not easy for her to discover her feelings, and even more so, to demonstrate them. She also apologized for surprise, but reminded that there were many unresolved issues between them. However, she did not have time to agree, as someone from the acceleration flew to the protagonist from the side, knocking him down. He was completely frozen suddenly. He did not expect such development. It is even more strange that the stranger turned to him. It turned out that it was an eco. She suddenly started jumping around the second, gladly shouting that he had finally returned home. He noted about himself that she was not weak at all. It looks like this girl was really growing up. The protagonist carefully spent his hand through her hair and said that he returned. Even then, he noted how she grew up and asked her a question. The girl, thoughtfully and focused, replied that she did not know. Secondly, he smiled at her warmth and assured that he understands everything. She doesn't even know her changes. In addition, he noted that her language looked like Sylvia, which is not the best example to follow. Sylvia herself just came and wondered what he meant. She looked very warlike. A fast walk and confident, wide steps came to them. But suddenly she smiled and, joking, noticed that the other was like a cucumber. It seemed that it was not worried about and did not feel any concern. Considering Sylvia, the protagonist noted that she also changed. He was no longer suffering to go with her on the next hike to the dungeon, to which Sylvia, smiling, confessed that she was attended by similar thoughts. After that, they laughed at unison. Flavo and her girlfriend greeted, lightly hit the fists. Then the girl suggested that he dinner together. Yukari immediately supported the idea, adding that there were many cases ahead of them. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly stated that he wanted to introduce everyone to someone new. Another person joined their team. Sylvia and Yukari immediately tensed, and Iko wrapped his eyes, not understanding what was happening. Further, watching the girls, he was surprised to note how everything changed immediately. More recently, a sincere, warm atmosphere prevailed between them. Sylvia wondered if he seduced some new girl again. Yukari proposed to bring this mysterious person before continuing the conversation. The main character responded in surprise to their words. He asked them not to move, promising to call it only once with a towel. Therefore, he used a monster call. Anko appeared in front of them. She instantly turned to the second and stated that she was ready to execute any of his order. The girls were horrified. Her physique seemed to them just a giant. Suddenly, the wolf saw 3 more girls who stood nearby. The protagonist instantly tensed, realizing that she intends to take advantage of their defenselessness. As her hand rose, he shouted, trying to stop her. However, Anko had already used her strength to the girls, and their health fell to 1. The girl is even almost calm, laughed. It was then that the second girl suddenly jumped to her. He gently pulled her by his hair, distracting from the intended action. The main character looked at her strictly and asked what she was doing here without permission. After that, she instantly turned into an obedient, charming girl. She confessed that she was thirst for blood. In response, the second did not show crumbs of condescension, and Anko's cheeks flared with a fiery blush. Sylvia asked what it was, because she did not understand anything at all. Amko explained that Atherna had come out, and asked her not to try to kill anyone. This is extremely difficult. She sincerely apologized to her master, expressing the deepest apology. The girl said she was not going to obey. She would not have decided to raise her hand at someone. She will obey all the orders of the owner without doubt. Actually, its fate depends entirely on it, so with all its sincerity she asked for forgiveness. The main character understood that it is horrible when all your reflections are governed by the thirst for blood, and you inadvertently think about who would kill only for the sake of quenching this thirst. Born in the large dungeon of the library of Isora, Uncle was doomed to loneliness and solid darkness. For her, murder became something so familiar that it was a natural need. He said what she should say and what way to direct. However, no idea appeared in his head. In the end, he just warned. From now on it will no longer act on its own without his clear instructions. If she suddenly desires something, he must first inform the main character. Only by obeying him will they be able to cooperate in the future. He immediately thought about whether he had just gave too harsh order, even if it was for her good. Anko first only silently bowed her head, hiding her gaze. And then she suddenly lifted her face, blushed. Tears shone in her eyes. Secondly, watching her, he suddenly realized that he could not explain why, but the expression of her face was visible. She was happy. Then he noticed that she patiently was waiting for his permission. So the protagonist said that she could speak. Then Anko noted that he was extremely kind even to a scoundrel like her. She asked her to punish her harsh until she reached her stubborn head. If he considers it in vain, he may do what he pleases. However, the protagonist interrupted her words, politely apologized and explained that they have no time now, so she better stay here and wait for further instructions. He called her back. In his soul, he said for the second time. Again the headache begins. In her power, there was a great benefit for them, and it was not easy to accept this opinion. He has no doubt, somewhere, at some point, everything can go a scraper, and an unforeseen situation, like a recent, will be a complete surprise. He seeks to avoid it. Yukari wondered what had just happened, to which the second replied that it was a black wolf. He took him 4 months to curb her wild character. She is a demonic first-grade dungeon named Ifoko. Yukari wondered if she was too strong. The main character noted that in fact, even half did not reveal her potential. The girls heard it with incredible surprise. The second apologized to them and promised to reveal the details later. Yukari replied that she understood and stated that she would now go to prepare for the meeting. At the same time, she asked to postpone the meeting for an hour, after which she turned and disappeared in the house. Sylvia noted that, despite the words of Yukari, it is unlikely that today it is possible to talk about something important. Most likely, they only have to listen to a faint report on a short-term absence, just a few seconds. So, in her opinion, he should prepare in advance. The main character, despite the unbearable fear, was still able to keep the look. Everything is fine with me. Do not worry. He wondered how lucky to be among such decisive and unbreakable people. At that moment, his gaze stopped at ECO. Once again, he gently stroked her on his head and sincerely apologized for scaring her. The girl in response assured that she should not worry, and then easily took him by her hand and offered to play together. Together with a friend, they went to the house where they played with excitement in different games, collected bright stones, and did not refrain from cheerful jumps on the trampoline. Subsequently, everyone gathered at one table. Yukari told something about something, and Iko at this time almost did not do it. Then they ate together, jokes, and the evening time came. The main character was in his room. He did not think that he did not tell them about Anko. However, despite his silence, they seem to have not been offended by its sharpness. However, he must definitely resolve this issue with the wolf, because it is not so easy to resolve such a difficult situation. They gathered on time, so discussing it really made sense. In addition, he has another reason for concern. A quiet knock came to the door of his room. It was Kubaro. He worshipped the protagonist respectfully, and then, looked straight into his eyes, quietly invited him to go with him. The night outside Pentecost, the shine moon poured its light. They approached the shore of the pond. The Batursky turned to him with a decisive look. He slowly removed the gloves. Starting the main character, and looking at him just in his eyes, he lifted his hands squeezed into his fists, and announced his desire to challenge. Kaburo understood that this chance was a real crime. He was unbearably annoyed that he had to rely on this person, to whom he obliged almost not to all. He pulled him out of the needy life and gave him the dignity of a real man. Now it is not time to crush about the little things. Then the seconds noted that he should gather with the spirit and tell everything, to which he answered that he would dare to do it in his own way. The butter reached out to him and reported that he had already prepared a crown for the duel, which would be used as a way of determining the winner. However, the protagonist did not let him agree, with a smile assured that it was a wonderful idea. Puparo noticed that the second looked truly happy, like a child who had just found a dreamy toy. He fascinated that he liked people with a solid character, like Puparo. In response, the butterfly bowed again and respectfully noted that it was a great honor for him. Kuburo realized, to be afraid now means to betray yourself. It is not time to allow excitement to master the soul. If he does not show determination right now, his cherished dream will remain a dream. He asked loudly whether his call was accepting. In response, he heard a short, confident yes. The Bogretsky decided that the protagonist came here to regain a dull crown. He believed that forcing the owner to leave the house, a shameful mistake for a real servant. It degrades his dignity and professional honor. So Kuburo decided to personally approach Mr. Sackett and hand it over to him. However, when he almost reached him, the sudden indecision stopped Kuburo. The expression of a sincere surprise appeared on his face. He wondered, was he not going through the stone? But no. It seemed rather as if something invisible grabbed him by the leg, although there was no one besides them. Maybe he did it himself, his other second essence? However, Kuburo decided that this is not the main thing now. If everything goes on, he will certainly be in the protagonist. Cursed aloud, the guy did not have time to slow down and crashed his head directly into the chest of the second. The Bogretsky's face was a blush. Suddenly, he sharply retreated from the protagonist and apologized to him. Suddenly, there was a surprise on his face. Something came to him. He is only a servant, and even if it happened inadvertently, he is not entitled to acts that can harm his master. However, he had just hit him on his head. He did what would not have to have the strength. The protagonist wondered if he really noticed such things, and then enthusiastically noted that Kuburo still remains an outstanding personality. He saw that the other was blossoming in a mysterious smile, as if proud of an unusual plant. In other words, the strange event was his hands. He wondered what he had gone. In response, the protagonist smiled and noted that it was a real escape from prison. Just earlier, Kuburo stopped being a servant, so he was stunned by such words. He thought that such a technique really existed, though he never came across a description or even a mention of a similar way. To do this instantly, it seemed at all incredible. But this is not the main thing. Kuburo wondered why the main character decided to release him. On this, the second only shrugged. They say, an ordinary match is quite boring. It will be more interesting, now they can compete without any restrictions. The guy doubted his guess. Mr. the Second does not care the power of servants from the first family. He is so indifferent that he will only clap and break the contract with the servant, only to go into battle. The Boro laughed loudly. At the heart, he again became convinced that his ruler belongs to those who are really called strong. The protagonist smiled and noted that he was just wonderful. He must relax, because the battle was already raging. Kuburo apologized to him, and, as his servant, said he had important advice. He persistently recommends that you continue to refrain from the ill-advised breaking of contracts. The Bogretsky noted that if it turned out to be a traitor, the protagonist will be in vain. In response, he only barely lowered his head and smiled with a corner of his mouth. The second noted that even if he really betrayed him, it would only be his own guilt. However, he sympathizes with the Kubrov, so he decided to release him and will not allow anyone to express his dissatisfaction with his decision. He also asked the man if the traitor would so read him notations. The Bogretsky did not find what to answer. Then he strongly lifted his fists in front of him and firmly stated that the second would regret. Kuburo considered his main advantage a hand-to-hand battle, especially improved techniques of the first given horse hand and the third given silver hand. In these arts, he was an indisputable leader even among his entire team. It was thanks to his own fists that Butler escaped from the poverty and the uncertainty of the life of a homeless child. Reaching who he became today, he was convinced that at least once he would be able to hit the master with these fists, filled with passionate courage. In this way, he sought to show his determination. The protagonist at that moment cast an indifferent look at the Kuburo, not even trying to do or defend himself. The opponent wondered if he was going to at least prepare for the duel, but he only briefly answered the refusal. The second noted that everything was the opposite. It was too tense. He still emphasized, "There is no need to worry so." Then he wondered how he would do if they looked at each other for hours without looked away. The Butter thanked him for his advice, but noted that he would not underestimate himself in his place. After that, he clenched his fists again. The protagonist with anger reminded that he warned himself. He could not be forced to underestimate that guy. Suddenly he rushed to the buttock and struck him in his face. He flew back a few meters after flying back. Kuburo lay on his back, tired and beaten. It seemed as if the pain had covered everything. Cheeks, jaw, head, every cell of the body. He could not hurt what had happened, because he saw nothing in his own eyes. The protagonist approached him, to Aki. Boretsky decided that he had been left to his own way. Disappointed in it, remained without any faith in his determination. There was no chance for him. Secondly, when he turned to him, he urged to show his willpower. He ordered him to rise and try to attack him with the determination of the killer. Kuburo was exhausted on the ground, barely turning his breath. The main character asked if it was all his power. However, everything was completely different. The guy had to gather and stand to the end. It's time to act. If not now, then never. The butterflies instantly faded, sharply opened his eyes. In his head, the idea that all this did not seem to him. He reproached himself for his stupidity, and then he went out of the floor. But at the heart, he felt that fate had not yet turned away from him. So now he needs to be steadfast. Kuburo rose and shouted loudly until the hall responded with the moon. The protagonist watched his act with pleasure. After that, the guy wiped blood from his face with his sleeve and turned his gaze to the master. The young man decided to prove his determination. Even if he had to pay for his life, he will not retreat. This is what his unwavering willpower. He puts in everything, ready to risk everyone and go forward with a heart full of self-sacrifice. Kuburo swung for the second time, but the second skillfully stopped his blow with his palm open. It seemed that no effort required him. The butter did not give up. He clenched his palm persistently, but did not feel any changes. Then the protagonist released his hand, and Kuburo collapsed on the floor, gradually immersed in fainting. The last thing he managed to say to the owner, "You are the best." Subsequently, Kuburo gradually came to mind. He was on a bed in an unfamiliar room. He tried to understand where he found himself, but the protagonist did not allow him to see, limited to only a short phrase. They say, he finally woke up. The second asked the boy if he wanted to drink potion. However, he refused, explaining that he was holding on. He wanted to leave his wounds with him for a while. The hero seemed a little strange, but he silently agreed. Kuburo got up and sincerely thanked him for his support, for which he wondered in surprise, for what, in fact, he was thanked. Kuboko bowed his head, confessing that he had sheltered him and accepted him in his servants. He gave him a chance and allowed him to take part in the competition. He sincerely believed in all this. Hearing this, the protagonist asked why the interlocutor only suggests. The guy sincerely confessed that he was not sure. However, for unclear reasons, he had an irresistible desire to thank. Secondly, listening to him, wondered what he was talking about. He could not squeeze whether the owner was all right, or he did not hit his head. At the same time, the buttock was red and hurried to look. The protagonist did not understand what was happening to the boy, and why he reacts so. The same explained that the second to be difficult. The power of the opponent is striking, and it is painful to recognize it. The protagonist only nodded as a sign of consent. Kuburo said he had once headed a detachment in a criminal syndicate called RIO. This organization brings together thieves in Robin Hood style, which are based near the capital of the kingdom. The noble robbers, defenders of the poor and oppressed. They select wealth in wealthy and generously share with those who need it most. Their bold pandy causes rage in the night cares, but ordinary people enthusiastically support their characters. He believes that it was Yukari who told him about these people. The Robin Hood gang was glory of the most powerful robbers in the whole kingdom. However, the Knights Castalla interrupted them all. Or, not at all. Kuburo noted that the thieves, which are enriched with crime, are aversion to many people. At the same time, the real hostility is mostly caused by aristocrats. Being in power, they fill their pockets through the situation and often become the main target of robbers. The protagonist realized why the kingdom of Castalla began to deal with Robin Hood robbers on his own. The young man completely shared this position. After the attacks of the second and third knightly orders, the gang was threatened with complete destruction, and that could have happened in a few months. However, this discovery has recently come to him. He is sincerely convinced that the task of destroying them was assigned to the First Knight Order. The main character again raised the question. At the same time, he mentally noted that the situation looked quite strange. He could swear that the First Knight Detachment was now reporting to the Royal Guard. It would be logical to assume that in order to destroy Robin robbers, this mission will be entrusted to the Third Order of the Night Guards, the Defenders of the Palace, or the Second Order of the Night Guard, which is the main troops. This is undoubtedly a reason. They mentioned the Law of Rotten Knights and the First Prince of Claws, who controls it. No doubt, all this is intended for a great purpose. Their leader, Rimsma, sought to conclude an agreement to save their lives. He bowed to them, pleaded not to touch his subordinates, and offered his own head in exchange for their safety. It was the First Knight Detachment that took over the role of a mediator in this case. Everyone thought that it would be. However, the Second and Third Knight Detachments appeared on the spot, which sought to conclude their own agreement. At least that's what everyone expected. The protagonist realized that he was trapped. The guy said that in a matter of days from the ranks of the First Knight Order, a detachment was called to suppress. The unexpected attack turned the death of several dozen people. For the sake of the young commander, many subordinates gave their lives, so he eventually managed to break into the company of Morris. The second wondered whether he was really giving him to escape. He confidently replied that yes. Kuburo kuboed off. The protagonist, watching him, thought that he was probably in despair and full of dissatisfaction. Undoubtedly, now he is likely to break his head over how to save those few remaining subordinates. They exist in the shade, separated from each other, like ghosts in the dark. While the young commander remains among the living, he will certainly do everything to do the last will of his mentor. After all, it is a matter of honor for all comrades who gave their lives, believing that Robin Gouda leaders will once be able to revive. The protagonist wondered if he really seeks revenge. The guy answered confidently. He then asked if he wanted to save his comrades. The guy answered without hesitation decisively, yes. His second conclusion was the recognition of the power of the subordinate. He showed great determination and did not break even on the verge of death. That is what he clearly demonstrated. It is time to answer him the same and reach out of support. The protagonist smiled and assured that it was time to go, and he would definitely find a way to help him. The nobleman looked at him in surprise, and then nodded approvingly. It has passed for a while, and the main character reached the lake. He was given reflections here. There were many important questions. For example, seeking to keep the word he gave the second prince and Yukari, to keep the secret of magic of brainwashing, trusted by the Duchess of Lucy Issa, and now to keep the promise of Kuburo. All this makes his head simply boil from tension. They are all in politics for a long time, and he has no idea where to start. Earlier it seemed that if he conquered the wolf, he would handle any business. However, this is not true. Whatever his strength, to defeat the whole state is not for his strength. He wondered why he could not solve everything in a simple way. For example, killing someone specific. It's so easy. But he had no idea who had to become his goal. In addition, even such a step will clearly not solve all the difficulties. The protagonist raised his head, quietly moved, and then dropped it again. He scratched his back and thoughtfully reflected on further actions. He suddenly glowed with a wonderful thought. After all, if he does not know how to act, why not just seek the advice of someone else? He gathered at the table with the girls. Later, he wondered whether at least one person who was versed in politics was familiar to them. He urgently needed an advisor, a specialist who could give advice on all political issues. The girls thought about his question. The Yarki confessed that she recalls several people and doubted their reliability. So, unfortunately, she could not recommend them. The hero assured that he became clear to him, after which he turned to Sylvia with a question. The girl replied that her father gained the rank of pen thanks to the merits in the war. In his soul, he always remained a knight, so the new title hardly had to bring him true benefit. The second realized that this does not give much benefit. Yukari asked a little time to ask the servants and find out if there was someone needed among their acquaintances. He answered that they would try to turn to another acquaintance. He took advantage of the spell to cause the spirit. He thought about himself. Perhaps this creature is familiar with someone who is in politics. They appeared in front of Engelmoa. The protagonist noticed that the guy blew on him. If you think about it, from the moment he called him and then sent him, after an altercation with Anko, he was unwillingly bypassed him. This is a bad one. He needs to somehow bring back a good mood. The second noted that Anko is now repenting in his actions. In response, he said that she almost killed his road to the second partner, so she received on his merit. The protagonist felt that his mood was even worse. He thought that he received this information from him, because there was a connection between them. If he is able to read his thoughts, he should also understand his situation. The second noted that she is his strongest warrior. He calls for a little patience, but at the same time asks the spirit to help her recover. He begs him about it. Anguma noted that she always feels anxious of her lover, so he would definitely consider it. But he does not see the opportunity to become friends. He will never trust her. The second accepted his point of view and thanked his frankness. He thought that despite his annoyance, he still sought to help. It seemed that the spirit in the depths of the soul even shows kindness. Secondly, when he turned to Angoma, he wondered if he knew someone who was in politics. Angoma only laughed at this and stated that he was a great leader of the soul, which rules the whole world of spirits. Then the protagonist wondered if his friend really knew it. He confidently confirmed, and the hero mentally noted that he did not expect anything else from that person. The second asked who he was and where he came from. The stranger replied to this that his name is Winfeld. He is not only the governor, but also his personal strategy advisor. It is a spirit of water and land, which is endowed with all government orders. The protagonist is genuinely surprised to learn that there is his own power in the world of spirits. Anglomua said that their people have their own government. Moreover, they combine all 4 elements and control them. The mixed spirit means a creature that combines 2 or more elements. For example, this is half water, half earth. The main character seemed to understand everything perfectly. He believed that the title of Great Owner of Spirits, only formality. However, it seems that his role in this case is much more serious than he imagined. 2. The second addressed the spirit to the question whether it is possible to call him a friend. To which the spirit answered, "Their elect can appear here, but only indirectly." Angluma explained that after the agreement with his close friend, someone else must conclude a contract with Winfield. The King of Spirits will personally ensure that his acquaintance is called. The hero was surprised to hear and for a moment thought about the words of the interlocutor. He wondered if he could really choose the purpose for the call of spirits. What a friend explained. Such an opportunity is a special advantage that is inherent in only the great owner of the spirits. The second was stunned to the heart and did not resist. He asked if he was not a joke. He did not find peace in his thoughts. Is he really capable of calling the spirits of any rareness? But the main question remains. Who will use them? The protagonist wondered if this windy magician was really powerful. In response, Engelmua said bitterly that he is in fact weak, very weak, an unhappy descendant of the waters of the earth. After these words, the second was a little decayed. The guy noted that he was not equal in tactics. Moreover, all the issues of policies that need a wise ruler were entrusted with them. When it comes to strategic maneuvers in the world of spirits, they are primarily referred to as these creatures. Angeluma, barely holding back laughter, stated that he did not exaggerate when he calls himself the owner of the spiritual world. The protagonist did not seem a joke. In the second glance, it seemed that he thought quite soberly, but the appearance seemed weakness in it. Therefore, he left behind who he would first turn to him. The protagonist addressed Yukari and invited her to challenge the spirit. The girl did not hide her surprise from such an unexpected offer. Thinking for the second time, he came to the conclusion, if the spirit is weak, it is better to call him because of someone who does not participate in the battles. It would be unprofitable to waste the forces of Sylvia and IVF, because it may be necessary to call for creatures much more powerful. Other characters began to envy that it was the protagonist who asked this request. At that moment, he asked the girl whether she mastered the art of calling the spirits, to which she answered with a smile, she knows from 16th grade. It is quite simple to discover calling spirits. It is enough to master at least one witchcraft ability. As soon as you learn this and distribute your skills, calling spirits will become accessible to you. However, this will not be enough to call the spirits. They will need a special call ticket to carry out the ritual. The protagonist wondered how to use this ticket. You can get it in 2 ways. The first, to get as a trophy, having defeated monsters. The second, to receive as a reward for passing the dungeon. Both of these methods have an extremely low probability of success. It is almost incredible to knock the desired trophy from the monsters of the 2nd or 3rd rank. And since he came here, he has never witnessed such a case. The chance to get prey is extremely small. This means that the fastest way to get them is to buy at auction. It does not know what the amount in millions will need to do, but it is not necessary to worry about it. After all, his financial capabilities are striking. He has more than enough money. Suddenly, Sylvia exploded with loud laughter. Such an unexpected reaction stunned the main character. He wondered what was happening to her, and then gladly noted that she finally came to him. But the girl broke out with indignation, hearing such words. She ordered him to look. The second did not understand what it meant, but suddenly he noticed the necessary ticket in her hands. Everyone exploded with surprised exclamations.